So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel and I really welcome all of you to this channel. So today we are gonna see a crossover between Harry Potter and Deadpool. So today we will see what if Deadpool found Harry Potter under the stairs and he raised him as a deadly unhinged wizard that Hogwarts will ever witness. So if you are new to this channel, please make sure to subscribe and like the video. Also press that bell notification to all so whenever I post video you get the notification first. So yeah, now without any further delay, let's get straight to the video.
The thing about interdimensional travel is that nobody ever lands where they mean to. Wade Wilson hit the pavement ass first at roughly 40 miles per hour, which was actually one of his better landings. He'd been aiming for a beach in Cancun, specifically the one with the swim-up bar that served those little blue drinks with the tiny umbrellas, and instead got a mouthful of asphalt and the unmistakable suburban stench of freshly mowed grass and quiet desperation. "Ow," he said to nobody, because it was nearly midnight and the street was empty. "Ow, ow, ow, and for the record, ow." He lay there for a moment, staring up at a sky that looked almost right but not quite. The stars were slightly wrong. The air tasted different, wetter, grassier, with a faint undercurrent of something he couldn't name. Not his dimension, probably not even his universe, given how badly Cable's stolen tech had been sparking before he'd hit the button. He sat up. His left kneecap was facing the wrong direction, which was more annoying than painful at this point, and he grabbed it with both hands and wrenched it back into place with a wet crack that echoed off the row of identical houses stretching in both directions. And they were identical. Aggressively, oppressively identical. Same brick, same hedges. Same little garden gnomes standing guard like tiny ceramic fascists. Every house had the same car in the driveway, give or take a color. Every lawn was trimmed to the same militant height. "Well," Wade muttered, hauling himself to his feet, "this is clearly hell." He checked the device strapped to his wrist. The screen was shattered and something inside it was making a sound like a dying cat being fed through a paper shredder. He tapped it. He shook it. He considered eating it. None of these fixed the problem. Fantastic. Stuck in. He looked around for a street sign and found one at the corner, Privet Drive. Stuck in Privet Drive, which sounds like a place where people come to watch their dreams die. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. He needed to find a place to crash while he figured out how to unstrand himself. Maybe steal a car. Maybe break into one of these cookie-cutter houses and borrow a couch. Maybe he heard it. It was faint. So faint that anyone without Wade's particular set of enhancements might have missed it entirely. A sound carried on the still night air through a cracked window 3 houses down, number 4 if he was counting right. A child crying. Not the loud, bratty kind of crying that meant a kid wanted candy or a toy. Wade had heard plenty of that in grocery stores and it barely registered anymore. This was the other kind. The quiet kind. The kind that came from someone who'd learned that crying too loud made things worse. Muffled, hiccuping, barely their sobs that the kid was clearly trying to swallow. Wade knew that sound. He knew it in his bones, in the parts of him that regeneration couldn't touch, in the memories he kept buried under 17 layers of jokes and violence, because if he ever actually sat with them he might not get back up. His feet carried him to number 4 before his brain had fully signed off on the decision. The house was dark. Normal dark. Everyone's asleep dark. He circled it once, moving with the liquid silence that most people forgot he was capable of. Kitchen window locked, back door locked, front door. He paused, reached out and tried the handle. Locked, but cheaply. The kind of lock that existed to keep honest people honest and did absolutely nothing against anyone with even a passing interest in getting inside. Wade pulled a pick from one of the 17 pouches on his suit and had the door open in 4 seconds. He eased it shut behind him and stood in the dark hallway of number 4 Privet Drive, listening. The crying had stopped. Maybe the kid had heard the door. Maybe the kid had just run out of tears. Either way, the house was silent now, filled with the thick, heavy silence of sleeping people who slept just fine at night. Thank you very much. He could hear 3 distinct breathing patterns from upstairs. 2 adults, 1 child. The child was a heavy, wheezy breather, probably overweight. The adults slept in the big bedroom at the front. The fat breathing kid was in the second bedroom. But the crying had come from downstairs. Wade moved through the hallway. Moonlight filtered through a window above the front door, casting pale stripes across the floor. He passed a coat rack, a small table with a bowl of keys, a row of framed photographs on the wall, and every single photograph featured the same people. A huge, ruddy man with no neck, a thin, horsey woman with too much neck, and a blond boy roughly the size and shape of a young walrus. They smiled from the frames in various configurations at the beach, at a birthday party, at what looked like a petting zoo, but every photo shared one notable quality. There was no other child in any of them. Wade stopped at the cupboard under the stairs. There was a lock on it, not a latch, a lock. A bolt lock, the kind you'd put on a shed to keep out thieves, screwed into the outside of a cupboard door in the hallway of a family home. He'd been wrong earlier. This wasn't hell. Hell had a certain style, a theatricality that Wade could respect. This was worse than hell. This was banal. This was evil wearing a cardigan and mowing its lawn on Saturday mornings. He slid the bolt back. It scraped metal on metal loud in the silence. He heard a sharp intake of breath from inside, the gasp of a small person who just heard their door open and didn't know if that meant food or trouble. Wade pulled the door open. The cupboard was small, obscenely small. A grown man couldn't have fit inside it lying down. The ceiling, the underside of the staircase, sloped at a harsh angle, and the space was maybe 5 feet deep and 3 feet wide. There was a thin mattress on the floor, stained and flat, with a single threadbare blanket bunched at one end. A few broken toy soldiers lined up on a tiny shelf, and pressed against the far wall, knees drawn to his chest, eyes wide and green and terrified in the moonlight. A boy, skinny, desperately skinny. The kind of skinny that wasn't genetic, that spoke of meals skipped and portions halved and a growing body running on fumes. He was swimming in clothes 3 sizes too big, a gray t-shirt that hung off one shoulder and pajama bottoms held up by what looked like a piece of string. His black hair was a disaster. His face was a map of small bruises in various stages of healing, yellow, purple, green, and on his forehead, half hidden by a jagged fringe, was a scar. A thin, precise, lightning bolt-shaped scar that looked less like an injury and more like a mark. The boy stared at Wade with those enormous green eyes, and Wade stared back, and for a long moment neither of them moved. "Please," the boy whispered. His voice was hoarse. "I didn't mean to cry. I'll be quiet. Please don't tell Uncle Vernon." Something inside Wade Wilson broke. Not the funny parts. Not the quippy, wisecracking, bullet-absorbing parts that kept him moving through life like a shark through bloody water. Something deeper. Something underneath all of that, in the place where a man kept the things that actually mattered. He crouched down. At 6'2" in the suit, he was a terrifying figure to see in a dark hallway at midnight, masked, armed, built like a nightmare. He knew this. So he moved slowly, the way you'd move around a feral cat, and he pulled his mask up over his nose so the kid could at least see his mouth, which was currently attempting something in the neighborhood of a reassuring smile. "Hey, little man," Wade said softly. "I'm not gonna tell Uncle Vernon a goddamn thing." The boy blinked. His eyes flicked to the swords on Wade's back, to the guns on his hips, to the overall situation that was a 6'2" masked man crouching outside his cupboard at midnight. And instead of screaming, which would have been the entirely reasonable response, he just pressed further into the wall and said in a very small voice, "Who are you?" "That's a big question. Existentially, I mean. I've been a lot of things. Mercenary, anti-hero, occasional avenger, depending on who you ask and how drunk they are. One time I was briefly a pirate, but that's a long story involving a boat, a monkey, and a deeply regrettable bet." Wade paused. "My name's Wade. What's yours?" "Harry," the boy said. "Harry Potter." "Harry Potter, that's a solid name. Good mouthfeel, alliterative adjacent." Wade glanced around the cupboard again and his smile died. "Harry, how long have you lived in here?" "Always," Harry said. "Since I was a baby, it's my room." "This isn't a room, kid. This is where people keep vacuum cleaners." "The vacuum's in the garage," Harry said with the matter-of-fact precision of someone who knew because he was probably forced to use it daily. Wade looked at the bruises. He looked at the matchstick arms. He looked at the bolt on the outside of the door. He thought about the photographs on the wall, All those smiling family shots with no Harry in any of them. He thought about the fat kid upstairs in the actual bedroom, breathing his wheezy, well-fed breaths. "Harry, who hits you?" The boy flinched like the words themselves had weight. "I nobody. I fall down. I'm clumsy," Aunt Petunia says. "Harry." Wade's voice was gentle, but it had an edge to it now, the edge of a man who was very close to doing something that would require a mop. "I've been hit a lot. Like a lot. Professionally, personally, interdimensionally. I know what I fell down looks like, and I know what someone knocked me down looks like. Those bruises didn't come from falling." Harry's lower lip trembled. He bit it, stopped it. The gesture was practiced. He trained himself not to show weakness. At 7 years old, this kid had already learned to armor up. "Uncle Vernon," Harry whispered, "when I do something wrong, or sometimes when Dudley says I did something wrong even if I didn't, or sometimes just because." Wade stood up. He looked at the ceiling. He took a long, slow breath through his nose. He let it out. "Harry, I want you to stay right here for about 3 minutes. Can you do that?" "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to have a conversation with your uncle, a real productive one. A real meeting of the minds type situation. Probably no screaming." "Please don't," Harry said quickly, and there was genuine panic in his voice now. "He'll be so angry. After you leave, please, I'll be quiet, I promise, just—" Wade crouched back down. He looked Harry dead in the eyes. "Kid, Harry, listen to me very carefully because I don't say serious things very often, and when I do, I mean every single syllable. I am not leaving. And after tonight, that man is never going to touch you again. That's not a maybe. That's not an I'll try. That's a fact." "Okay," Harry searched his face. Whatever he saw there, and Wade wasn't sure what that was because his own face was a topographical map of scar tissue, something in the boy's expression shifted, just a fraction. Just the tiniest, most cautious flicker of something that might, in the right light under the right circumstances, be called hope. "Okay," Harry whispered. Wade pulled his mask back down. He stood up. He rolled his neck. He cracked his knuckles. He walked upstairs. The master bedroom was at the end of the hall. Wade opened the door without knocking, because the time for social niceties had been roughly 9 minutes ago, and they were well past that now. The room smelled like stale cologne, and something vaguely floral, potpourri maybe, or one of those plug-in air fresheners that made everything smell like a lavender had been murdered. Vernon Dursley lay on his back, taking up roughly 2/3 of the king-sized bed. He was even larger than the photographs had suggested, a truly impressive monument to excess, snoring with the wet, rumbling cadence of a walrus with a sinus infection. Beside him, Petunia Dursley slept on her side, thin and angular, her face pinched even in sleep. Wade turned on the light. It took Vernon about 4 seconds to react. His snoring hitched, stuttered, and then his eyes opened, small, piggy eyes set deep in a face like a boiled ham, and blinked stupidly at the ceiling light. Then those eyes tracked sideways, found Wade standing at the foot of the bed in full red and black tactical gear, katanas on his back, arms crossed, and Vernon Dursley made a sound like a pig discovering the concept of mortality. "What THEWHO, how?" Petunia woke with a shriek. She sat bolt upright, one hand flying to her mouth, and for a moment the two of them just gaped at him, this impossible figure in their perfectly normal bedroom in their perfectly normal house on their perfectly normal street. "Evening," Wade said. "Love what you've done with the place. Very beige, really committed to the beige. Get out." Vernon was already turning purple, his fight-or-flight response landing squarely on fight because Vernon Dursley was the kind of man who'd never met a problem he couldn't bully into submission. He heaved himself upright and the bed groaned under the shifting weight. "I'll call the police. You're going to want to keep your voice down," Wade said. "You'll wake the kids. Well, one kid. The other one's already awake because he was crying in his cupboard." The room went very still. Vernon's purple face did something complicated. Petunia's eyes darted to her husband and then to Wade and then to the door, calculating, assessing, the gears of self-preservation already turning behind those watery blue eyes. "I don't know what you're talking about," Vernon blustered, but the bluster had a wobble in it now. There's no Vernon." Wade pulled one of the katanas from his back. The blade caught the light, clean, bright, surgical. He didn't point it at anyone. He just held it casually, the way you might hold a tennis racket or a rolled-up newspaper. I found the kid. I saw the cupboard. I saw the lock. I saw the bruises. Now I'm going to give you exactly one chance to have this conversation like adults, because I'm trying to be better about the whole gratuitous violence thing, personal growth, New Year's resolution, but I need you to understand something. He leaned forward. If you lie to me, I'll know, and I won't like it. Vernon swallowed. The purple was draining from his face, replaced by something paler. He looked at the sword. He looked at Wade. He looked at the door again, as if the police might materialize through sheer force of wanting. That boy, Vernon said, and his voice was quieter now, squeezed tight, is a freak. His parents were freaks. They got themselves blown up with their freakishness, and we got stuck with the little. Wade held up a finger. See, I was hoping you'd go the remorseful route. The "we're so sorry, we didn't realize how bad it had gotten" route. I had a whole speech prepared for that route. It involved forgiveness and second chances and a really poignant metaphor about butterflies. But you went with the kid's a freak, so he sheathed the katana. Plan B it is. What followed was not, strictly speaking, violence. Wade was very particular about the distinction. Violence implied a fight, and a fight implied two participants. This was closer to a reckoning. Vernon lunged at him. The man had a good 100 pounds on Wade, all of it momentum, and Wade stepped aside like a matador, caught Vernon's wrist, and introduced his face to the wardrobe door at a speed that suggested they wouldn't be friends. Vernon went down hard, nose first, and the wardrobe shuddered against the wall. Petunia screamed. That was for the bruises, Wade said. He reached down, grabbed Vernon by the collar of his striped pajamas, and hauled him upright. The man's nose was streaming blood, and his eyes had the glazed, uncomprehending look of a bully who just discovered what it felt like from the other side. And this, he slammed Vernon against the wall, not hard enough to break anything, just hard enough to make a point, is for locking a child in a cupboard, a child in a cupboard. I've killed people for less, Vernon. I've killed a lot of people for less. The only reason you're still breathing is that there's a kid downstairs who's been through enough without adding witness to homicide to his resume. You're mad, Vernon wheezed. You're absolutely mad. I am. I really am. It's a whole thing. Diagnosed and everything, well, not officially because I keep eating the psychiatrists. Not literally. Mostly not literally. Wade dropped him. Vernon crumpled against the baseboard, wheezing, blood dripping from his chin onto his pajama top. Wade turned to Petunia. She was pressed against the headboard, duvet pulled to her chest, pale as milk. But her eyes were interesting. There was fear in them, yes. But underneath the fear was something harder. Something that looked almost like relief, and that was the most damning thing of all because it meant she'd known. She'd always known. She'd known and done nothing and told herself it was fine because the boy was a freak and freaks deserved what they got. He's your nephew, Wade said. Your sister's kid. Petunia flinched at the word sister like it was a slap. Your sister's kid, Wade repeated, and you let this happen. You fed him scraps and stuffed him in a hole and let your husband use him as a punching bag, and you told yourself, what? That it was okay because his mom could do magic, that he deserved it. You don't understand, Petunia hissed, and there it was, the venom, the bitterness, years of jealousy and resentment curdled into something toxic. You don't know what they were, what she was. Everything was always about Lily, always special, always chosen, and we got left with the lady I don't care. Wade's voice was flat. I genuinely, profoundly, from the bottom of my shriveled little heart, do not care about your sister issues. You had a child in your care, a child, and you failed him. That's the whole story. Beginning, middle, end, roll credits. He walked to the door, stopped, turned back. I'm taking Harry tonight, right now. You're not going to call the police. You're not going to call anyone. You're going to go back to sleep in your boring little house on your boring little street and pretend the boy never existed, which, based on those photos downstairs, you've been practicing for years. And if I ever find out you've tried to contact him, or hurt another kid, or so much as looked at a child the wrong way, he let the sentence hang. It didn't need finishing. Vernon was still on the floor, bleeding quietly. Petunia hadn't moved. Lovely chat, Wade said. Let's never do it again. He walked out, closing the door softly behind him. Harry was standing at the bottom of the stairs. He wasn't in the cupboard where Wade had left him. He was in the hallway, barefoot on the cold floor, looking up at Wade with those green eyes that were too big and too old for his face. He'd heard everything, or enough of it. His expression was a complicated mosaic: fear, confusion, and that tiny, stubborn flicker of hope burning slightly brighter than before. "You hit Uncle Vernon," Harry said. "I did. He had it coming. A lot of people have it coming, but he really, really had it coming. You said you're taking me." "I did say that. I realize that's a pretty big ask from a stranger you met 10 minutes ago in your cupboard at midnight, so if you want to—" "Yes," Wade blinked. "Yes. Yes, I want to go, please. I want to go right now." The please hit Wade somewhere inconvenient. This kid, beaten, starved, locked in a cupboard for 7 years, still said please. Still had manners, still asked instead of demanded. It was the kind of thing that made you want to break something, and Wade had just used up his breaking things quota for the evening. "Okay," Wade said. "Okay, little man, let's go. You got anything you want to bring?" Harry looked back at the cupboard. At the thin mattress, the broken soldiers, the tiny shelf with nothing on it worth keeping. He looked at it the way you look at a place that was never home, and he turned back to Wade and shook his head. "Nothing," Harry said. "There's nothing." They walked out the front door of number 4 Privet Drive, and Harry didn't look back. Not once. Wade noticed that. He respected it. The night air was cool and smelled like cut grass and someone's late-blooming roses. They stood on the pavement, the street stretching away in both directions, identical and lifeless, and Wade realized he had a problem. Several problems, actually. He was stuck in a dimension that wasn't his transport device was bricked. He had no money that worked here anyway, no shelter, no plan, and he just kidnapped, rescued, he corrected himself firmly, a 7-year-old child. "So," Wade said. "You hungry?" Harry looked up at him. "It's the middle of the night." "Time is a construct, Harry. Hunger is eternal. Let's find food." They walked. Harry's bare feet slapped on the pavement, and Wade shrugged off his gloves and offered them as makeshift socks, which was ridiculous and didn't work at all, but Harry laughed. A short, surprised, rusty sound, like a machine that hadn't been used in too long, and that was worth looking stupid. They found a 24-hour petrol station about a mile from Privet Drive. Wade still had cash, American dollars, and the kid behind the counter was too tired and too disinterested to argue about exchange rates when a very large man in a very alarming suit slapped a $100 bill on the counter and gestured vaguely at the entire store. Harry ate like he'd never seen food before. 2 microwave burritos, a bag of crisps, a chocolate bar, and a bottle of orange juice that he clutched with both hands like someone might take it away. They sat on the curb outside the petrol station, Wade with his mask pulled up, Harry cross-legged with burrito wrapper in his lap, and for a few minutes neither of them said anything. "Wade," Harry said. "Yeah, are you a superhero?" Wade considered this. "I'm more of a adjacent situation. Superhero adjacent. I'm in the neighborhood of heroism. I can see heroism from where I'm standing. Because of the swords, and the guns, and the healing factor, and basically the whole package. I do hero stuff sometimes. I also do stuff that heroes wouldn't do. It's a spectrum." Harry processed this while chewing his chocolate bar. "What's a healing factor?" "It means I can't die." "Well, I can die, but it doesn't stick. Watch." Wade pulled a knife from his belt, a small one, nothing dramatic, and drew it across his palm. Blood welled up bright red and Harry's eyes went saucer-wide. But even as the boy watched, the wound began to close. Skin crawled over the cut, knitting itself back together, and within 10 seconds Wade's palm was whole again, not even a scar. "Wicked," Harry breathed. "Right, it's very gross and very cool. I'm basically a gecko." A big, sexy, heavily armed gecko. Harry stared at Wade's hand for a long moment. Then he looked up and his expression was carefully, painfully neutral. "If I went back to the Dursleys, you're not going back. But if I did, Harry, you are never going back to that house. Full stop, end of sentence, period, exclamation mark, one of those little squiggly things that nobody knows how to use. A semicolon. See, you're already smarter than me. No, I mean the point is that's over. Whatever your life was before tonight, that's done. You're with me now. but you don't even know me. I know enough. I know you're 7 and you've been living in a cupboard. I know somebody's been hitting you. I know you said please when you asked to leave, which means you're a better person than 90% of the adults I've met, and I've met a lot of adults. The bar is underground, Harry. It's subterranean. Harry went quiet. He picked at the wrapper in his lap, folding it into smaller and smaller squares, and when he spoke again his voice was barely audible over the distant hum of the petrol station's fluorescent lights. The things Uncle Vernon said, about my parents, about them being freaks. Sometimes I do things, strange things, things I can't explain. Once my aunt shaved my head because she said my hair was too messy, and by morning it had all grown back. And once Dudley was chasing me at school and I was trying to get away and I ended up on the roof. And I don't know how, I was on the ground and then I wasn't. And sometimes when I'm scared or angry, things happen. Things break. Lights flicker. Uncle Vernon says it's because I'm a freak like my parents. Wade looked at the kid, really looked at him. The messy hair that grew back overnight, teleportation under stress, telekinesis when emotional. That scar on his forehead that looked like it had been put there by something deliberate. This wasn't just a kid who'd been abused. This was a kid with powers. Harry, Wade said slowly, I want you to know that in my professional opinion, and I am a professional at several things, most of them illegal, you are not a freak. You are the opposite of a freak. You are potentially the coolest person I've ever met, and I once arm wrestled Wolverine. What's a Wolverine? Short, angry Canadian. Not important right now. What's important is the things you can do. The weird stuff. That's not bad. That's not wrong. That's a gift. And the people who told you it was freakish are the same people who locked you in a cupboard, so maybe, and I'm just throwing this out there, maybe they're not the best judges of character. Harry's eyes were bright. Too bright. He was blinking hard, jaw clenched, fighting back tears with the grim determination of someone who'd been punished for crying too many times. Hey, Wade said, you can cry if you want. Nobody's going to hit you for it. Not tonight, not ever again. Harry cried. It wasn't pretty. It wasn't cinematic. It was a 7-year-old boy sitting on a curb outside a petrol station at 2 in the morning, sobbing so hard his whole body shook. Years of stored-up pain and fear, and loneliness coming out in great heaving waves that he couldn't have stopped if he'd tried. And Wade, who had killed over 200 people, who had been tortured in a laboratory, who had once eaten a man's finger during a bar fight, long story, regrettable, would not recommend, sat next to this kid and put an arm around his shoulders and held on and didn't say a single joke. That might have been the hardest thing he'd ever done. When it was over, and it took a while because 7 years is a lot of tears, Harry wiped his face with the hem of his oversized shirt and leaned against Wade's side and didn't move away. Wade, yeah, buddy, where are we going to live? Excellent question. I'm going to figure that out. I figure things out. It's one of my skills, right behind shooting and just ahead of making pancakes. You can make pancakes. Harry, I can make pancakes that would make a grown man weep. Harry smiled. A real, actual smile. Small and tentative and bruised around the edges, but real, and Wade decided in that moment, with the absolute certainty that characterized all of his best and worst decisions, that he would burn this entire dimension to the ground before he let anyone hurt this kid again. They didn't have to burn anything, as it turned out. Not immediately, anyway. Wade was resourceful. That was a polite way of saying he had a very flexible relationship with the law, and an extremely specific set of skills that translated surprisingly well across dimensions. Within 48 hours, he'd secured them a flat in London, a narrow, slightly crooked 2-bedroom above a chip shop in Camden, paid for with money Wade acquired through means he described to Harry as freelance consulting, and which bore a suspicious resemblance to beating up 3 separate gang leaders and taking their cash. The flat smelled like grease and old wood, and something faintly chemical that Wade couldn't identify and chose to ignore. The walls were a shade of yellow that had probably been cheerful once, back when the building was new, which Wade estimated had been roughly during the Napoleonic Wars. The kitchen was tiny. The bathroom was tinier. The floorboards creaked in a way that suggested the building was having a conversation with itself. Harry loved it. He stood in the middle of the his living room in his flat with an actual window and actual daylight, and turned in a slow circle, touching things. The back of the sagging couch, the chipped countertop, the door frame to what would be his bedroom. His bedroom, an actual room with a door that locked from the inside. "This is mine," he said. "Yours," Wade confirmed. He was on the floor, assembling a second-hand bed frame with a butter knife because he'd forgotten to steal an Allen wrench. "Well, ours, but your room is your room. You can do whatever you want with it. Posters, paint, human skulls, I won't judge. Can I have a light? You can have 7 lights, you can have a chandelier, you can have one of those lava lamps that looks like alien goo." "I just want a lamp," Harry said, "so it's not dark." Wade stopped assembling the bed. He looked at Harry, who was standing in the doorway of his new room with that carefully neutral expression he wore when he was asking for something he fully expected to be denied. "You're getting a lamp," Wade said. "The biggest, brightest lamp in London. It's going to be so bright that astronauts complain." That afternoon, Wade came home with a lamp that was, objectively, hideous, a 3-foot monstrosity shaped like a rocket ship that blazed with warm orange light, and Harry looked at it like it was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. The first week was strange. Good strange, but strange. Wade didn't know how to be a parent. He knew this with a clarity that bordered on the clinical. He'd never had a role model for it. His own father had been a blur of fists and whiskey, and his mother had been a ghost who left before he could remember her face. Everything he knew about parenting came from movies, most of which he'd watched while eating takeout in safe houses between jobs. But he knew how to keep someone alive. He knew how to feed someone, how to make sure they slept, how to watch for threats. And he knew instinctively, in the way a predator knows the sound of another predator, how to make a small, scared person feel safe. So he started with the basics: food. 3 meals a day minimum plus snacks. Harry ate like a stray dog for the first few days, fast, hunched over his plate, one arm curled protectively around it. Wade didn't comment on it. He just kept the food coming. Pancakes in the morning as promised, and they were magnificent. Sandwiches for lunch. Dinner was a rotation of takeout from every restaurant within walking distance, because Wade's cooking skills began and ended with breakfast food, and he saw no reason to pretend otherwise. Sleep. Harry had nightmares, bad ones. He'd wake up screaming, thrashing, sometimes in a language that wasn't English, a hissing, sibilant sound that made the hairs on Wade's arms stand up. The first time it happened, Wade kicked the door in force of habit and found Harry sitting upright in bed, drenched in sweat, the lamp flickering wildly despite being plugged into a perfectly stable outlet. "Bad dream?" Wade asked. Harry nodded. He was shaking. Wade sat on the edge of the bed. "Want to talk about it?" Harry shook his head. "Want me to stay?" A pause. Then a small, tight nod. Wade stayed. He sat in the corner of Harry's room in a kitchen chair, feet up on the windowsill, and talked quietly about nothing. About the time he'd fought a man made entirely of bees. About the best chimichanga he'd ever eaten, Guadalajara, 2003, life-changing. About the theoretical physics of interdimensional travel and why Cable was a dickhead. Until Harry's breathing evened out and the boy fell back asleep. He did this every night for 3 weeks. Then Harry stopped having nightmares, or at least stopped screaming during them. Safety. This was the one Wade was actually good at. Within 3 days, he'd mapped every exit, rooftop access, and escape route within a mile of the flat. He'd installed locks, real locks, not the Dursley toy-grade garbage, on every door and window. He'd set up a rudimentary alarm system using trip wires and tin cans, which he explained to Harry as the budget option, and which actually worked surprisingly well. And he started teaching Harry. Not magic, Wade didn't know anything about that yet, but he knew everything about everything else. On the 4th morning, he cleared the living room furniture to the walls and showed Harry how to fall without getting hurt. "Most important skill in the world," Wade said, demonstrating a breakfall on the hardwood floor. "Doesn't matter how tough you are, doesn't matter what powers you've got, if you can't fall right, you're dead. Or at least severely concussed, which is basically dead but with more drooling." Harry was 7. He was malnourished, undersized, and had the muscle mass of a scarecrow. He was also, Wade discovered almost immediately, fearless. Not in the reckless, stupid way. In the quiet, calculating way of someone who'd already experienced the worst thing they could imagine and come out the other side. Harry hit the floor, got up, hit the floor again, got up again. He didn't complain. He didn't whine. He absorbed instruction with an intensity that bordered on unsettling, those green eyes tracking Wade's every movement, memorizing, cataloging. "You're a fast learner," Wade said at the end of that first session. "I had to be," Harry said, and the matter-of-fact way he said it made Wade want to go back to Privet Drive and finish what he'd started with Vernon Dursley. But they had bigger things to deal with. Specifically, the magic. It happened on the 7th day. They were eating dinner, Chinese takeout, because Harry had discovered a passionate love for sweet and sour chicken, and Wade was telling a story about the time he'd accidentally started a bar fight in Madripoor. Harry was laughing, actually laughing, a sound Wade was becoming addicted to, and he reached for the soy sauce, which was on the other side of the table just slightly too far for his short arms. The bottle slid across the table and into his hand. They both stared at it. Harry's laughter died. His face went pale, and Wade could see the fear creep in, the conditioned, Dursley-programmed fear that said you did a bad thing, you're a freak, you're going to be punished. "Did you see that?" Harry whispered. "I did." "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, Harry." Wade picked up the soy sauce bottle, set it back on the far side of the table, and pointed at it. "Do it again." Harry blinked. "What? Do it again? On purpose this time, concentrate on it, will it to move." "But no buts, you've got powers, kid. Powers aren't something to be afraid of. Powers are something to be trained. Now make the bottle come to you." Harry looked at him, looked at the bottle, his brow furrowed, his jaw set, and for a long, tense moment nothing happened. Then the bottle shot across the table so fast it flew off the edge and shattered against the wall. Wade threw both arms in the air. "Yes, that's what I'm talking about. That was incredible. You force-pulled the soy sauce. You're a tiny, underfed Jedi." What? "We're watching Star Wars tonight, non-negotiable." But first, Wade jumped up and grabbed another bottle from the counter, hot sauce this time. He set it on the table. Again, but gentler, control is the name of the game. Harry stared at the hot sauce, his eyes narrowed, the bottle trembled. It slid forward slowly this time, wobbling a little but controlled, and came to rest neatly in front of Harry's hand. "Ha," Harry said softly. His face was flushed. His eyes were blazing. And the smile that broke across his face was nothing like the tentative, bruised thing from the petrol station. This smile was fierce. This smile was the beginning of something. "You know what, Harry?" Wade said. "What?" "I think you and me are going to be just fine." That night, Wade lay on the sagging couch and stared at the ceiling and thought about what he'd gotten himself into. He was stuck in a wrong dimension with no way home, raising a kid he'd known for a week, a kid who could move things with his mind and teleport when scared and grow his hair back overnight. A kid with a lightning bolt scar and dead parents and a history of abuse and a name that apparently meant something to someone, given the way those Dursleys had talked about freaks and their kind. He didn't know what any of it meant yet, but he knew one thing, the same thing he'd known on that curb outside the petrol station, holding a sobbing 7-year-old boy under a sky that wasn't his. He'd burned this world before he let anyone hurt Harry Potter again. And Wade Wilson was very, very good at burning things. Outside the flat, Camden buzzed with its late-night noise, drunks singing, buses rumbling, the chip shop below them closing up with a clatter of metal shutters. Inside, a rocket ship lamp blazed orange in a small bedroom, where a boy slept without nightmares for the first time in his life. And somewhere in a castle in Scotland, in an office filled with whirring silver instruments, an old man with a long beard watched a particular monitoring device sputter, flicker, and go dark. The blood wards on number 4 Privet Drive had fallen. The boy had been moved. Albus Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, steepled his fingers, and for the first time in a very long time felt the cold, unfamiliar grip of uncertainty. "Oh dear," he murmured. In Camden, Wade Wilson farted in his sleep, rolled off the couch, hit the floor, and didn't wake up. The universe, as always, had a sense of humor about these things. Chapter 2. How to Raise a Wizard the Hard Way. The chimichanga was on fire. Not in the good way, not in the crispy, golden brown, perfectly seared way that Wade had spent the better part of a decade perfecting. No, this chimichanga was actively, aggressively, enthusiastically on fire, flames licking up from the pan and crawling across the kitchen ceiling of their Camden flat while the smoke alarm screamed like a banshee with a grudge. "Harry!" Wade yelled, swatting at the flames with a dish towel that immediately also caught fire. "Harry, what did I say about practicing near the stove?" Harry was standing in the kitchen doorway, 8 years old, barefoot, wearing a t-shirt that said "I'm with stupid" with an arrow pointing upward. Wade's purchase, naturally, and looking deeply, profoundly guilty. "You said don't," Harry admitted. "I said don't. I specifically said don't. Those were my exact words, Harry, don't practice near the stove, and yet here we are, in a kitchen that is currently experiencing what fire marshals would call a situation. I was trying to levitate the pan. The pan that was on the burner. I thought I could flip the chimichanga without touching it, like a cooking show." Wade dropped the flaming dish towel into the sink, turned the tap on full blast, and watched the fire die with a hiss and a plume of steam that set off the smoke alarm for a second time. He grabbed a broom and jabbed the alarm until it stopped, which took 4 hits and broke the broom. "Okay," Wade said, turning back to Harry. "Points for ambition. Points deducted for arson. Net score 0. We're ordering pizza." Harry grinned. The guilt evaporated from his face, the way it always did, quickly, completely, replaced by that sharp, bright, faintly wicked expression that Wade was beginning to recognize as his own influence, and which filled him with equal parts pride and terror. "Can I pick the toppings?" "You can pick the toppings. Pineapple, you're dead to me." They'd been in Camden for a year. 12 months of Wade Wilson trying to figure out parenting through a combination of trial and error, internet forums, which he trusted about as far as he could throw them, and he could throw things very far, and the occasional book he'd stolen from a Waterstones because he refused to pay £18 for a paperback about something he should have learned from his own parents if his own parents hadn't been, in his professional assessment, garbage. The books were useless. They assumed a baseline of normalcy: 2 parents, stable income, child without telekinetic powers, home not located above a chip shop that attracted a colorful clientele at 2 a.m. Wade's situation ticked precisely none of these boxes, so he'd tossed the books and gone with his gut. His gut said, keep the kid fed, keep the kid safe, keep the kid laughing, and teach him everything you know so that nobody can ever lock him in a cupboard again. The feeding part was handled. Harry had filled out dramatically in 12 months, still lean, still small for his age, but the starved scarecrow look was gone, replaced by the wiry build of a kid who ate 3 meals a day and trained in between them. His face had changed too, losing the pinched, hollow quality and gaining definition, the green eyes less enormous now that there was a proper face around them. The safe part was handled, or as handled as it could be when your kid could accidentally set the kitchen on fire with his brain. Wade had expanded their security setup from tin cans and trip wires to a proper system involving motion sensors, reinforced locks, and after one memorable incident involving a drunk man trying to break in through the bathroom window at 3 a.m., a series of non-lethal booby traps that Wade was genuinely proud of and that Harry thought were hilarious. The laughing part was the easiest. Harry had a sense of humor that emerged like a plant given sunlight for the first time, tentative at first, then explosive. He was dry, quick, and surprisingly cutting for an 8-year-old, with a gift for comedic timing that Wade took full credit for and a talent for deadpan delivery that was entirely his own. "Wade, there's a pigeon on the windowsill. Shoo it away." "I think it's dead." Then shoo it away with more enthusiasm. "It has a letter tied to its leg." "Harry, dead pigeons don't carry mail. That's a thing living pigeons do. Are you sure it's dead?" "It just fell off the windowsill." "Was there a letter?" "It says occupant." "It's junk mail." Even the pigeons are doing junk mail now. This dimension is wild. That particular pigeon incident turned out to be nothing, A flyer for a local kebab shop that someone had thought it would be funny to attach to a bird. But it planted a seed in Wade's mind because something was going on with birds around Harry. Owls specifically. He'd noticed them perched on rooftops, circling the flat, watching with that unnerving stillness that owls had, like they were taking notes. He filed it away. Wade's mind was a chaotic place, but it had a filing system, buried somewhere beneath the pop culture references and the constant internal monologue, and the thing where he sometimes talked to people who weren't there. He'd explained this to Harry as creative visualization, and Harry had accepted it with the pragmatic grace of a child who'd already adjusted to living with an unkillable man in a red suit. The teaching part, that was where things got interesting. Wade started with the physical. Not because he thought an 8-year-old needed to know hand-to-hand combat, but because Harry's body was a mess. Years of malnutrition and confinement had left him with the flexibility of a 2x4 and the stamina of a sedated hamster. So they started simple, stretching, running, basic calisthenics. Harry hated running with a passion that bordered on the philosophical. "Why," Harry gasped, bent double in Regent's Park on a gray Tuesday morning, "do I need to run? I can teleport." First of all, you can't teleport on command yet. You can teleport when you're scared, which is different. Second, running builds endurance. Third, Wade jogged in place beside him, not even breathing hard, because his body was essentially a biological cheat code. What if your magic doesn't work? What if someone blocks it? What if you're in a situation where the only thing between you and death is your own 2 feet? Then I'll die tired instead of rested. Great. You're not going to die, that's the whole point of this. You train so hard that dying becomes someone else's problem. Harry groaned, straightened up, and kept running. Within 3 months, the running stopped being torture. Within 6, Harry could do 5 miles without stopping. He'd never be big. The Dursley years had stunted his growth in ways that good food could only partially reverse, but he was fast. Quick on his feet, quick with his reflexes, quick to read a situation and react. Wade moved him into combat training carefully. He wasn't going to teach an 8-year-old to kill people. That would come later if necessary, and Wade tried not to think too hard about that. But he was going to teach an 8-year-old to protect himself. They started with falling. Harry already knew how to fall. Wade had taught him that first week. Now they moved into grappling, evasion, and what Wade called the art of not being where the fist is. "Fighting is about geometry," Wade told him, circling Harry on the living room floor, furniture shoved to the walls as usual. "Angles and timing. You don't have to be stronger than the other guy. You just have to be in the right place at the right time and, more importantly, make sure they're in the wrong place." He threw a slow, telegraphed punch. Harry ducked it neatly, economically, no wasted movement. "Good, now what do you do?" "Hit back." "Where?" Harry considered. "Throat," Wade blinked. "I was going to say create distance and assess, but yeah, okay, throat works too. Who taught you that?" "You did last Tuesday. You said the throat is soft, vulnerable, and everyone has one." "I did say that. I'm a great teacher and a questionable role model. Both things are true. But for now, let's focus on the create distance part and save the throat punching for when you're at least 9. Deal? Deal." The magic was harder. Not because Harry lacked talent, the kid was overflowing with it, power practically leaking out of him like heat from a furnace. The problem was that neither of them knew the rules. Wade had established the basics through experimentation. Harry could move things with his mind. That was the most reliable ability, the one he could activate on command, though control remained a work in progress. Hence the chimichanga fire and also the incident with the bookshelf, which they'd agreed never to speak of again. He could also do the hair growth thing, though he couldn't extend it to other body parts, which Wade thought was a missed opportunity for a really great party trick. The teleportation remained stress-activated and unreliable, and there were other things, smaller, stranger. Lights dimming when Harry was sad, glass cracking when he was angry. A persistent ability to talk to a garter snake they'd found in Regent's Park, which Harry had demonstrated one afternoon so casually that Wade had walked into a lamp post. "You can talk to snakes," Wade had said, staring at the garter snake that was curled around Harry's arm, and apparently telling him about a very good rock it had found. "Yeah," Harry said. "Can't everyone?" "No, Harry, no, everyone cannot talk to snakes. That is wildly unusual. That is actually, hold on, keep talking to it. What's it saying?" "It says you smell like meat and it doesn't trust you." "Smart snake." Wade threw himself into research with the manic energy he usually reserved for hunting down targets or arguing with people on Reddit. He hit the internet, the library, second-hand bookshops, conspiracy forums, paranormal databases, anything and everything related to real magic, telekinesis, psychic phenomena, and children with unexplained abilities. Most of it was garbage. Crystal healing, Wiccan how-to guides, a truly alarming number of websites about aliens. But buried in the noise, he found patterns, references to a hidden world, a secret community in Britain, old, organized, powerful, that existed alongside the normal one. Words kept recurring: wizarding, ministry, Hogwarts. The breakthrough came at a pub in Charing Cross Road. Wade had gone out for a supply run, meaning he was buying ammunition from a man named Gerald who operated out of a storage locker in Southwark, because this dimension didn't have easy access to the kind of ordnance Wade preferred, and improvisation was required. On his way back, cutting through Charing Cross, he saw something. Between a bookshop and a record store there was a door. A grimy, battered, nearly invisible door with a sign above it that read The Leaky Cauldron. People walked past it without a glance. Their eyes slid over it like oil over water, looking without seeing. But Wade saw it. He'd been trained to notice things that didn't want to be noticed. It was literally his job. And this door was screaming, "Don't look at me," with a desperation that made it the most interesting thing on the entire street. He walked in. The pub inside was dim, crooked, and smelled like wood smoke and something herbal. People sat at tables drinking from tankards and wearing, he had to look twice, robes. Long, flowing, honest-to-God robes in various colors and states of repair. An old woman in the corner had a toad on her shoulder. A man at the bar was reading a newspaper with moving photographs. Moving photographs. "Well," Wade murmured, sidling up to the bar with the practiced ease of a man who'd bluffed his way into and out of some of the most secure facilities on multiple Earths. "This is new." The bartender was a stooped, bald man with a gap-toothed smile who looked like he'd been old since before old was invented. "What'll it be?" "Information, mostly. Nice place. Very retro. Love the whole medieval chic vibe you've got going. Quick question, is everyone in here a wizard?" The bartender blinked. "You're not from around here, are you?" "I am spectacularly not from around here." That conversation and the several that followed over several drinks paid for with muggle money that the bartender accepted with only mild grumbling gave Wade the broad strokes. The wizarding world. Magic, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The Ministry of Magic, wands, broomsticks, dragons. "Dragons," Wade repeated. "Oh yes," said the bartender, whose name was Tom. "Nasty things. Not allowed in Britain, of course, but Romania's got a whole reserve. This dimension has dragons and I've been living above a chip shop. This is the greatest day of my life." He also learned, through careful questioning that he disguised as enthusiastic ignorance, which was only partly an act, about Harry Potter. Oh, he learned about Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the child who survived the killing curse, the vanquisher of he who must not be named, and Wade had to sit through a full 5 minutes of Tom refusing to say the actual name before he got it out of another patron. Voldemort, dark wizard, terrorist, murdered Harry's parents, tried to murder Harry, failed, vanished. The whole wizarding world celebrated. Harry Potter was a legend before he could walk. Wade sat with this information for a long time. He ordered another drink. He sat with it some more. His kid, his malnourished, abused, cupboard-dwelling kid, was a celebrity, a war hero, the magical equivalent of a child soldier drafted at birth into a conflict he hadn't asked for, marked with a scar that everybody in this hidden world apparently knew about. And they'd left him with the Dursleys. Someone had put Harry there. Someone who knew what the Dursleys were, or at least should have known. Someone in this wizarding world had taken the most famous child in their society and dumped him in a cupboard under the stairs in Surrey and walked away. Wade finished his drink. He smiled at Tom. It was not a nice smile. "Tom, my man, one more question. Who's in charge at Hogwarts these days?" "Oh, that be Professor Dumbledore, sir. Albus Dumbledore. Greatest wizard of the age, they say." "Greatest wizard of the age, put a kid in a cupboard, fantastic. I'm going to enjoy meeting him." Wade didn't go to Hogwarts, not yet. He wasn't stupid. Charging into a castle full of wizards with no magic of his own was exactly the kind of plan that sounded awesome and ended badly. Instead, he went home, sat Harry down at the kitchen table and told him everything. All of it. Wizarding world. Hogwarts, Voldemort, the scar, the fame. He didn't sugarcoat it. He didn't soften it. Wade Wilson did not believe in protecting children through ignorance. He believed in protecting them through preparation. Harry was 8 years old, and he deserved to know who he was and what was coming for him. Harry sat very still through all of it. His face did that thing it did when he was processing something big, going blank, shutting down the external displays while the internal machinery worked at full speed. Wade had seen it before, when he'd explained about the Dursleys' motivations, when he'd explained about death and killing, and why Wade did what he did. Harry absorbed heavy information like a sponge absorbing water quietly, completely, with no drama and very little visible reaction. When Wade finished, Harry was quiet for a full minute. Then he said, "So my parents didn't die in a car crash?" "Number, they were murdered." "Yes." "By a dark wizard named Voldemort." "Yes." "And I survived because, why, nobody knows. Nobody knows. The curse bounced off you and hit him, apparently, which isn't supposed to be possible. You're basically a living paradox, on brand for this household, honestly. And I'm famous. In this wizarding world, everyone knows my name. Everyone knows your name." Harry looked at his hands, turned them over, flexed his fingers, and a ripple of energy passed through the air, visible almost like heat haze, and the salt shaker on the table trembled. "Good," Harry said. Wade raised an eyebrow. "Good. If everyone knows my name, then I don't have to introduce myself. Saves time." Wade stared at his kid. His 8-year-old kid, who just learned that his parents were murdered, and he was the target of a dark lord, and his entire life was built on a foundation of violence and prophecy, and whose first reaction was a tactical assessment of the social advantages. "I've created a monster," Wade said, with deep and genuine satisfaction. "They changed the training. Not all at once." Wade was methodical when it mattered, which surprised people who only saw the chaos. But the chaos was a choice, and underneath it Wade Wilson had a mind like a steel trap that had been welded shut and then set on fire but was still, fundamentally, a trap. The physical training continued. Harry's morning runs became obstacle courses. Wade set them up in abandoned warehouses, empty lots, once in a condemned building in Hackney that they had to vacate quickly when the floor collapsed. Harry levitated them both to safety, which was the first time he'd managed to lift something heavier than a piece of furniture, and he'd been so startled by his own success that he'd dropped them both into a dumpster, which was less heroic but equally memorable. Wade taught Harry to climb, to swim, to pick locks, not because he planned for Harry to become a criminal, but because locked doors were a tool of control and Wade refused to let Harry ever feel trapped again. He taught him to read a room, to identify exits, to assess threats. He taught him the basics of knife work, not to kill, not yet, but to handle a blade safely, to understand its weight and balance, to respect the tool. "A knife is a conversation," Wade told him, flipping a butterfly knife through an intricate pattern that Harry watched with hungry eyes. "Most of the time, just showing you have one is enough. People respect knives. People fear knives. And fear is a tool, same as anything else." "Is that why you carry swords?" "I carry swords because they're cool as hell and I look amazing with them. The fear thing is a bonus. But the real focus, the thing that consumed most of their time and energy, was the magic. Without a wand, without training, without any formal knowledge of magical theory, Harry was essentially a self-taught pianist trying to learn by banging on the keys. He had power, enormous, staggering, raw power, but no structure, no technique, no understanding of what he was doing or how. Wade approached it the way he approached everything, empirically. They experimented. Every day for hours they tested Harry's abilities, what he could do, what he couldn't, what triggered different effects, what the limits were. The telekinesis was the cornerstone. Harry could move anything he could see, and the upper limit of what he could move grew steadily as he practiced. At 8, he could slide a bottle across a table. By 8.5, he could lift the kitchen table itself. By 9, he could hold Wade, all 210 pounds of him in full gear, 3 feet off the ground for a solid 30 seconds. "This is amazing and also terrifying," Wade said, suspended in midair, legs dangling. "I feel like a piñata, a sexy, heavily armed piñata. Hold still, I'm trying to concentrate. If you drop me, I'm not making pancakes tomorrow." Harry dropped him. Not on purpose, his concentration slipped, and Wade hit the floor with a thud that shook the flat and prompted an angry shout from the chip shop below. "Sorry," Harry said. He was sweating. Using magic took a physical toll. The bigger the effect, the more energy it cost, which told Wade that Harry's power wasn't unlimited. It was vast, but it had boundaries. Understanding those boundaries was crucial. They mapped them carefully. Harry could maintain telekinetic holds for longer periods with lighter objects. He could affect multiple objects simultaneously, but each additional object reduced his control. Temperature mattered. He was stronger in the morning, weaker when tired. Emotion amplified everything, which was both useful and dangerous. When Harry was angry, his power spiked dramatically, but his control cratered. "Emotion is fuel," Wade told him. "But fuel without an engine is just a puddle of gasoline. Useful if you want to burn something down. Useless if you want to go somewhere. You need to learn to channel it." How? Discipline, focus, practice. The boring stuff that nobody wants to hear about because it's not as sexy as throwing a car at someone. "Can I throw a car at someone?" "Probably not yet. Ask me again when you're 10. The other abilities were Wilder, the accidental apparition. Wade had started calling it that after his leaky cauldron education, remained stubbornly involuntary. Harry could feel it sometimes, like a door at the edge of his mind that he couldn't quite reach the handle of. Twice, during particularly intense training sessions, he'd managed to blink from one side of the room to the other, but both times it had been instinctive rather than deliberate, and he'd been so dizzy afterward that he'd vomited on Wade's shoes. "Progress," Wade said, wiping his shoes with a towel. "I threw up. Controlled progress. The snake talking, parcel tongue, according to Wade's increasingly extensive research into wizarding lore, was consistent and reliable but of limited practical application, unless they happened to be in a situation involving snakes, which Wade considered unlikely, and the universe would later prove him spectacularly wrong about. And then there were the things they didn't understand. The scar prickled sometimes. Harry would reach up and rub his forehead without seeming to realize he was doing it, and occasionally, usually at night, he'd feel flashes of emotion that weren't his own. Anger that came from nowhere. Cold, sharp malice that tasted like metal. "It's like someone else is thinking inside my head," Harry told Wade once, late at night, sitting at the kitchen table with a mug of hot chocolate. "Not all the time, just sometimes, and it's always dark, like looking into a room with no light." Wade didn't like that. He didn't like it one bit. He didn't know enough about magical scars and dark lords and whatever the hell had actually happened when that curse bounced, but his instincts, honed through decades of combat and survival, were screaming that the scar was more than a scar. He filed it under figure out before it KILLSUS and moved on. When Harry was 9, Wade took him on his first field trip. Field trip was Wade's term for what was, in strictly legal terms, a mercenary operation. He'd been doing freelance work since they'd settled in London, not the kill-for-hire stuff, mostly, but the other kind. Security consulting, problem-solving, the occasional extraction or retrieval job. This dimension didn't have superheroes in the traditional sense, which meant it had a thriving market for people with very specific skills and very flexible morals. The job was in Prague. A businessman had hired Wade to retrieve a stolen prototype from a rival's office. Standard corporate espionage. No killing required. Just infiltration, extraction, and a quick exit. You're staying in the hotel, Wade said. No, I'm not. Harry, you said I should learn from real situations. You said training only gets you so far. You said, I know what I said. I say a lot of things. Some of them are stupid. This is one of those times. Harry crossed his arms. He was 9, and crossing his arms was his primary negotiation tactic, and it was annoyingly effective because he had those green eyes and that sharp face, and when he set his jaw he looked so much like what Wade imagined a young version of someone important looked like that it was hard to say number. I'll stay in the van, Harry offered. There's no van. I'll stay in the car. What if there's no car? Stay wherever you tell me to stay. I just want to see. Wade looked at his kid, 9 years old, lean, quick, trained, not combat-ready, not even close, but not helpless either, not the starving boy from the cupboard, not anymore. You stay where I put you. You don't move unless I tell you to move. You don't use your powers unless your life is in danger. And if everything goes sideways, you run, not toward me, away. You run and you don't stop. Deal. Deal. Harry didn't stay in the car. In fairness, it wasn't his fault. Wade had parked him in a rental sedan a block from the Target building with strict instructions to stay put, a burner phone, and a bag of gummy bears. The plan was simple: go in, get the prototype, get out. 30 minutes tops. The plan fell apart in 12. Wade made it into the building, made it past security, 2 guards, dispatched non-lethally via sleeper hold in what Wade euphemistically called aggressive negotiation, and made it to the server room where the prototype schematics were stored. He was halfway through downloading the files when the other team showed up. Because of course there was another team. There was always another team. This was the fundamental law of mercenary work. No matter how simple the job looked, someone else wanted the same thing, and they usually showed up at the worst possible moment. 6 men. Armed. Professional. Check military contractors by the look of them, thick, competent, and deeply unamused to find a man in a red and black suit already in the server room. Evening, gentlemen, Wade said. I'd offer you a drink, but I'm fresh out of hospitality and also drinks. They opened fire. Wade took 3 rounds to the chest, which hurt but was, by his standards, a Tuesday. He dove behind a server rack, drew his pistols, and proceeded to turn the firefight into what could generously be described as a learning experience for the opposing team. 2 went down fast, kneecaps, non-lethal, because Wade was trying to be good, which was hard, which was why he usually didn't bother. The remaining 4 fanned out. They were coordinated, professional, covering each other's angles. Wade was pinned behind a server rack that was rapidly being turned into Swiss cheese, and his healing factor was working overtime on the 3 chest wounds plus a new one in his thigh that was making his left leg unhappy. He needed a distraction. He got one. The lights went out, not just in the server room, in the entire building. Every light, every screen, every electronic system went dark simultaneously, as if someone had reached into the building's nervous system and just turned it off. The contractors froze. In the sudden, absolute darkness, Wade could hear their breathing, confused, panicked, the ragged inhale of men who just lost their primary advantage. Wade didn't need light. He'd fought blind before. He moved through the dark like a shark through deep water, silent and precise, and in the space of 10 seconds he put all 4 remaining men on the floor, alive, unconscious, mostly undamaged. He stood in the dark server room, breathing hard, bleeding from 5 separate holes, and said, "Harry." "Yeah." The voice came from the doorway, small, slightly sheepish, entirely unapologetic. "Did you just kill the power to a 6-story building? I felt you get shot. I felt it like a jolt in my chest. And I couldn't just sit there, so I came in and I saw the guards and I thought about all the lights going off. And they did." Wade stared into the darkness where his 9-year-old kid was standing. His 9-year-old kid who had, from a block away, felt Wade take gunfire, walked into a building full of armed mercenaries, and shut down the entire electrical grid with his mind. "We're going to have a long conversation about the stay-in-the-car rule," Wade said. "Are you mad?" "I'm furious. I'm also incredibly impressed. Both things are true. Let's go." They made it out clean. The prototype was retrieved, the client was happy, and Harry fell asleep in the rental car on the drive back to the hotel, the way 9-year-olds do after committing their first act of tactical sabotage. Wade drove with one hand and kept the other on the wheel and tried to process the fact that his kid had just demonstrated a level of magical power that, based on everything he'd learned from Tom and the Leaky Cauldron regulars, was not normal, not even close to normal. Wandless magic at this scale wasn't supposed to be possible. Wizards used wands. That was the whole point. Wands were the tool, the conduit, the thing that turned raw magical potential into controlled, directed spells. What Harry could do without a wand was, according to everything Wade had read and been told, the equivalent of performing surgery with your bare hands. It shouldn't work. It definitely shouldn't work this well. And yet, Wade looked at Harry, asleep in the passenger seat, mouth slightly open, that ridiculous hair falling over his scar, and thought, "What the hell are you, kid?" The field trips became a semi-regular thing after Prague. Not on every job, Wade was selective, choosing only the ones with minimal danger and maximum educational value. Harry went to Berlin, stayed in the car mostly. He went to Marseille, didn't stay in the car even slightly. He went to Istanbul, where Wade had a screaming argument with a Turkish arms dealer over the price of plastique, and Harry quietly stole the man's wallet using telekinesis without anyone noticing, which Wade discovered only when they were back at the hotel, and Harry presented the wallet with the serene pride of a cat presenting a dead mouse. "I didn't even see you do it," Wade said, flipping through the wallet's contents. "When did you?" "When you were yelling about the C4. He wasn't looking." Nobody was looking. "Harry, you can't steal people's wallets. You steal things all the time. That's different. I'm an adult and a bad person. You're a child and theoretically a good person. There's a whole moral framework here that—" Wade paused. "How much is in here?" "About 3,000 euros. We're keeping it, but you're not allowed to steal anymore, starting now, starting after we spend this." Harry turned 10 and two things happened. The first was that his power took a leap. Not a gradual increase, a leap. Something shifted inside him like a dam cracking, and the already impressive scope of his abilities expanded dramatically. He could feel magic now, not just his own, but all magic. Wards, enchantments, hidden things. Walking through London, he'd suddenly stop and stare at a blank wall or an empty doorway and say, "There's something there, something hidden." And he was always right. He could feel the edges of the wizarding world pressing against the mundane one, and he could trace those edges like running his fingers along a seam in fabric. "I think I can feel Hogwarts," he told Wade one night, sitting on the roof of their building, legs dangling over the edge. "Somewhere north, it's like a heartbeat, really big, really old, just sitting there humming. You can sense a school from 400 miles away. It's not just a school, it's more. There's so much magic in it, layers and layers, like a cake made of power. Please don't eat the magic cake." "Wade, right, serious face, go on." Harry stared northward. The lights of Camden sprawled below them, and beyond the city, beyond the suburbs, beyond the rolling English countryside, something ancient and enormous was pulsing with a power that called to him the way a river calls to water. "I want to go," Harry said. "When the letter comes, I want to go to Hogwarts." "I know. You could come with me." "Harry, I'm a 200-pound man in a leather suit who carries swords. I think they'd notice me at a school for children." "You could wait outside." "For 7 years. You've done worse things with your time. You told me you once spent 3 weeks staking out a Denny's. That was for a contract, and the Grand Slam breakfast was exceptional." But Wade sighed. He pulled his mask up and rubbed his face, the scarred, cratered landscape that he usually kept covered, not out of vanity anymore, but out of habit. Harry never flinched at it, never had. From day one, those green eyes had looked at Wade's face with curiosity, then acceptance, then complete indifference, and that indifference was one of the most precious things Wade had ever been given. "I'm not going to be able to protect you in there, in a magic castle full of wizards. I'm just a guy with swords and a bad skin condition." "You're not just anything," Harry said, with a firmness that startled them both. "You're my dad." The word hung in the air between them. Harry had never said it before. Wade had never asked him to. They'd settled into an unspoken arrangement. Harry called him Wade, Wade called him kid or buddy or little man, or, when Harry was being particularly annoying, you absolute gremlin. The D word had floated around the edges of their relationship like a shy animal, never quite landing. Until now. Wade opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. For a man who had once talked his way out of a North Korean prison using nothing but bad jokes and audacity, he was suddenly, catastrophically wordless. "I mean," Harry said quickly, the tips of his ears going red, "you don't have to, you're the one who, forget it, it's stupid." "It's not stupid," Wade said. His voice was rough. "It's the least stupid thing anyone's ever said to me, and people have said some profoundly stupid things to me, so the bar is—" He stopped, swallowed, tried again. "Yeah, kid, I'm your dad if you want me to be. I want you to be. Then I am official, signed, sealed, delivered. Wade Wilson, Dad, I should get business cards." Harry leaned against Wade's shoulder, and they sat on the roof and watched the city. And neither of them said anything for a while because sometimes the important things didn't need words. The second thing that happened when Harry turned 10 was that Albus Dumbledore found them. It was a Thursday. Wade was out on a supply run, actual supplies this time, groceries, because they were out of eggs and Harry's pancake demands were non-negotiable. Harry was in the flat, practicing. He'd set up a course in the living room, a dozen objects of varying sizes arranged on surfaces around the room, and was working on simultaneous manipulation, lifting all 12 at once and holding them in a rotating orbit around himself. He was at 9 objects when the knock came, not on the front door. On the window, the third-floor window, which was accessible only by climbing the building's exterior or by flying. Harry let the objects drop. He moved to the window, carefully, the way Wade had taught him, angled so that he could see without being seen. And on the other side of the glass, standing on thin air as casually as if it were solid ground, was an old man. Very old. Tall, thin, long silver beard tucked into the belt of deep blue robes. Half-moon spectacles perched on a crooked nose. Eyes that were startlingly blue and startlingly sharp, alive with an intelligence that made Harry's instincts sit up and pay attention the way Wade's training had taught them to. The old man smiled. It was a warm smile, grandfatherly, the kind of smile that invited trust and put people at ease. Harry didn't trust it for a second. Wade had taught him about those kinds of smiles. The most dangerous people in the world don't look dangerous. They look like your friend. They look like someone you'd have over for tea. Harry opened the window. "Good afternoon," the old man said pleasantly. "I do apologize for the unconventional entrance. The front door seemed to have rather an impressive array of security measures, and I didn't wish to trigger anything explosive. Who are you?" "My name is Albus Dumbledore. I'm the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and you, I believe, are Harry Potter." Harry looked at him. He didn't step back. He didn't look impressed or awed or grateful. He stood in the window of his Camden flat, 10 years old, wearing a training shirt dark with sweat, and looked at the most powerful wizard in Britain with the flat, assessing gaze of someone who'd been told exactly who this man was and exactly what he'd done. "You're the one who put me with the Dursleys," Harry said. The warmth in Dumbledore's eyes flickered, just for a moment, a crack in the grandfather mask. "I am," Dumbledore said, "and I can see that we have much to discuss." "We do." "But not right now." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose. "No, my dad's not home, and he'd want to be here for this conversation. He has questions, a lot of questions. Some of them involve words I'm not supposed to use yet." Dumbledore processed this. Harry watched him process it, watched the flicker of surprise at the word dad, the calculation behind those blue eyes as the old man recalibrated his assumptions. Whatever Dumbledore had expected to find when he tracked down Harry Potter, it clearly wasn't this. A composed, articulate, sweaty 10-year-old who was not impressed, not grateful, and not afraid. "Your father," Dumbledore said carefully. "That would be the man who removed you from Privet Drive. I've been trying to find you both for some time." 3 years, Harry said. "Took you a while." Another flicker. Dumbledore was not accustomed to being spoken to this way by anyone, let alone a child. "The protections I placed on you were disrupted by your removal. Tracking you has been difficult. You seem to have moved frequently, and the man you're with has rather impressive instincts for avoiding detection. He has impressive instincts for a lot of things. Come back Saturday, 2 o'clock. Use the front door. I'll tell him to disarm the traps. Most of them, Harry added after a beat. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long, measuring moment. The twinkle in his eyes had dimmed, replaced by something more complex, an emotion Harry couldn't fully read, though if he'd had to guess, he'd have said it was the look of a chess player who just realized the board had changed while he wasn't looking. Saturday, then, Dumbledore said. 2 o'clock, I shall bring biscuits. Bring answers, Harry said. We've got biscuits. He closed the window. Wade's reaction when Harry told him was exactly what Harry expected. He what? Came to the window, floating. Just standing in the air. The window on the 3rd floor. He wants to talk, I told him Saturday. You told Dumbledore, the guy who put you in a cupboard, the mastermind, the grand poobah of wizard chess, to come back on Saturday. You weren't home. You'd want to be here. Damn right I want to be here. I have notes. I have a list. I've been working on that list for 2 years, Harry. It's laminated. I know. I've seen it on the fridge. It's organized by category. Category 1, why did you put a baby with abusers? Category 2, what the hell is a Horcrux? Category 3, miscellaneous grievances. It's comprehensive. It's very thorough. Thank you. Saturday, 2 o'clock, I'm wearing the suit. You always wear the suit. I'm wearing the good suit. Saturday arrived. Wade wore the suit, freshly cleaned, weapons polished, katanas sharpened to a molecular edge, not because he planned to use them but because presentation mattered. Harry wore his cleanest jeans and a shirt without any stains or knife holes, which was the best they could manage. At precisely 2 o'clock, there was a knock at the front door. Wade checked the peephole, saw a tall, robed old man with a beard that belonged in a fantasy novel, and opened the door. Albus Dumbledore stood in the hallway, holding a tin of shortbread. He looked at Wade Wilson with those piercing blue eyes, and Wade looked back. And for a moment the two of them just stood there, taking each other's measure. The mercenary and the wizard, the chaos agent and the chessmaster, 2 very different kinds of dangerous. Mr. Wilson, I presume, Dumbledore said. In the scarred flesh, come in, don't touch anything. Some of the things in this flat are booby-trapped and I don't remember which ones. A prudent security measure. I'm a prudent guy. They sat in the living room, Wade and Harry on the couch, Dumbledore in the armchair, the shortbread untouched on the coffee table between them. Wade had his mask off. He wanted Dumbledore to see his face, the scars, the damage, the evidence of what he was. No hiding. No masks. This conversation was going to be honest, and it was going to start with honesty. Before you say anything, Wade said, I want you to understand something. I know who you are. I know what you are. I know you're the most powerful wizard in this country and probably the world, and I know you could turn me into a frog or a shoe or whatever it is you people do. I don't care. Harry is my kid. He's been my kid for 3 years. And if you're here to take him back to those animals in Surrey, this conversation is going to go very differently than you're hoping. Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. His eyes moved from Wade to Harry and back. I am not here to take Harry anywhere, Dumbledore said. I am here because the child I placed under the protection of blood wards 10 years ago, wards tied to his mother's sacrifice, designed to keep him safe from very real and very dangerous enemies, was removed by a man I know nothing about. I am here because Harry Potter is important, Mr. Wilson, not just to me, to the entire wizarding world. He's important to me, Wade said. And I was there. Where were you? Where were your blood wards when his uncle was beating the hell out of him? Where was your protection when he was living in a cupboard, eating scraps, being treated like an animal? 10 years, Dumbledore. You had 10 years to check on him. Did you? Even once. The silence that followed was heavy. Dumbledore's expression shifted, the grandfatherly warmth receding, replaced by something older and sadder. He suddenly looked every one of his 100-and-something years. I had people watching, Dumbledore said quietly. Arabella Figg, a squib who lived nearby, she reported that Harry was not well treated, but the blood wards were more important than the kid. Dumbledore closed his eyes. Yes, he said, to my shame, yes. The protection those wards provided against Voldemort's followers, against Voldemort himself, should he return, I believed that protection was worth, that it outweighed. It didn't, Harry said. Both men looked at him. Harry was sitting straight-backed on the couch, hands in his lap, face calm, but his eyes were green fire. It didn't outweigh it, Harry said. Nothing outweighs it. You left me there because you needed me alive for whatever's coming, Voldemort, the war, whatever, and alive was enough. You didn't care if I was happy. You didn't care if I was whole. You just needed me breathing. Dumbledore looked at this 10-year-old boy and didn't argue, didn't deflect, didn't reach for a justification. You are correct, he said, and I am sorry. Good, Harry said. Now tell us about the Horcruxes. Dumbledore went very, very still. The air in the room changed, thickened, and Wade's hand drifted to the knife on his thigh, not drawing it, just touching it. A reminder, a warning. Where, Dumbledore said, his voice carefully controlled. Did you learn that word? Research, Wade said. I've had 3 years and an internet connection and a deep, abiding suspicion that the scar on my kid's forehead isn't just a scar. So, Horcruxes, talk. What followed was the longest, heaviest, most consequential conversation that had ever taken place in a flat above a chip shop in Camden. Dumbledore told them about Tom Riddle, about the boy who became Voldemort, about the quest for immortality, the splitting of the soul, the creation of anchors that kept the darkest wizard of the age tethered to life even after his body was destroyed. He told them about the prophecy, the one that marked Harry before birth, that set him on a collision course with Voldemort, that made him the only one who could end it. And he told them about the scar. I have suspected for some time, Dumbledore said, and his voice was the voice of a man laying down a weight he'd carried too long, that when Voldemort's curse rebounded, a fragment of his soul was dislodged. And that fragment attached itself to the only living thing in the room. Silence. Wade looked at Harry. Harry looked at Wade. And in that look was everything, every morning run, every training session, every pancake breakfast, every nightmare, every laugh, every moment of the 3 years they'd built together. There's a piece of Voldemort in my head, Harry said. It wasn't a question. I believe so, yes. Can you get it out? Dumbledore's silence was answer enough. Right, Harry said. He stood up. He walked to the window. He stood there for a moment, looking out at Camden, at the street below, at the world he'd come to love, messy, loud, alive. Then he turned back. Then I'll deal with it, Harry said. Whatever it takes, whenever it comes. But I'm doing it my way, not yours. You don't get to move me around like a chess piece anymore. Harry, I'll come to Hogwarts, I'll learn magic. I'll do what needs to be done when Voldemort comes back, but Wade stays in my life. You don't get to separate us. You don't get to place me anywhere. I'm not your weapon. I'm not your sacrifice. I'm Harry Wilson Potter, and I decide what happens to me. Dumbledore looked at Harry. Then he looked at Wade, who was leaning back on the couch with his arms crossed, radiating the smug satisfaction of a man whose kid had just told off the most powerful wizard alive. Raised him myself, Wade said. Dumbledore reached for the shortbread tin, opened it, and took a biscuit. He chewed it slowly, thoughtfully, and when he spoke again, there was something new in his voice. Not the grandfather, not the chessmaster, something more honest. Very well, Harry, your terms are acceptable. Hogwarts awaits you next September. And Mr. Wilson, he looked at Wade. I suspect you and I will have many more conversations. I look forward to every single one of them. They're going to be terrible. I don't doubt it. Dumbledore stood, brushed crumbs from his robes, and paused at the door. For what it's worth, Mr. Wilson, and I say this with complete sincerity, I believe Harry is in better hands than the ones I chose for him. That is both a comfort and a reproach, and I accept both. He left. The door closed behind him, and the flat was quiet. Harry, Wade said, yeah, we've got a year before Hogwarts. Yeah, let's make it count. Harry grinned, the fierce one, the bright one, the one that meant someone was about to have a very bad day. Let's. In the 11 months that followed, Harry Potter trained like his life depended on it, because it did. Wade brought in outside help where he could. A retired SAS sergeant who owed him a favor taught Harry advanced evasion tactics. A former MI6 analyst taught him observation and memory techniques. A very old, very quiet woman in Whitechapel who Wade refused to explain how he knew taught Harry to meditate, to center his mind, to build walls around his thoughts that were smooth and high and silent. Occlumency, the woman had called it, though she wasn't a witch. The art of closing your mind. Any telepath, any legilimens, anything that tries to get inside your head, you need to be able to shut the door. Harry thought about the dark flashes from the scar, the cold anger that wasn't his, the feeling of something watching from inside his own skull. He learned to shut the door. The magic grew. Without formal training, without a wand, Harry's power expanded like a wildfire in dry brush. He could summon and banish objects at will. He could shield, creating invisible barriers of force that could stop a thrown knife tested, a hurled brick tested, and on one memorable occasion, a car door that came off its hinges during a particularly enthusiastic training session in a junkyard. He could sense magic, the signature of enchantments, wards, hidden spaces. Walking through London was like walking through a city layered on itself, the mundane world and the magical one, overlapping, intertwined, visible to him in ways that made the hairs on his arms stand up. He was 10 years old, and he was already more powerful than most adult wizards would ever be. And he was ready. The letter arrived on a Tuesday in July. It came by Owl, a handsome tawny thing that swooped through the kitchen window, which Harry had taken to leaving open, because the owls came regardless, and it was better than replacing the glass, and dropped a heavy parchment envelope on the table between Wade's coffee and Harry's orange juice. Harry picked it up. The envelope was thick, made of yellowish parchment, addressed in emerald green ink. Mr. H. Potter, the bedroom with the rocket lamp flat above Benny's Chip Shop, Camden, London. They know about the lamp, Harry said. Everyone knows about the lamp. It's visible from space. Harry opened the letter. Read it. Felt the weight of it, not the paper, but the meaning. The next chapter, the beginning of whatever came next. Dear Mr. Potter, he read aloud. We are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Please find enclosed a list of all necessary books and equipment. Term begins on 1 September. He looked at Wade. Time to go shopping, Wade said. Time to go shopping. The next morning, they were halfway through breakfast when the knock came. Not on the window this time, on the front door. A very loud, very large knock that rattled the hinges and made the plates jump on the table. Wade drew a pistol. Harry raised a hand, fingers tingling with ready power. They moved to the door in tandem, Wade low, Harry behind him, the choreography of years of practice. Wade opened the door. The man on the other side was enormous. Not fat, enormous. 8 feet tall at least, twice as wide as a normal person, with a wild mane of dark hair, a bushy beard that could have housed a family of birds, and small dark eyes that were currently crinkled in the warmest, most genuinely delighted smile Wade had ever seen on a human face. He wore a massive overcoat with roughly 9,000 pockets and boots the size of small boats. Harry Potter, the giant man boomed. Last time I saw you, you was only a baby. You look just like your dad, well, not you, he added, glancing at Wade. But James, I mean, you're real well Hagrid, Harry said. The enormous man blinked. How'd you know my name? Professor Dumbledore told me about you. Said you were the one who carried me out of the house the night my parents died. Hagrid's eyes went bright and wet. Thaw's right, I did, on Dumbledore's orders. Little thing you were, barely a scratch on ye, 'cept for that scar. He sniffed, producing a tablecloth-sized handkerchief and honking into it. Sorry. Gets me every time. I'm Rubius Hagrid, keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. Dumbledore sent me to take ye to get your school things. He already has a chaperone, Wade said. He still had the pistol out. He hadn't holstered it. He was looking up at Hagrid with the expression of a man who'd fought a lot of large opponents and was mentally calculating angles and leverage. Wade, Harry said. It's fine. He's friendly. He's 8 feet tall. He brought me out of a burning building when I was a baby. That earns him a coffee, but I'm still coming shopping. Hagrid beamed. The more the merrier, Diagon Alley, here we come. Wade holstered the pistol. He grabbed his coat, the long one that concealed the katanas and most of the guns. He looked at Harry, who was pulling on his jacket with an expression of barely contained excitement, and felt something complicated in his chest. His kid was going to wizard school. His kid was going to wizard school, and Wade couldn't go with him, couldn't protect him, couldn't sit in the corner of his room and talk about chimichangas until the nightmare stopped. For the first time in 3 years, Harry was going to be on his own, but not unprepared, never unprepared. "Hey, Harry." Harry looked up. "You're going to be amazing." Harry smiled. Not the fierce smile or the wicked smile or the calculating smile, the real one. The small, warm, slightly crooked one that was just for Wade, that had always been just for Wade since that first night on the curb outside a petrol station when a broken boy decided to trust a broken man. "I know," Harry said. "You raised me." Wade blinked hard, twice, adjusted his mask, cleared his throat. "Right, okay. Let's go buy you a wand and a pointy hat and whatever else wizards need. Hagrid, my enormous friend, lead the way. And if there's a place that sells dragons, I need you to tell me immediately because I have questions." They stepped out into the Camden morning, a mercenary, a wizard, and a half-giant, and headed for Diagon Alley. The world wasn't ready for Harry Potter. Harry was counting on it. Chapter 3. Diagon Alley and the sorting catastrophe. Hagrid walked through London like a man who'd never quite figured out how cities worked. He bumped into lampposts, tripped over fire hydrants, drew stares from every single person they passed, and maintained a running commentary on Muggle life that suggested he found the whole thing endlessly, bafflingly charming. "Fascinatin', really," he said, nearly decapitating a street vendor with a swing of his arm as he gestured at a parking meter. "What's that one do, then?" "It eats coins and generates misery," Wade said. "Like a slot machine but without the fun lights. Muggles are clever though, aren't they? Gettin' by without magic and all must be hard. You have no idea." Harry walked between them, hands in his pockets, taking everything in with the quiet intensity that was his default state. The morning was bright, London was loud, and somewhere ahead of them was a hidden world that he'd been able to feel for over a year, a constant hum at the edge of his senses, like music playing in another room. With every step toward Charing Cross Road, that hum grew louder. They reached the Leaky Cauldron, and Hagrid pushed through the door like he owned the place. The pub was busier than when Wade had visited, morning crowd, witches and wizards hunched over breakfasts and newspapers, the air thick with the smell of bacon, and something herbal that Wade had never been able to identify. The reaction was immediate. Every head in the pub turned toward the door, drawn by Hagrid's impossible bulk, and then every head swiveled down to the boy beside him. Harry felt it happen, the wave of recognition, the intake of breath, the sudden electric silence that swept through the room like a shockwave. "Bless my soul," Tom the bartender whispered, nearly dropping the glass he was polishing. "It's Harry Potter." The silence broke into noise. Chairs scraped. People stood. A witch in a purple hat actually knocked over her tea. Within seconds there was a crowd pressing forward, hands reaching out to shake Harry's, voices tumbling over each other in a cascade of breathless, teary-eyed greeting. "Mr. Potter, such an honor. Welcome back, welcome back. I'm Daedalus Diggle. We've met before, you won't remember. Doris Crockford, Mr. Potter. I can't believe I'm meeting you at last." Harry stood in the middle of it and did not flinch. He shook the hands that were offered. He met the eyes that sought his. He was polite, composed, and absolutely, unmistakably in control. And Wade, watching from 2 steps back, felt a surge of pride so intense it nearly knocked him off his feet. This was not a scared boy overwhelmed by attention. This was a kid who'd been told he was famous, who'd had 3 years to prepare for exactly this moment, and who was handling it with the calm precision of someone who understood that first impressions were weapons. "Thank you," Harry said, and his voice carried without him raising it, a trick Wade had taught him, projection without volume, authority without aggression. "It's good to be here." The crowd ate it up. They beamed. They dabbed their eyes. They shook his hand again. And Harry smiled at each of them, and the smile was warm and genuine because Harry was not, at his core, a manipulative person. He was a kind one. But it was also calibrated, and that was the Wade Wilson influence, and Wade was so proud he could have burst. One man didn't join the crowd. He hung back near the far wall, pale, young, wearing a purple turban wrapped around his head, and a nervous expression that looked like it had been permanently installed. He was twitching. Not the normal twitch of a shy person, something deeper, something wrong. His eyes kept darting to Harry and then away, like he wanted to look but couldn't hold the gaze. Harry noticed him. Of course he noticed him. Wade had trained him to notice the person in the room who wasn't doing what everyone else was doing, because that person was either the most dangerous or the most useful, and sometimes both. "Who's that?" Harry murmured to Hagrid. "Oh, that's Professor Quirrell. Teaches defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. Bit nervous, poor fella. Had a bad run-in with some vampires on a trip to Albania. Never been quite the same since." Quirrell caught Harry's eye and attempted a smile. It came out crooked, like something wearing a human face and not quite getting the proportions right. Harry felt something, a prickle at the edge of his scar, faint but distinct, like a needle pressed against skin without breaking it. He filed it away. That filing system, Wade's filing system, was getting crowded. "P.P. Potter," Quirrell stammered, edging forward with his hand extended. "See, can't tell you how pleased I am to meet you." "Professor Quirrell." Harry shook his hand. The prickle in his scar intensified at the contact, a sharp, brief flare that Harry suppressed without letting it show on his face. Quirrell's hand was cold. Not normal cold, wrong cold, like touching something that looked alive but wasn't. "Looking forward to your class," Harry said, and released the handshake. Quirrell blinked, smiled that broken smile again, retreated into the crowd. Harry turned to Wade and gave him a look, a specific look, one they'd developed over 3 years of working together, a look that meant that one. "Watch that one." Wade gave a microscopic nod. They moved through the pub and out the back into a small courtyard with a brick wall. Hagrid pulled a pink umbrella from his coat, which was apparently a concealed wand, and Wade had opinions about that and tapped a sequence of bricks. The wall rearranged itself, bricks folding and shifting and sliding apart like a puzzle solving itself, and Diagon Alley opened up before them. Harry had felt the wizarding world. He'd sensed it, traced its edges, mapped its presence from the outside like pressing his ear to a locked door. But sensing it and seeing it were different things. Diagon Alley was chaos. Beautiful, impossible, intoxicating chaos. The street twisted and curved, lined with shops that looked like they'd been designed by someone who'd heard of architecture, but considered it more of a suggestion than a rule. Buildings leaned at angles that defied physics. Signs swung in winds that didn't exist. Windows displayed things that moved, things that glittered, things that were definitely alive and possibly sentient. A shop selling cauldrons, copper, brass, pewter, self-stirring, collapsible. A shop selling owls, hundreds of them, perched and sleeping and watching with amber eyes. An apothecary with barrels of ingredients in the doorway that smelled like the inside of a very interesting nightmare. A joke shop that was either on fire or was supposed to look that way. A bookshop with volumes that fluttered in their displays like captured birds. And everywhere magic. Harry could feel it, dense, layered, saturating the air like humidity. Every brick, every stone, every plank of wood was steeped in centuries of accumulated enchantment. The place hummed. It sang. It was the most magic Harry had ever felt concentrated in one place, and he stood at the entrance and let it wash over him and breathed it in and felt, for the first time in his life, like he was standing exactly where he belonged. "Welcome," Hagrid said, grinning down at him, "to Diagon Alley." "Wade," Harry said, "yeah, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen. Cooler than the time I caught a grenade and threw it back. Significantly cooler." "Fair enough." They started with the bank, Gringotts, a towering white marble building at the far end of the alley, staffed entirely by goblins. Wade took one look at the goblins and fell immediately, irreversibly in love. "They're tiny bankers," he whispered to Harry as they approached the front desk. "Tiny, grumpy, heavily armed bankers. This is the greatest financial institution I've ever seen." "Don't provoke them," Harry said. "Hagrid said they're dangerous." "I'm not going to provoke them, I'm going to befriend them. We're kindred spirits, short, angry, obsessed with sharp objects. You're 6'2", spiritually short." The goblin at the front desk, a wizened, sharp-eyed creature with fingers like twigs and an expression that suggested he found the entire human race mildly disappointing, examined Harry's key, provided by Hagrid, who'd been given it by Dumbledore, which was another item for Wade's list of grievances, and led them to the vaults. The cart ride was something Wade would describe later as the best roller coaster in any dimension, and I've been to Six Flags in a universe where they don't have safety regulations. They plummeted through tunnels carved in raw stone, the cart banking and diving with a violence that left Hagrid green-faced and groaning, while Harry leaned forward with his eyes bright and Wade whooped like a man at a theme park. Harry's vault, the Potter family vault, was not what any of them expected. The door opened and inside was gold. Mountains of gold coins. Literal, actual mountains heaped and gleaming in the torchlight. Silver coins in drifts like snow. Bronze coins scattered like fallen leaves. Enough money to buy a house, several houses, a street of houses. Harry stared at it. Galleons, sickles, and nuts, Hagrid said. Your parents left you everything, Harry. The Potter family's been around a long time. I lived in a cupboard, Harry said quietly. I wore Dudley's old clothes, and this was here the whole time. Wade put a hand on Harry's shoulder, didn't say anything, didn't need to. Harry took a breath, then another. Then he stepped into the vault, filled the bag Hagrid had brought, and walked out without looking back. The same way he'd walked out of number 4 Privet Drive. The same way he always handled the past, acknowledged it, felt it, and then moved forward. They had shopping to do. Robes from Madame Malkin's, a bustling shop where enchanted tape measures zipped through the air and fabric cut itself to size. Harry stood on a stool while the tape measures swarmed him, and on the next stool was a boy. Blonde, pale, pointed face, sharp chin, gray eyes that carried the particular brand of casual arrogance that comes from being born into money and never being told that money isn't a personality. He looked at Harry with the practiced assessment of someone who'd been taught to categorize people on sight. Hogwarts too, the blonde boy said. That's the plan. First year. Yep. Know what house you'll be in. I'm certain I'll be in Slytherin. Whole family's been, you know. Imagine being sorted into Hufflepuff. I think I'd leave, wouldn't you? Harry tilted his head. I don't know much about the houses yet. What's wrong with Hufflepuff? The boy looked at him as if he'd asked what was wrong with eating dirt. Well, it's Hufflepuff, isn't it? All the duffers end up there. Nobody important has ever been in Hufflepuff. Huh, Harry said. That's a pretty strong opinion about a hat's sorting preferences. The boy blinked. He wasn't used to being casually dismissed. His face rearranged itself, the arrogance sharpening into something more deliberate. I'm Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Harry Potter. The effect was electric. Draco's eyes widened. His gaze shot to Harry's forehead, looking for the scar, and Harry let him look. Didn't hide it, didn't brush his hair over it, just stood there and let Draco Malfoy stare at the most famous scar in the wizarding world. You're really? Draco's voice had changed. The arrogance was still there, but it was layered now with something else, excitement, hunger, the instinct of a social climber who just spotted the tallest ladder in the room. My father told me all about you. Said you'd be coming to Hogwarts this year. We should be friends, Potter. I can help you, show you the right sort, you know. Some families are better than others, and you don't want to be making friends with the wrong. Let me stop you right there, Draco, Harry said, pleasant as sunshine. I appreciate the offer, truly, but I pick my own friends based on who they are, not who their family is. If you want to be my friend, that's great, but it'll be because we actually like each other, not because you think it's strategic. Draco's face went through several colors. He opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again. My father isn't here, and from what I've heard about your father, that might be a good thing, but I'm willing to be wrong. Prove me wrong, Draco. I'm rootable for. Harry hopped off the stool, robes fitted, and walked out, leaving Draco Malfoy standing in Madame Malkin's with an expression that suggested he'd just been hit by something he couldn't see and wasn't sure if it had been an insult or a compliment. Wade, who'd been browsing the shop's selection of enchanted fabrics and seriously considering a self-repairing cloak, fell into step beside him. Made a friend. Made a something. Jury's out. Kid looked like you'd slapped him. I was nice. Your version of nice is a lot of people's version of psychological warfare. I love it. Never change. They bought books, stacks of them, from Flourish and Blots, and Harry ran his hands over the spines with a reverence that Wade found deeply charming. Harry had always been a reader. In the Camden flat, books were piled on every surface, histories, novels, textbooks, anything Harry could get his hands on. Knowledge was armor. Knowledge was power. This was a lesson Wade had drilled into him from day one, and Harry had internalized it so completely that walking into a bookshop full of magical textbooks was, for him, roughly equivalent to walking into an armory. "I want all of them," Harry said. "You need about 8 of them." "I want all of them." "We're getting 8, and maybe a few extras." "And okay, fine, all of them. But you're carrying the bag." They bought a telescope. They bought potion ingredients. Harry lingered over these, fascinated by the jars of beetle eyes and powdered unicorn horn and dried nettles, the alchemist's palette. They bought scales and phials and a pewter cauldron. And then they went to get a wand. Ollivander's was narrow, dusty, and thrumming with a power so dense it made the air taste like copper. Thousands of long, thin boxes were stacked floor to ceiling on shelves that stretched back into shadows, each one containing a wand, each wand containing a core of something magical and alive. Harry felt them all, a chorus of potential energy, humming, waiting. The shop appeared empty. Then a voice came from somewhere in the stacks, soft, whispery, with the quality of someone who spent more time talking to wood than to people. "Ah, I wondered when I'd be seeing you, Mr. Potter." An old man emerged from behind a shelf, silvery eyes, wide and luminous in a pale face. He moved with the careful, deliberate quality of someone who was very old and very aware of everything around him, and his gaze fixed on Harry with an intensity that most people reserved for things considerably more dramatic than an 11-year-old in jeans. "Mr. Ollivander," Harry said. "You know my name. How refreshing, and yet we've never met. I would remember." His eyes drifted to Harry's scar and lingered there. "Though I remember the wands that gave you that mark. Your mother's willow, 10¼ inches, swishy, excellent for charm work. Your father's mahogany, 11 inches, pliable, a little more power, suited for transfiguration. Fine wands both, and the wand that, well, we shall come to that." He pulled a tape measure from his pocket, and it leaped to life, measuring Harry's arms, the distance between his eyes, the circumference of his head, the length of his fingers, all on its own, while Ollivander disappeared into the shelves and returned with armfuls of boxes. "Try this one, beechwood and dragon heartstring, 9 inches, nice and flexible." Harry took the wand. He felt nothing, no connection, no spark. The wand lay in his hand like a stick of dead wood. He gave it a wave. Nothing happened. No, definitely not. Ollivander snatched it back and replaced it with another. "Maple and phoenix feather, 7 inches, quite whippy." Nothing. "Ebony and unicorn hair, 8½ inches, springy." Nothing. They went through wand after wand. Ollivander was pulling them faster now, his expression shifting from professional curiosity to genuine fascination as the pile of rejected wands grew. 10 wands, 20, 30. The shop was beginning to look like a war zone of open boxes and discarded wood. Wade leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. "Is this normal?" "It is not," Ollivander said, and he sounded delighted. "The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Wilson. Mr. Wilson. The wand chooses the wizard, and this wizard is being very particular." His eyes gleamed. "I wonder." He disappeared into the deepest part of the shop, was gone for a full minute. When he returned, he carried a single box, and he held it differently, reverently, carefully, the way you'd carry something either very precious or very dangerous. "Holly and phoenix feather," Ollivander said softly. 11 inches. Nice and supple, an unusual combination. Harry took the wand. The world changed. Heat flooded through his fingers, up his arm, into his chest, through his entire body. Not burning heat, living heat. The warmth of sunlight, of fire, of something ancient and powerful waking up after a long sleep. The wand sang in his hand, a resonance so deep and pure that Harry felt it in his teeth, in his bones, in the scar on his forehead. Sparks erupted from the tip, not the timid shower of a normal wand matching, but a cascade, a torrent of red and gold that filled the shop with light and set the dust motes dancing. Every wand on the shelves rattled in its box. The windows shook. Wade's hand went to his katana by pure reflex, and Ollivander took a step back, his silver eyes wide, his mouth open, and on his face was an expression that was equal parts terror and absolute, rapturous wonder. The light faded. The rattling stopped. Harry stood in the middle of the shop, wand in hand, breathing hard, and the wand was warm against his palm, alive his. "Oh, bravo," Ollivander whispered. "Yes, indeed. Oh, very good, very, very good." "What just happened?" Wade said. Ollivander looked at Harry with those luminous eyes, and Harry knew before the wandmaker said it what was coming. "Curious," Ollivander murmured. "Very curious." "What's curious?" Harry asked, though he was already quite sure he knew. "I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter, every single one. The phoenix whose tail feather resides in your wand gave another feather, just one other, and that other feather is the core of the wand that gave you your scar." The shop was silent. Wade was very still. "The wand that chose you," Ollivander said, "is the brother of the wand that killed your parents. We can expect great things from you, Mr. Potter. After all, he who must not be named did great things. Terrible, yes, but great." Harry looked at the wand in his hand, the brother of Voldemort's wand, the mirror, the echo, the other half of a matched pair. He thought about the scar on his forehead and the fragment of dark soul that lived behind it. He thought about the prophecy, the connection, the thread of destiny that linked him to the darkest wizard of the age. Then he looked up at Ollivander and said, "Great things are what I do." He paid for the wand and walked out. Wade caught up to him outside. Hagrid was down the street buying something from a vendor, giving them a moment. "You okay?" Wade asked. "I'm connected to him," Harry said, not upset, not scared, just stating it clear and flat. "The scar, the wand, the prophecy, everything comes back to Voldemort. Yeah, he killed my parents. There's a piece of his soul in my head, and now my wand is the twin of his." Harry looked at Wade. "It's like the universe wants us to fight. Then you'll fight, and you'll win, because you're you and he's a dead guy with a stupid name who lost to a baby." Harry laughed, short, sharp, real. "When you put it like that." "I always put it like that. Come on. Hagrid said something about getting you an owl, and I'm not leaving this alley without seeing the owl shop." The owl shop, Elip's Owl Emporium, was dark, noisy, and smelled like feathers and cedar chips. Owls of every size and color perched on stands and swung on perches, watching with luminous eyes as customers moved through the narrow aisles. Harry walked through the shop slowly. He wasn't looking for an owl. He was feeling for one, reaching out with that magical sense that had grown so sharp over the past year, letting it drift through the room like a net. Most of the owls registered as simple, warm presences, alive, magical in the way all magical creatures were, but unremarkable. Then he felt her. In the back of the shop, on a perch in a corner, was a snowy owl, pure white, with amber eyes that burned like small suns. She was larger than the others, and she sat with a stillness that wasn't sleep but attention, the focused, watchful stillness of a predator who'd seen everything and chosen to wait. Harry stopped in front of her. She turned her head and looked at him, and something passed between them, not words, not magic, just recognition. The owl equivalent of a nod between equals. "Her," Harry said. "Beautiful bird," the shopkeeper said approvingly. "Snowy owl. Bit temperamental, nipped the last 3 people who tried to handle her." Harry extended his arm. The owl stepped onto it without hesitation, settled her talons gently into the sleeve of his jacket, and hooted once, a low, resonant sound that Harry felt in his chest. "Hedwig," Harry said. He didn't know where the name came from, it just was. Wade looked at the owl looked at Wade. Some kind of assessment was made, and Wade apparently passed because Hedwig turned back to Harry and tucked her head under her wing. "She likes you," Wade said. "She tolerates you." "That's the best I get from most living things. I'll take it." They left Diagon Alley in the late afternoon, laden with bags and boxes, Harry carrying Hedwig's cage in one hand and his wand in the other, because he couldn't quite bring himself to put it away yet. It felt too good in his hand, too right, like a part of himself he hadn't known was missing. Hagrid parted ways with them at the leaky cauldron, after a bone-crushing hug that lifted Harry fully off the ground and a handshake with Wade that was so enthusiastic it nearly dislocated Wade's shoulder. "Take care of yourself, Harry," Hagrid said, eyes glistening. "I'll see ya at Hogwarts." "See you there, Hagrid, and thank you for carrying me out when I was a baby." "Nobody ever thanked you for that." Hagrid broke. Tears streamed into his beard, and he honked into his tablecloth handkerchief, and Wade had to physically steer him toward the door before he flooded the pub. The remaining weeks before September 1st passed in a blur of preparation. Harry devoured his textbooks, all of them, not just the assigned ones but the extras they'd bought, and the extras to the extras that Wade ordered from Flourish and Blots by mail order. He practiced with his wand in the living room, and the difference was staggering. Without a wand, Harry's magic was powerful but blunt, a sledgehammer where a scalpel was needed. With the wand, everything changed. The Hollyen Phoenix Feather wand was an amplifier, a focuser, a lens that took his raw, chaotic power and shaped it into something precise. The first spell he tried, Lumos, the Light Charm, from the first page of the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 1, didn't just light the tip of his wand. It filled the entire flat with blazing white light, so bright that the chip shop downstairs thought there'd been an explosion and called the fire department. "Too much," Harry said, canceling the spell. "Way too much," Wade agreed, blinking spots out of his eyes. "But also awesome. Dial it back by like 90% and try again." Harry dialed it back, tried again. The wand produced a steady, controlled, warm light, bright enough to read by, gentle enough not to blind anyone. He worked through the first-year spellbook in a week, then the second year, then the third. The spells came to him with a fluency that was almost frightening, not just the mechanics but the feel of them, the way magic flowed through the wand, the way intent shaped outcome. He wasn't just learning spells. He was learning the language of magic, and he was learning it the way a prodigy learns an instrument. Instinctively, ravenously, with a hunger that outpaced any curriculum. "You're not going to have any trouble in class," Wade observed, watching Harry successfully transfigure a matchstick into a needle, a first-year milestone that Harry had managed on his first try 2 weeks before term started. "I'm going to be bored in class. Probably. But here's the thing about being ahead of everyone else: you can use that time. Watch people, learn the school, figure out who's useful, who's dangerous, who's running the real game behind the scenes. Hogwarts isn't just a school, Harry. It's a political institution. Dumbledore runs it, but he doesn't run everything. There are factions, loyalties, old grudges. Pay attention to the stuff they're not teaching." "You sound like a spy." "I sound like a mercenary, which is a spy but with better weapons and worse impulse control. The point is, you're not going there to learn magic. You already know magic. You're going there to learn the wizarding world, the people, the power structures, the history they'd rather forget. That's what's going to keep you alive." "And making friends," Harry said. "I'd like to make friends." Wade looked at him, softened, because underneath the training and the power and the razor-sharp confidence, Harry was still an 11-year-old boy who'd spent the first 7 years of his life in a cupboard without a single friend, and the next 3 years with only Wade for company, and who wanted, more than magic, more than power, more than anything, to be around people his own age who liked him for him. "Yeah, kid," Wade said. "Make friends. Make the best friends. Just choose them myself, not because they're useful, because they're good. You've been reading my notes. You leave them on the fridge." September 1st. King's Cross Station was a cathedral of Victorian engineering. Iron and glass, steam and noise, the rhythmic thunder of trains arriving and departing. Wade carried Harry's trunk, stuffed with books, robes, and an emergency kit that contained, among other things, 2 knives, a lock-pick set, a first aid kit, and a laminated card with Wade's phone number that read "Call your dad" on one side and "If dad doesn't answer, run" on the other. Harry carried Hedwig's cage. Hedwig sat inside it with the serene dignity of a queen being transported through commoner territory. "Platform 9 3/4, Wade read from the ticket. "Which is between platforms 9 and 10, and is, I assume, invisible. Hagrid said you walk through the barrier between the platforms." "Walk through a wall, sure, that's a thing. That's a perfectly reasonable thing that doesn't at all sound like a concussion waiting to happen." They found the barrier. It looked like a perfectly solid brick pillar between platforms 9 and 10. Commuters streamed past on both sides, utterly oblivious. "After you," Wade said. "Together," Harry said. They walked through the wall together. Wade, to his credit, didn't flinch. He'd been through worse, dimensionally speaking. And then they were on the other side. and Platform 9 3/4 materialized around them in a rush of noise and color and magic. The Hogwarts Express was a scarlet steam engine, gleaming and magnificent, belching white clouds that billowed across the platform where hundreds of students and families milled about. Owls hooted. Cats wound between legs. Trunks were being loaded. Parents were hugging, crying, calling last-minute instructions. First years clustered in nervous groups while older students swaggered past with the practiced cool of people who'd done this before. Harry took it in. All of it. The chaos and the color and the sheer life of it, this hidden world, his world, bustling and loud and strange and wonderful. Well, Wade said. Well, Harry said. They looked at each other. This was it, the moment they'd been building toward for 3 years. Harry was leaving, going to a place where Wade couldn't follow, into a world where Wade's skills, the fighting, the shooting, the unkillable stubbornness, meant nothing. Harry was stepping into the wizarding world on his own, armed with a wand and 3 years of training and the knowledge that somewhere out there, a Dark Lord was waiting to return, and a piece of that Dark Lord's soul was living in his head. 3 things, Wade said, and his voice was steady because if his voice broke now he'd never forgive himself. 1. Write me. Every week. Hedwig knows where I am. If you skip a week, I'm coming to that castle and I don't care how many wizards try to stop me. I'll write. 2. Trust your instincts. I trained those instincts. They're good. If something feels wrong, it is wrong. If someone feels dangerous, they are dangerous. Don't second-guess yourself. I won't. 3. Wade paused, swallowed. Have fun. You're 11. You're going to a magic school. You're going to fly on broomsticks and brew potions and learn spells and meet people and have fun, Harry. You deserve fun. You've earned it. Harry set down Hedwig's cage. He stepped forward and hugged Wade, hard, fierce, the full-body hug of a kid who loved his dad and didn't care who was watching. Wade hugged back. He held on. He memorized it, the feel of it, the weight of it, the reality of this small, powerful, impossible kid who'd become the best thing in his life. I love you, Dad, Harry said into Wade's chest. I love you too, kid. Now get on the train before I start crying, because I will cry, and it will be ugly, and your social life at this school will be over before it starts. Harry picked up Hedwig's cage. He grabbed his trunk. He walked toward the train, and at the door he turned back and grinned, the fierce one, the bright one, and Wade grinned back. And then Harry was on the train and the door closed and he was gone. Wade stood on the platform and watched the train pull away and didn't move until it was out of sight. Then he said to nobody in particular, if anything happens to that kid, I'm going to burn this entire magical world to the ground. A passing witch gave him a very alarmed look. Kidding, Wade said. Mostly. 70-30. He walked back through the barrier and into the Muggle world, and for the first time in 3 years, he was alone. On the train, Harry found an empty compartment near the back. He stowed his trunk, set Hedwig's cage by the window, and settled into the seat with the bone-deep satisfaction of someone beginning a journey they'd been waiting for their entire life. The countryside began to roll past, green and gold, fields and forests, the sprawling quilt of England sliding by under a sky that couldn't decide between clouds and sun. The train rocked gently, rhythmically, and Harry let himself relax into it. The compartment door slid open. A boy stood there, tall for 11, with red hair, freckles, and a smudge of dirt on his nose. Looked uncertain, hovering in the doorway with the body language of someone who wanted to come in but wasn't sure if he was allowed. Anyone sitting here? He asked. Everywhere else is full. All yours, Harry said, gesturing to the seat opposite. The boy dropped into the seat with visible relief. He had a battered trunk and an even more battered rat which sat on his shoulder with the resigned expression of an animal that had long since accepted its lot in life. I'm Ron, the boy said. Ron Weasley. Harry Potter. Ron's eyes went wide. His mouth opened, closed. He looked at Harry's forehead, caught himself, looked away, looked back. Are you really? I mean, sorry, that's my brothers told me you'd be on the train, but I didn't. Do you really have the scar? Yeah. Harry pushed his fringe aside. Want to see? Ron looked at the lightning bolt with naked fascination. Wicked, he breathed. Harry let his hair fall back. So, Ron Weasley, tell me about yourself. How many brothers are we talking about? 5, and a sister. I'm the 6th son, which is basically the same as being invisible except louder. Harry laughed. I know something about being invisible. You, Harry Potter, you're the most famous person in. I wasn't always, trust me. Something in his tone made Ron look at him more carefully. Whatever he saw, and Harry wasn't sure what that was, but it was probably some combination of the sharp eyes, the confident posture, and the general sense that this was not a boy who'd been coddled. Ron's expression shifted from starstruck to simply interested. You're not what I expected, Ron said. What did you expect? I dunno, someone more, I dunno. Posh, stuck up, Percy, that's my brother, he said you'd probably be a real toff being famous and all. Percy sounds like fun. Percy is the opposite of fun. Percy is where fun goes to die. They grinned at each other. It was easy, natural. The kind of instant chemistry that doesn't come from shared backgrounds or compatible social standings, but from two people who just click, who find in each other something they've been missing. The trolley came, a witch pushing a rattling cart of sweets that Harry had never seen before. He bought the lot, not to show off, but because he'd lived on petrol station food and takeout for 3 years and these were magic sweets, and he wanted to try everything. They spread the haul across the seats, chocolate frogs, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, cauldron cakes, pumpkin pasties, Drooble's best blowing gum. Ron, who'd started to pull out squashed sandwiches from his pocket, stared at the pile. Help yourself, Harry said. I can't eat all this. You sure? Ron, eat the chocolate. Ron ate the chocolate. And the cakes. And a truly inadvisable number of every flavor beans, including one that turned out to be vomit-flavored and prompted a reaction so dramatic that it drew the attention of the girl in the corridor. She appeared in the compartment doorway like she'd been summoned by the noise, bushy brown hair, slightly oversized front teeth, and an expression of determined competence that reminded Harry immediately and viscerally of Wade in planning mode. Has anyone seen a toad? A boy named Neville's lost one, she said, and then her eyes fell on the carnage of sweet wrappers and Ron's green-tinged face, and she added, with the bone-dry judgment of someone who had been sorting people into categories since birth, You've been eating without any regard for nutritional value, I see. The beans betrayed me, Ron said weakly. They have the word every flavor right on the box. That includes unpleasant ones. You might have anticipated that. She turned to Harry. I'm Hermione Granger. And you are Harry Potter. Her eyes went wide but differently from Ron's. Where Ron had been starstruck, Hermione was fascinated. Harry could practically hear the mental encyclopedia flipping to the relevant entry. I've read about you, she said. In modern magical history, the rise and fall of the dark arts and great wizarding events of the 20th century. You've memorized my bibliography. That's either flattering or terrifying. I like to be prepared. Are you prepared, I mean, for Hogwarts? I've learned all the set books by heart, of course, and I've done extra reading on magical theory. I really think the key to performing well is a strong theoretical foundation, don't you? Harry looked at this girl, this intense, brilliant, slightly overwhelming girl who'd walked into his compartment and delivered more words per minute than anyone he'd met who wasn't Wade, and felt something warm settle in his chest. Not attraction, not admiration, recognition. Here was someone who was desperately, ferociously smart, and who used that intelligence like a shield because she'd probably been told her whole life that being smart was too much, too intense to her. Harry knew about using shields. Harry had written the book on shields. Hermione, he said, sit down, have a cauldron cake, and tell me everything you've read, because I have a feeling we're going to be comparing notes for the next 7 years. Hermione sat. She ate a cauldron cake. She talked about books, about magic, about the theoretical underpinnings of transfiguration, and whether Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration was truly inviolable or simply incompletely understood. Ron looked lost within 30 seconds, but Harry kept pace, countering with questions that made Hermione's eyes light up, building on her ideas, challenging her assumptions. You've read ahead, Hermione said, and she sounded almost accusatory. My dad made me. Your dad made you study, that's actually rather wonderful. He's a rather wonderful guy, unhinged, but wonderful. Somewhere around hour 3, the compartment door opened again. Draco Malfoy stood there, flanked by two boys who looked like they'd been hired for their width rather than their personalities. One was thick and dull-eyed, the other was thick and dull-eyed. They were, from a differentiation standpoint, a challenge. "So it's true," Draco said, looking at Harry. "Harry Potter, in the flesh. I heard you were on the train. Made any decisions about friends yet?" His eyes drifted to Ron, took in the second-hand robes, the freckles, the general Weasley-ness of him. "Some wizarding families are better than others, Potter. I told you that. And I told you I choose my own friends, Draco. That hasn't changed in the last month. You're making a mistake. Possibly, but it'll be my mistake. That's the fun part." Draco's jaw tightened. His gaze swept the compartment. Ron, who'd gone red and angry, Hermione, who was watching with sharp, analytical eyes, and Harry, who hadn't moved, hadn't stood, hadn't raised his voice. Just sat there, relaxed, confident, completely unintimidated by the boy and his human bookends. "You'll regret this, Potter. Noted, you can see yourself out. Yeah, we're doing a thing." Draco left. The compartment was quiet for a moment. "Git," Ron said. "He's scared," Harry said. Ron and Hermione both looked at him. "He came in here with bodyguards. He name-dropped his family. He tried to tell me who to be friends with based on blood and money. That's not confidence, Ron. That's a kid who's been told his whole life that those things are all that matter, and he's terrified that they aren't." "That's very perceptive," Hermione said slowly. "My dad taught me to read people. Draco Malfoy isn't my enemy. He's just a kid with bad programming." "Your dad sounds interesting," Hermione said. "You have no idea." The train rolled on. The sun dropped. The countryside gave way to wilder terrain, hills and forests, and eventually the gleam of water in the fading light. Students changed into robes. The energy on the train shifted, anticipation building like static before a storm. When the train finally stopped, it was full dark. They piled out onto a tiny platform, and Hagrid's voice boomed over the crowd. Fur's years over here, all right there, Harry." They followed Hagrid down a steep, narrow path to the edge of a black lake. Boats waited, small, wooden, enchanted to move on their own. Harry, Ron, and Hermione climbed into one, joined by a round-faced boy who was still looking for his toad and was introduced, through Hermione, as Neville Longbottom. "You'll find the toad," Harry told him. "You think so?" "I know so. Things that are lost have a way of turning up." The boats rounded a bend, and Hogwarts appeared. Harry had felt it for a year. The heartbeat. The hum. The ancient, pulsing enormity of the castle's magic, radiating from the north like a second sun. He'd imagined it 100 times, built it in his mind from descriptions and pictures and the shape of its power. His imagination hadn't come close. Hogwarts rose from the lakeshore like something grown rather than built. Towers and turrets and walls of ancient stone, lit from within by 1,000 golden windows, reflected in the black mirror of the lake. It was vast. It was impossible. It was the most beautiful thing Harry had ever seen, and beside him, Ron whispered "wicked," and Hermione made a small, awed sound, and Neville actually forgot about his toad for a moment. Harry felt the castle feel him back. A reaching, a recognition, the same thing he'd felt with his wand with Hedwig, but magnified 1,000-fold. Hogwarts knew him. Hogwarts welcomed him. The magic of the place opened to him like arms spreading wide, and Harry breathed it in and let it fill every part of him and thought, "I'm home." The boats docked. They climbed stone steps. Enormous oak doors opened, and they were met by a tall, stern-looking witch in emerald robes with her hair pulled back in a tight bun, and an expression that suggested she had never in her entire life tolerated nonsense. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall said. "The sorting ceremony will begin shortly. You will be sorted into one of 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin. Your house will be your family during your time here. Follow me." They followed her through corridors of ancient stone and flickering torchlight, into an anteroom off the Great Hall. Harry could hear the buzz of the school beyond the door, hundreds of students, thousands of candles, the ambient magic of the castle humming through the walls and floor. "When I call your name," McGonagall said, "you will come forward, sit on the stool, and place the sorting hat on your head." The doors opened. The Great Hall swallowed them. It was enormous. Cathedral vast, with 4 long tables stretching the length of the room, each filled with students in black robes bearing house colors. Candles floated overhead, floated, hundreds of them, suspended in midair, and above the candles the ceiling showed the night sky, stars burning in a velvet darkness that was indistinguishable from the real thing. At the far end, a raised platform held the staff table. Harry scanned it quickly, identifying faces. Hagrid beaming. A tiny wizard who might have been standing on his chair. A sallow-faced man with greasy black hair and a hooked nose who was staring at Harry with an expression of such concentrated loathing that Harry almost laughed. You didn't grow up with Wade Wilson without developing a finely tuned appreciation for people who hated you on sight. Quirrell in his turban twitching, and at the center Dumbledore watching Harry with those blue eyes that saw everything and gave away nothing. A stool was placed at the front of the hall. On it sat a hat, old, patched, battered, the kind of thing you'd find in a charity shop and walk past without a second look. But Harry could feel it. The hat was alive. Not alive the way an animal was alive, alive the way magic was alive. Conscious, ancient, powerful. The hat opened a rip near its brim, a mouth, and began to sing. It sang about the 4 houses. About Gryffindor's bravery, Hufflepuff's loyalty, Ravenclaw's wisdom, Slytherin's ambition. It sang about unity and division and the importance of sorting right. It was, objectively, a very strange experience and Harry loved every second of it. The sorting began. McGonagall called names from a scroll and one by one students walked to the stool, placed the hat on their heads and were sorted. Granger, Hermione. Hermione practically ran to the stool. The hat sat on her head for nearly a minute, a long time Harry noticed, longer than most, before shouting Gryffindor. Hermione beamed, pulled the hat off, and nearly tripped on her robes getting to the Gryffindor table. Longbottom, Neville. Neville stumbled to the stool, dropped the hat, picked it up, put it on backward, was corrected by McGonagall and finally sat trembling while the hat deliberated. Gryffindor. Neville ran to the table still wearing the hat and had to come back to return it. Malfoy, Draco. The hat barely touched Draco's head before screaming Slytherin. Draco swaggered to the Slytherin table looking smug. Harry noticed the swagger was slightly too practiced, slightly too deliberate. A performance. More names. More sortings. The hall buzzed with each new addition, each table cheering its freshly claimed member. Potter, Harry. The hall went silent, not gradually, instantly. Like someone had pulled the plug on every conversation simultaneously. Every head turned. Every eye locked onto the small, dark-haired boy who stood up from the cluster of unsorted first-years and walked to the stool. Harry could feel the weight of it, the attention, the expectation, the fame. Every person in this room knew his name. Every person had a version of him in their head, the boy who lived, the savior, the legend. And the boy walking to the stool was none of those things. He was Harry Wilson Potter, raised by a mercenary, trained in combat and magic, carrying a piece of a Dark Lord's soul in his skull and a phoenix feather wand in his pocket. He sat on the stool. McGonagall placed the hat on his head. It fell over his eyes, plunging him into darkness. And then a voice spoke, not aloud, inside his head, as if the hat were sitting in his brain rather than on it. Well, 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 what do we have here? Harry didn't flinch. He'd been trained for mental contact. The White-Capel woman's occlumency lessons held firm. His mind was walled, protected, organized. The hat could read what he allowed it to read. Nothing more. Impressive, the hat murmured. Very impressive. I haven't encountered occlumency shields in a first year in. Well, ever, actually. You're going to make me work for this, aren't you? I just don't like people poking around in my head, Harry thought back. Nothing personal, fair enough. Let's see what you're willing to show me then. A pause. The hat's presence rippled through Harry's surface thoughts, delicate, respectful, but deeply probing. Courage, goodness, yes, courage in abundance. You walked out of that cupboard and never looked back. And loyalty, fierce, burning loyalty to the man who saved you. And intelligence, sharp, hungry, never satisfied. And ambition. Oh my, that's interesting. What's interesting? You want to be powerful, Mr. Potter. Not for its own sake, you want power so that no one can ever hurt you or the people you love again. That's a very Slytherin motivation. Is that bad? It's not bad or good, it simply is. The question is where to put you. You'd thrive in any house, you know. Gryffindor would feed your courage. Ravenclaw would feed your mind. Slytherin would feed your ambition. Even Hufflepuff, you've a loyalty in you that would make Helga herself weep. So where do I go? The hat was quiet for a moment. Harry could feel it thinking not just about him but about the school, the houses, the 1,000 years of history that lived in its fabric. You're going to change things, the hat said. Wherever I put you, you're going to change things. The question is how. Put me where I'll do the most good. The most good. Not the most impressive. Not the most powerful. If I wanted impressive, I'd ask for Slytherin. If I wanted powerful, I'd ask for Ravenclaw. I want good. Where do brave people go? Another pause, and then Harry felt something from the hat that surprised him, something that felt almost like respect. Gryffindor. The hat shouted it to the hall, and the hall erupted. The Gryffindor table exploded in cheers, screaming, stamping, banging goblets on wood. The Weasley twins, Ron's brothers, Harry assumed, based on the identical red hair, were chanting, "We got Potter! We got Potter!" Other tables clapped politely or, in Slytherin's case, sat in pointed silence. Harry pulled the hat off, handed it to McGonagall, and walked to the Gryffindor table. He sat next to Hermione, across from Ron, who hadn't been sorted yet but was staring at Harry with an expression of pure, desperate hope. Weasley Ronald. Ron walked to the stool like a man walking to the gallows. The hat went on. A pause. Gryffindor. Ron's face split into the biggest grin Harry had ever seen. He ran to the table and dropped into the seat across from Harry, and they grinned at each other. The simple, uncomplicated grin of two boys who'd just gotten what they wanted. "We made it," Ron said. "We made it," Harry agreed. The feast materialized, food appearing on golden plates in quantities that made Harry's eyes widen despite 3 years of Wade's aggressive meal planning. Roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, bacon, steak, potatoes in every possible configuration, Yorkshire pudding, peas, carrots, gravy, ketchup, and inexplicably peppermints. Harry ate. He talked. He laughed. He sat between Hermione and a Gryffindor prefect named Percy, Ron's brother, confirmed, and yes, he was exactly as fun as Ron had described, and listened to ghost stories from nearly headless Nick and compared schedules with his new classmates and felt, radiating from every stone and every beam and every floating candle, the vast, ancient, welcoming magic of Hogwarts wrapping around him like a blanket. After the feast, Dumbledore stood. The hall quieted. The headmaster's gaze swept the room, and when it crossed Harry, it lingered for just a moment, the slightest pause, the smallest acknowledgement. "A few start-of-term notices," Dumbledore said, his voice carrying effortlessly through the enormous space. "First years should note that the forest on the grounds is forbidden to all students. I have also been asked by Mr. Filch, the caretaker, to remind you that no magic should be used between classes in the corridors." Harry mentally crossed that rule off his list of rules he intended to follow. "And finally," Dumbledore continued, "I must tell you that this year, the third-floor corridor on the right-hand side is out of bounds to everyone who does not wish to die a very painful death." The hall murmured. Some students laughed nervously. Harry didn't laugh. He filed it away. A forbidden corridor in a school full of children, announced publicly instead of warded privately, that wasn't a warning. It was a lure. Dumbledore wanted someone to be curious. Dumbledore wanted someone to investigate. Harry looked at the headmaster and thought, "You're still playing chess, but I'm not a pawn." Dumbledore seemed to hear the thought, or perhaps he just read the look on Harry's face because the twinkle in his eyes dimmed just slightly and he moved on. The Gryffindor common room was a round tower room, warm and golden, with squashy armchairs and a crackling fire, and the general atmosphere of a place where people had been comfortable for a very long time. Harry followed Percy up a spiral staircase to the first-year boys' dormitory, a circular room with 5 four-poster beds, each hung with deep red velvet curtains. Harry found his trunk at the foot of one bed. Hedwig's cage was by the window, the snowy owl already asleep with her head tucked under her wing. He changed into pajamas, pulled back the curtains, and sat on the bed. His bed, in his school. In a castle full of magic and mystery and a forbidden third-floor corridor, and a twitching professor with a cold handshake, and a piece of dark lord in his skull and friends, sleeping in the beds around him. He thought about Wade, alone in the Camden flat. He thought about the rocket ship lamp still blazing in his old bedroom. He thought about the first night, the cupboard, the curb, the petrol station, the sound of his own crying. He pulled out a piece of parchment and a quill. He'd practiced with quills. They were absurd, but he'd mastered them and wrote, "Dad made it," sorted into Gryffindor. Castle is incredible. Made friends Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger. Ron is funny. Hermione is terrifying. You'd love them both. The defense professor, Quirrell, something is wrong with him. Scar prickled when I shook his hand. His hand was cold, not natural cold, wrong cold, watching him. Third-floor corridor is forbidden. Dumbledore announced it at dinner. He wants someone to go looking, probably me. Miss you. Flat's going to be quiet without me. Love, Harry. P.S. Don't eat the entire chip shop menu in one night, I know you. He tied the letter to Hedwig's leg. She woke, nipped his finger affectionately, and soared out the window into the Scottish night. Harry lay back on his bed, drew the curtains, cast a wandless ward, a silent, invisible shell of protective magic around his bed, because old habits died hard and sleeping unprotected in an unfamiliar place went against every instinct Wade had honed. In the darkness behind his curtains, he smiled. Hogwarts had no idea what was coming. Chapter 4. The Dog, the Troll, and the Three-Headed Problem. The first week at Hogwarts taught Harry three things. First, he was ahead. Not slightly ahead, not a comfortable margin ahead. He was so far ahead of the first-year curriculum that sitting through classes felt like being a university student forced to redo primary school. Charms, taught by the tiny Professor Flitwick, started with the theory of wand movements. Harry had mastered the levitation charm weeks ago. Transfiguration, taught by McGonagall, opened with turning matchsticks into needles. Harry had been doing that in Camden while eating toast. Herbology was new. Plants were not a subject Wade had covered, given that Wade's relationship with nature was adversarial at best. But the magical theory behind it was intuitive, and Harry absorbed it like everything else, quickly, thoroughly, hungrily. Second, the teachers didn't know what to do with him. Flitwick, after watching Harry perform a flawless levitation charm on day one without being taught the incantation, had actually fallen off his stack of books. McGonagall, upon seeing Harry's matchstick transform into a perfect silver needle on his first try, had gone very still, stared at him for a long moment, and then awarded Gryffindor 20 points in a voice that was carefully, deliberately neutral. Professor Sprout in Herbology kept glancing at him as if she expected him to sprout wings. Even Professor Binns, the ghost who taught history of magic and who was so boring that he'd apparently died mid-lecture and simply kept going, seemed to register Harry's presence, which Ron claimed was unprecedented. Third, Severus Snape hated him. This wasn't subtle. This wasn't the quiet, professional disapproval of a teacher who'd taken a dislike to a student. This was visceral, immediate, and so transparent that Harry nearly admired it for its honesty. Their first potions class was on Friday morning, in the dungeons. The room was cold, dim, and lined with jars containing things that floated in murky liquid and stared back at you. The Gryffindors shared the class with the Slytherins, which meant Draco Malfoy was 3 rows back, sitting with his with twins Crabbe and Goyle, wearing an expression of smug anticipation that suggested he knew something Harry didn't. Snape entered the room like weather, black robes billowing, lank hair framing a face that looked like it had been designed by someone who fundamentally disapproved of joy. He didn't walk to the front of the class, he swept. The room went silent not because students chose to be quiet, but because the air itself seemed to decide that noise was inappropriate. He took the register. He paused at Harry's name. "Ah yes," he said softly. "Harry Potter, our new celebrity." Draco and the Slytherins snickered. Snape's lip curled, the ghost of a smirk, mean and cold. Harry said nothing. He sat with his hands folded, his posture relaxed, his face neutral. Wade had taught him about people like Snape, people who opened with aggression, who tried to establish dominance in the first exchange, who needed you to react. The counter was simple: don't. Snape launched into a speech about the subtle science of potion making that was clearly rehearsed and clearly designed to intimidate. It was a good speech, Harry thought, atmospheric, authoritative, the kind of thing that would cow most 11-year-olds into terrified compliance. Snape had a gift for menace the way some people had a gift for music. It was almost artistic. "Potter," Snape snapped, rounding on him mid-speech. "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormhood?" The room tensed. Hermione's hand shot up. Harry didn't look at her. "The draught of living death," Harry said. "A sleeping potion so powerful it can mimic death. It's an advanced potion making, Chapter 3. Snape's eyes narrowed. "Where would you look if I told you to find me a bezoar? The stomach of a goat. It's a stone that cures most poisons. You probably keep one in your personal stores, given how many volatile ingredients are in this classroom." A muscle twitched in Snape's jaw. "And what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" "They're the same plant, also called aconite, highly toxic, used in the wolfsbane potion, which is, I'm guessing, considerably beyond first-year level, which makes me wonder why you're asking a first-year student about it." Dead silence. Every student in the room was staring. Hermione's hand was still up, frozen in place, her eyes wide. Ron's mouth was hanging open. Draco's smug expression had curdled into something less comfortable. Snape stared at Harry. Harry stared back. He didn't challenge. He didn't smirk. He simply held the gaze with the steady, unhurried confidence of someone who had spent 3 years being trained by a man who could not be intimidated, and who had passed that quality along like a genetic trait. "Well," Snape said, after a silence that lasted approximately 7 geological ages, "it seems our celebrity has done his homework. A point to Gryffindor." The words sounded like they were being extracted from him with pliers. "Though I advise you, Potter, that cleverness without discipline is merely arrogance, and discipline without fairness is just cruelty," Harry said. "Sir." The "sir" was perfectly timed, polite enough to be unchallengeable, late enough to make a point. Snape's nostrils flared. His black eyes burned with something that went beyond dislike into territory Harry recognized instinctively as pain. This wasn't just a teacher who disliked a student. This was personal. This was old. Something about Harry, his face, his name, his very existence, was a wound for this man. Harry filed it. The filing cabinet was getting full. Snape turned away. The class proceeded. Harry brewed a perfect cure for boils on his first attempt, the only student to do so, and Snape awarded 0 points for it, which Harry found so absurdly petty that he had to bite the inside of his cheek to keep from laughing. After class, walking up from the dungeons with Ron and Hermione, Ron exploded. "He's mental. He's absolutely mental. The way he went after you, did you see his face when you answered all 3? I thought he was going to combust." "He was testing me," Harry said. "Not academically, personally. He wanted to see how I'd react." "And?" Hermione asked. "And now he knows I don't scare, I don't fold, and I know my stuff. He'll either respect that eventually or he'll escalate. Either way, I know where I stand." "Where do you stand?" "On his last nerve. Which is exactly where I want to be, because people on their last nerve make mistakes, and mistakes reveal things." Hermione stared at him. "Harry, you're 11. I've been 11 for 3 months. You'd be amazed what you can learn in 3 months." "I wouldn't actually. I learned conversational French in 3 months when I was 9. Harry grinned. "See, kindred spirits." Hermione flushed slightly and opened her mouth to say something, but Ron cut in. "You two are terrifying. I want you to know that. Absolutely terrifying." "Thank you," Harry and Hermione said simultaneously, and then looked at each other and laughed, and Ron threw his hands up and walked ahead of them muttering about mental overachievers. The days found their rhythm. Harry attended classes, performed brilliantly in all of them without visible effort, and spent his free time doing 3 things: training, investigating, and writing to Wade. The training was solitary, conducted in empty classrooms after hours. Harry had found a disused room on the 7th floor that seemed to have been forgotten by everyone, including the castle itself, dusty, quiet, with enough space to practice. He worked through the upper-year spellbooks he'd brought, teaching himself spells that second years and third years were still struggling with. shield charms, stunning spells. The disarming charm, which he found he had a particular affinity for, it felt right in his wand, the phoenix core humming with satisfaction when he cast it. He also practiced wandless magic. The wand was a tool, an amplifier, but Harry refused to become dependent on it. What if it was taken? What if it broke? Wade's voice echoed in his head. What if your magic doesn't work? So he practiced both, wand and wandless, structure and instinct, the formal and the wild. The investigating was more complicated. The third-floor corridor was easy to find. Harry didn't sneak. Sneaking implied guilt, and Harry felt none. He walked to the corridor one Tuesday evening after dinner, in full view of anyone who cared to watch, and found exactly what he expected: a locked door. A powerful lock, magical but not impossibly so. The kind of lock that would stop a curious student but not a determined one. Which was, again, exactly the point. Dumbledore wanted this door found. Harry didn't open it. Not yet. Instead, he stood outside it and felt. He pushed his magical sense through the door, through the stone, into the space beyond, and what he found made him take a step back. Something was in there, something alive, something big. He could feel 3 distinct heartbeats, no, one creature with 3 heartbeats, 3 sets of lungs, 3 brains. A multi-headed beast, massive, saturated with magic, chained but alert. And beneath it, below it, underground, something else. A cascade of magical signatures, one after another, layered like security checkpoints. Enchantments of different flavors, one that felt like Flitwick's precise charm work, one that had the earthy warmth of Sprout's herbology, one that was cold and logical like a chess master's mind, one that burned with the acrid complexity of Snape's potions. And at the bottom, something old and powerful and wanting. An object, an artifact, something that pulsed with a hunger that made Harry's scar prickle faintly. He wrote to Wade that night, "There's something hidden under the school." Multiple layers of protection, enchantments from different professors, each one their specialty. Guarded by a 3-headed creature. Dumbledore's using the teachers as security without telling them the full picture. Classic compartmentalization. Something powerful is down there, I can feel it, it wants things. Objects shouldn't want things. The defense professor, Quirrell, I've been watching him. He goes near that corridor, not openly, late at night. I can feel him moving through the castle sometimes when everyone else is asleep. His magical signature is wrong, Dad. It's doubled, like there's 2 people inside one body. More soon. Wade's response arrived by return owl in his characteristic scrawl. Kid, double magical signature equals possession, parasitism, or fusion. All bad. Trust your gut. Don't confront alone. Don't confront at all until you know what you're dealing with. 3-headed dog equals Greek mythology, Cerberus, guardian of the underworld, usually controlled by music. Don't ask me how I know that. The object, if it wants things, it's either sentient or cursed or both. Don't touch it. Don't even think about touching it. Proud of you. Stay sharp. Love, Dad. P.S. I ate the entire chip shop menu. Twice. You're not the boss of me. The first flying lesson came on a Thursday afternoon. Gryffindors and Slytherins together on the training grounds. Madame Hooch, a hawk-eyed witch with short gray hair and the energy of a retired fighter pilot, lined them up beside a row of school broomsticks that looked like they'd been through several wars and lost most of them. "Stick your right hand over your broom," she instructed, "and say up." 20 voices shouted up. 20 broomsticks reacted with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Some rolled over. Some twitched. Ron's hit him in the face. Harry's leaped into his hand like it had been waiting for him. The broom was cheap, old, and mechanically questionable. But the moment it touched Harry's palm, something clicked. Not the way the wand had clicked. This was different, more physical. A connection between his body and the magic woven into the broomstick's wood. He could feel the flight potential coiled inside it, the physics-defying enchantments that turned a stick of ash into a vehicle, and his magic reached into those enchantments and synced with them instantly. "Good," Madame Hooch said, glancing at Harry's broom. "Now mount up." The disaster happened fast. Neville, nervous, clumsy, perpetually terrified Neville, kicked off too hard, too soon. His broom rocketed upward with the wild, uncontrolled energy of a frightened horse, carrying a screaming Neville 30 feet into the air. Madam Hooch shouted. Students scrambled. Neville's grip failed and he slid sideways, and then he was falling, tumbling through empty air with the terrible slow-motion clarity of gravity doing its job. Harry moved. He didn't think about it, didn't calculate. 3 years of Wade's training had burned response into his reflexes until conscious thought was optional. His wand was in his hand before his brain caught up, and he cast, not a spell from any textbook, not a first-year charm, but raw, shaped, wandless magic channeled through the holly wand with an instinct that bypassed every rule of formal casting. Neville stopped falling. 12 feet from the ground, his descent halted as if someone had pressed pause on reality. He hung in the air, eyes wide, mouth open, suspended in a cocoon of invisible force that rippled faintly in the afternoon light. The grounds went silent. Harry lowered his wand. Slowly, gently, Neville floated downward and was deposited on the grass with the care of a parent setting down a sleeping child. He lay there, shaking, unhurt, staring up at Harry with an expression of total, awed incomprehension. "You're okay," Harry said. Every student on the training ground was staring at him. Madam Hooch was staring at him. From the castle windows, Harry could feel eyes, Dumbledore's probably, and McGonagall's and maybe others. Draco Malfoy was staring at him too, and on Draco's face was something Harry hadn't seen before, not arrogance, not contempt, but naked, unguarded awe. For one unguarded second before Draco's mask snapped back into place, he looked at Harry the way you look at something impossible. "That wasn't a spell," Hermione whispered from beside Harry. "That wasn't any spell I've ever read about." "What did you do?" "Caught him," Harry said simply. The fallout was immediate. Madam Hooch rushed Neville to the hospital wing, broken wrist from the initial broom malfunction. Nothing more, a miracle given the height. The class was dismissed early, and within the hour Professor McGonagall appeared at the Gryffindor table during dinner, leaned down and said, in the quietest, most controlled voice Harry had ever heard from her, "Mr. Potter, come with me, please." Harry followed her out of the great hall, through corridors, and to a classroom where a fifth-year boy was practicing vanishing spells. McGonagall opened the door. "Wood, I've found you a seeker." Oliver Wood, stocky, intense, with the manic gleam of someone whose entire personality had been consumed by a single sport, looked up, looked at Harry, and looked at McGonagall. "Are you serious, Professor?" "I am always serious, Mr. Wood. Potter, this is Oliver Wood, captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Wood, Potter has reflexes and aerial instincts that I haven't seen since." She paused, swallowed something. "In a very long time, I'm bending the first-year rule. He flies." "But I haven't actually flown yet," Harry said. The lesson got interrupted. McGonagall almost smiled. "Then I suggest you practice." Oliver Wood took Harry to the Quidditch pitch that evening and put a broom in his hands. Not a school broom, but a proper one. A Nimbus 2000 that McGonagall had somehow procured in the space of 3 hours, which was either remarkable efficiency or a testament to how badly she wanted the Quidditch Cup. Harry kicked off. The ground fell away. The wind hit his face. And everything, all of it, every thought, every worry, every piece of the puzzle he was assembling about Quirrell and the corridor and the object underground, vanished. There was only the sky and the broom and the impossible, intoxicating, absolute freedom of flight. He climbed. 50 feet. 100, 200. The castle shrank below him. The lake was a dark mirror. The forbidden forest was a sprawl of shadow. And Harry, weightless, untouchable, closer to the stars than he'd ever been, laughed, a wild, open, joyful sound that the wind stole and scattered. He dove. Straight down, vertical, the broom screaming, the air tearing at his robes, the ground rushing up with lethal speed. He pulled up 10 feet from the grass, a maneuver that should have been impossible for a first-time flyer, that would have killed anyone without his reflexes, that made Oliver Wood scream and then immediately begin planning his entire season around it. "You're a natural," Wood breathed, still pale. That was a Wronski feint, a perfect Wronski feint, on your first flight." "It felt right," Harry said. He says it felt right. You're going to win us the cup. You're going to, I need to sit down." Harry flew for another hour. He learned the rules of Quidditch from Wood, who explained them with the fervent intensity of a zealot describing their religion. He practiced catching golf balls that Wood threw at him from various distances, and he caught every single one, because catching small, fast things in three-dimensional space turned out to be a lot easier than dodging punches in a Camden flat. When he finally landed, the stars were out and the castle was a constellation of golden windows against the dark. "Same time tomorrow?" Harry asked. "Every day," Wood said. "Every single day until you're perfect," which based on tonight might be Thursday. Harry walked back to the castle, broom over his shoulder, grinning. He was halfway to Gryffindor Tower when he felt it. A presence. Moving through the castle below him in the lower floors near the third-floor corridor. That doubled magical signature, Quirrell's nervous, twitching aura layered over something darker, colder, something that felt like the inside of the scar on Harry's forehead. Harry stopped walking. He stood in the corridor and reached out with his senses, tracking the presence as it moved. Quirrell was heading toward the forbidden corridor, moving with purpose without his usual nervous shuffle, moving the way a man moved when he thought no one was watching. Harry followed. Not physically, he stayed where he was, but his magical awareness stretched through the castle like a net, tracing Quirrell's path. The defense professor reached the corridor, paused outside the locked door. The darker signature, the other one, the cold thing that lived inside Quirrell like a parasite, pulsed. Harry felt it reach for the door, probe the lock, test the wards. Then the three-headed creature beyond the door stirred. 3 heartbeats accelerated, 3 mouths opened. The sound of deep, rumbling growling vibrated through the stone. Quirrell retreated. The doubled signature receded, fading back into the lower levels of the castle, and Harry was left standing alone in a dark corridor, breathing hard, his scar burning with a dull, persistent heat. He wrote to Wade that night. Quirrell tried the door. The thing inside him wanted through. The dog stopped him, but he'll try again. Something is living inside Quirrell, Dad. Something cold. Something that thinks and plans and wants. I've felt it before, in my scar, in my nightmares. I think I know what it is. I think it's him. Wade's response was 2 words: be ready. October came, wet and gray, the castle grounds turning muddy, the Black Lake choppy under skies that couldn't decide between rain and merely threatening rain. Harry settled into a rhythm: classes in the morning, Quidditch practice in the afternoon, investigation and training in the evening. His friendship with Ron and Hermione deepened into something solid and real, the kind of bond that forms quickly between people who genuinely fit. Ron was warmth. Ron was laughter and loyalty, and the uncomplicated decency of someone who'd grown up in a house full of love and noise, and never learned to be anything other than himself. He wasn't academically brilliant. He'd be the first to say so, loudly and with creative profanity, but he had a strategic mind that lit up during chess matches and a courage that was reflexive and unthinking and all the more real for it. Ron didn't think about being brave. He just was, the way water was wet. Hermione was fire. Hermione was questions and answers, and the relentless, blazing drive to understand everything because understanding was control and control was safety. Harry recognized it, the same impulse that drove his own hunger for knowledge, the same armor. She'd been the smartest kid in every room she'd ever entered, and she'd been punished for it in the small, mean ways that children punish difference: exclusion, mockery, the subtle cruelty of being told she was too much. Hogwarts was supposed to be different. Hogwarts was supposed to be the place where being extraordinary was normal. It wasn't quite. Not yet. The other students respected Hermione's intelligence but kept their distance from its intensity. She volunteered answers in every class. She corrected mistakes, other students, and, occasionally, the professors. She read in the common room while others played games, and the distance that created was invisible but real. Harry bridged it. Not deliberately, he wasn't performing friendship. He simply treated Hermione the way he treated everyone, directly, honestly, without flinching from who she was. You correct people because you can't stand seeing wrong answers go unchallenged, Harry told her one evening in the library, where they were working through transfiguration theory while Ron napped on his textbook. That's not a flaw, that's a feature, but some people can't handle being corrected and they'll hold it against you. So I should stop. Never, but you could start with that's interesting, but have you considered? Instead of actually, you're wrong. Same information, different delivery. Wade calls it tactical honesty. Your father has a term for everything. He has 17 terms for different types of lies alone. It's a whole system. I'd like to meet him someday. You will, he'll love you, he'll call you mini brain or something and you'll hate it and then it'll grow on you. Hermione smiled, the unguarded one, the one that made her look her age instead of 35. Is he really a mercenary? Semi-retired. He does consulting now. That's a euphemism, isn't it? It's a very nice euphemism. He worked hard on it. Halloween arrived and with it the troll. The great hall was decorated with live bats, floating pumpkins, and a general atmosphere of festive spookiness that Harry found charming in the way that only a magical castle could pull off. The feast was enormous. Harry had never seen so much food in one place, and he'd watched Wade eat his way through a Turkish all-you-can-eat buffet. Harry was halfway through a plate of roast potatoes when Professor Quirrell burst through the doors. He ran down the center of the hall, turban askew, face white as chalk, and screamed, "Troll! In the dungeons, thought you ought to know," and then he collapsed, pandemonium screaming. Students leaping to their feet, the younger ones crying, the older ones shouting. Dumbledore rose and fired a cannon blast from his wand that silenced the hall. Prefects, lead your houses back to the dormitories immediately. Teachers, follow me to the dungeons. The hall began to empty, students streaming toward the exits in organized panic. Harry stood still. He watched Quirrell on the floor, watched the defense professor's body, apparently unconscious, apparently helpless. He watched the teachers mobilize, watched Dumbledore lead them toward the dungeons. And he thought, why would you announce a troll and faint? What's the play? The play was obvious. The teachers would go to the dungeons. The students would go to their dormitories. The third-floor corridor would be unguarded. Quirrell or whatever was inside Quirrell had just created the perfect distraction. Harry, Ron was beside him, pulling his arm. Come on, we've got to. Hermione, Ron blinked. What? Hermione wasn't at the feast. She's been in the girls' bathroom all afternoon. She doesn't know about the troll. Ron went pale. He opened his mouth, closed it, and to his enormous credit didn't hesitate for even a second. Right, let's go. They broke away from the Gryffindor line and ran. Through corridors, down staircases, toward the ground-floor bathrooms where Hermione had been hiding since that afternoon, when Ron had made a careless comment about her having no friends, a comment he'd regretted immediately and would regret more thoroughly very soon. Harry felt the troll before they reached the bathroom. It was a vast, dull, swampy presence, not intelligence exactly, but mass. Magical and physical combined. 12 feet tall and roughly the IQ of a brick, based on its magical signature, which was the simplest, bluntest thing Harry had ever sensed. They rounded a corner and found it. The mountain troll was everything its name suggested, and several things it didn't. It was 12 feet of gray, lumpy, stinking flesh, with legs like tree trunks and arms that nearly dragged on the ground and a head the size of a boulder, small-eyed and slack-jawed. It carried a wooden club that was actually just a small tree it had apparently ripped out of the ground at some point, and it was currently using that tree to demolish the wall outside the girls' bathroom. Inside the bathroom, Hermione screamed. Harry's wand was already in his hand. He didn't shout a warning. He didn't hesitate. He didn't do any of the things an 11-year-old was supposed to do when confronted with a 12-foot monster. He attacked. The stunning spell hit the troll in the side of the head. It was a 5th-year spell, cast with the full power of a Hylian Phoenix wand wielded by a boy who'd been training for this, for combat, for danger, for the moment when everything theory became everything real for 3 years. The troll staggered, didn't go down. The spell had been enough to stun a human twice over, but the troll's hide was magically resistant, its skull thick, its dim brain barely registering what had happened. It turned toward Harry, small eyes focusing, and swung the club. Harry dove. The club smashed into the floor where he'd been standing, cracking stone, sending shrapnel spraying. He rolled, came up on his feet. Thank you, Wade, thank you for the falling lessons, and fired again. Not a stunner this time. A knockback jinx aimed at the troll's leading knee. The troll's leg buckled. It stumbled off balance, the club swinging wild. Ron, brave, stupid, brilliant Ron, had picked up a chunk of fallen masonry and hurled it at the troll's head. "Oi, over here, ugly!" The troll turned toward Ron. Swung. Ron dove behind a pillar and the club demolished the pillar in a shower of dust and stone. "Ron, move!" Harry shouted. He was already casting again, a levitation charm, but not on the troll, on the club. His wand slashed upward, his magic surged through the holly wood, and the massive wooden club ripped itself from the troll's grip and soared 20 feet into the air. The troll looked at its empty hand with the slow, confused processing of a creature that had never had a thought worth having. It looked up. Harry dropped the club on its head. The impact was tremendous, a crack that echoed through the corridor, followed by a thud that shook the floor as 12 feet of mountain troll crumpled to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. It lay in the wreckage of the corridor, unconscious, breathing in thick, wheezing gasps, a lump the size of a grapefruit rising on its skull. Silence. Harry stood in the settling dust, wand still raised, breathing hard. Ron emerged from behind the ruined pillar, covered in stone dust, eyes wild. And from the bathroom, Hermione appeared in the doorway, tears on her face, shaking, staring at the unconscious troll and then at Harry and then at Ron and then back at the troll. "Is it dead?" she whispered. "Unconscious," Harry said. "Troll skulls are thick. It'll have a headache when it wakes up, but it'll live." You just how did you? Training," Harry said. He lowered his wand, his hand was steady. His heart was hammering, adrenaline flooding his system, but his hand was steady because Wade had drilled him until steadiness under pressure was as natural as breathing. "And friends with good aim." He looked at Ron. "Nice throw." "Nice everything," Ron said, staring at Harry with an expression that combined awe, terror, and the dawning realization that his best friend was not entirely normal. "Harry, that was how." Footsteps. Running. The teachers arrived, McGonagall first, then Snape, then Quirrell, who took one look at the troll and sat heavily on a piece of rubble with his hand over his heart. His turban was slightly askew and Harry caught a flash of something underneath it, a glimpse of skin that was the wrong color, mottled wrong before Quirrell straightened it. And Snape was limping. His robes were torn at the ankle and Harry could see blood, fresh blood from a wound that looked like it had been made by teeth. Big teeth. 3-headed dog-sized teeth. Harry looked at Snape's ankle, looked at Quirrell's turban, looked at the troll, and the puzzle pieces clicked. Quirrell had let the troll in. Snape had gone to the third-floor corridor, not to steal whatever was hidden there but to check on it. The dog had bitten him. Snape wasn't the threat. Snape was the guard. "What happened here?" McGonagall demanded, surveying the wreckage with an expression that could have cut glass. Harry told her, truthfully, directly, without embellishment. He and Ron had realized Hermione didn't know about the troll. They'd gone to find her. They'd found the troll first. "And you fought it," McGonagall said. "2 first-year students fought a mountain troll." "Yes, Professor. Using spells that are, I am quite certain, not in the first-year curriculum." "No, Professor." McGonagall looked at him. She looked at the troll. She looked at the crater in the floor where the club had struck, at the demolished pillar, at the unconscious 12-foot monster that an 11-year-old boy had dropped with its own weapon. 5 points to Gryffindor," she said. "Each. For sheer, dumb, magnificent luck." She left. Snape lingered, his black eyes fixed on Harry, and for a moment something passed between them, not warmth, not quite, but a shift, a recalculation. Snape looked at Harry and saw, perhaps for the first time, someone other than James Potter's son. He saw something he recognized, something dangerous and disciplined and not to be underestimated. Then he turned and limped away without a word, and Harry watched him go and added another piece to the puzzle. Hermione came to find them in the common room that night. Her eyes were red, but her jaw was set, and she walked up to Harry and Ron and stood there for a moment, struggling with something. "You came for me," she said. "You could have gone to the dormitory. You could have been safe, but you came for me." "Of course we did," Ron said, as if the alternative hadn't occurred to him because it genuinely hadn't. "Thank you," Hermione said. And then, with the decisive energy of someone making a life-altering decision, "I've been doing research. On the third-floor corridor. I think I know what's hidden there." Harry looked at her. "Sit down," she sat. And for the next 2 hours, the three of them pooled their knowledge, Harry's sensory mapping of the corridor's defenses, Hermione's research into Dumbledore's history and his partnership with the alchemist Nicholas Flamel, Ron's surprisingly sharp strategic insights into the logic of the protection layers. "The Philosopher's Stone," Hermione said finally. "It has to be. Nicholas Flamel is Dumbledore's old partner. The stone produces the elixir of life. It makes you immortal. Dumbledore moved it here from Gringotts because someone tried to steal it. Someone who wants to live forever." "Voldemort," Harry said. Ron flinched at the name. Hermione went pale. Harry didn't react. The name had no power over him because Wade had made him say it 100 times until it was just a word, just a name, just the label on a problem that needed solving. "He's in Quirrell," Harry said. He told them what he'd felt, the doubled signature, the cold presence, the way Quirrell's hands had been wrong cold when they'd shaken. He told them about Snape's bitten ankle, about the troll being a distraction, about the scar prickling whenever Quirrell was near. "Snape's not trying to steal the stone," Harry said. "He's trying to protect it. He went to check on it tonight while everyone was focused on the troll and the dog got him." "But Snape's horrible," Ron protested. "Horrible and loyal aren't mutually exclusive. Some of the most loyal people I know are terrible to be around. Your dad again. My dad again." Hermione was writing on a piece of parchment, organizing their information into neat columns. "So, Voldemort is possessing Quirrell. He wants the Philosopher's Stone because it can restore his body. The stone is protected by multiple enchantments set by the professors. Quirrell is probing the defenses, looking for weaknesses. And Dumbledore knows," Harry said. "He knows about Quirrell. He has to. Dumbledore doesn't miss things like this. He's letting it play out. Why? Because he wants to see what Quirrell does, or what Voldemort does, or maybe," Harry paused, an ugly thought surfaced. "Maybe he wants to see what I do." "That's paranoid," Hermione said, but she didn't sound sure. "My dad says paranoia is just pattern recognition with anxiety. And the pattern here is that Dumbledore set up a series of obstacles that a group of clever first-years could theoretically get through, hid them behind a door that a simple unlocking charm could open, and then announced the forbidden corridor at the welcoming feast. He's not protecting the stone, Hermione. He's setting a trap. The question is who for?" The three of them sat in the firelight of the common room, the puzzle spread before them, and for a moment nobody spoke. "So what do we do?" Ron asked. Harry thought about Wade, about what Wade would do. Wade would say, "You don't spring a trap unless you know exactly what's inside it. You don't walk into someone else's game. You flip the table and play your own." "We prepare," Harry said. "We learn everything we can about the protections. We figure out Quirrell's plan. We get stronger, and when the time comes when Quirrell makes his move, we're ready. And if Dumbledore expects you to go after the stone, then I'll go, but on my terms, not his." November brought Quidditch. Harry's first match was against Slytherin, and the entire school turned out for it, not because Gryffindor-Slytherin was always the most heated fixture, though it was, but because Harry Potter was playing, and everything Harry Potter did at Hogwarts had become must-see. The morning of the match, Harry found a package at his bedside. No note, just a long, slender object wrapped in brown paper. He unwrapped it and found a broomstick servicing kit, professional grade, with a note tucked inside that read, "Break a leg. Not literally, unless it's Malfoy's, D. Wade. Using Hedwig, probably, or some other method of getting packages into a magically warded castle that Harry chose not to investigate too closely because plausible deniability was a concept Wade had taught him early. The match was chaos from the first whistle. Harry had never played in front of a crowd before. The stands were a wall of noise, screaming, chanting, the roar of hundreds of students and staff all focused on the 14 players streaking through the sky on brooms. It was overwhelming for about 3 seconds. Then his training kicked in and the noise became background, became white noise, became nothing, and there was only the sky and the snitch and the game. He flew. He flew the way he did everything, with total, aggressive, joyful commitment. The Nimbus 2000 responded to his touch like it was reading his mind, banking and diving and climbing with a precision that made the crowd gasp. The Slytherin Seeker, a third-year named Terrence Higgs, was good. Harry was better, not marginally, not by a small margin, by a margin that made the contest almost unfair. The snitch appeared 12 minutes in, a flash of gold near the Gryffindor goalposts. Harry saw it first. Of course he saw it first. His reflexes were insane, honed by years of having things thrown at his head by a man who believed that catching projectiles was a life skill. And he dove. The dive was perfect. The kind of dive that would make it into Quidditch history books. Straight down, full speed, the ground rushing up like a fist, and at the last possible moment, the very last, the absolute razor edge of too late, he pulled up, hand outstretched, and the snitch was in his palm. The crowd erupted. Gryffindor erupted. Lee Jordan, the commentator, erupted. Oliver Wood erupted, possibly literally, Harry wasn't sure, because Wood's celebration involved so much screaming and jumping that it was hard to tell where enthusiasm ended and medical emergency began. Harry landed. His teammates mobbed him. The snitch buzzed against his closed fist, wings tickling his fingers. And in the stands, he could see Dumbledore clapping with serene pleasure, and McGonagall clapping with barely contained ferocity, and Snape sitting with his arms crossed and his face unreadable, and Quirrell was watching him. Not clapping, not twitching, just watching with those eyes that held two souls, and the thing behind those eyes was cold and calculating and very, very interested. Harry held the snitch up and grinned because he'd won, because flying was freedom, because he was 11 and alive and powerful and not afraid of anything, least of all the dead man hiding in a professor's skull. The weeks between the match and Christmas passed in a blur of classes, training, and deepening friendships. Harry, Ron, and Hermione became inseparable, the kind of trio that forms in the crucible of shared danger and holds because the people inside it are genuinely, deeply good for each other. They studied together. They ate together. They argued about homework, about Quidditch, about whether Harry's combat-first approach to problems was reckless, Hermione, or brilliant, Ron, or both, Harry. They laughed constantly, because Ron was genuinely funny and Hermione's dry wit was lethal when she let it loose, and Harry had Wade's timing and delivery. And they investigated, quietly, methodically, building their case. Hermione confirmed the Philosopher's Stone theory through exhaustive research. Ron mapped the castle's corridors and hidden passages with an instinct for space that Harry credited to growing up in a sprawling, chaotic house. Harry continued to track Quirrell's movements, sensing the defense professor's nightly pilgrimages to the third-floor corridor, feeling the growing desperation of the thing inside him. "He's getting closer," Harry told them one evening. "The protections are wearing him down, but he's learning them. He'll get through eventually." "How long?" Hermione asked. "Months, maybe less. The thing inside him is patient, but it's also hungry. It wants that stone badly." "And Dumbledore?" Ron asked. "Dumbledore's waiting. He's watching Quirrell the way a spider watches a fly, letting it get tangled, letting it struggle. I don't think Dumbledore's worried about the stone being stolen. I think he's worried about something else." "What?" "Me," Harry said. "He's watching to see if I'm ready." "Ready for what?" Harry touched his scar. It had been quiet lately, too quiet, the kind of quiet that preceded noise. For whatever comes next. The care packages from Wade arrived weekly, each one more creative than the last. A set of enchanted kunai that returned to the thrower. Wade had found a magical weapons dealer in Nocturne Alley, because of course he had. A book on occlumency that Wade had stolen from a collector in Paris. An enchanted mirror that, according to the note, was supposed to allow two-way communication, but that Wade had apparently broken by testing its impact resistance. And tucked inside every package, without fail, a note. Sometimes long, sometimes short. Sometimes tactical, sometimes stupid. But always there. "Kid, proud of you. Stay dangerous. Love, Dad." Harry kept every note in a box under his bed, warded shut with magic only he could open. Dumbledore requested a meeting the week before Christmas. Harry went alone, not because he didn't trust Ron and Hermione, but because this conversation needed to be between him and the headmaster, without witnesses, without buffers. Dumbledore's office was at the top of a moving spiral staircase, behind a stone gargoyle that required a password. This month's was Peppermint Toad, which Harry thought was charming. The office itself was circular, high-ceilinged, filled with whirring silver instruments and sleeping portraits and a magnificent scarlet bird perched on a golden stand. The bird looked at Harry. Harry looked at the bird. He felt its magic, ancient, burning, pure, and the phoenix feather in his wand sang in response, a harmony so deep it resonated in his chest. "Fawkes," Dumbledore said from behind his desk. "He rarely reacts to visitors so strongly, but then you are carrying a piece of his essence. The wand core. Indeed, Fawkes gave 2 feathers. One resides in your wand, the other in Voldemort's, I know." Dumbledore nodded. "Please sit." Harry sat. He didn't reach for the candy on the desk. He didn't admire the instruments. He sat and waited, because Wade had taught him that the person who speaks first in a negotiation is usually the person with the weaker position. Dumbledore studied him. The blue eyes were at full intensity, not the twinkle, not the grandfather warmth, but the raw, piercing intelligence of a man who'd been playing games of power for over a century. "You've been tracking Professor Quirrell," Dumbledore said. Harry didn't deny it. "Yes. And you believe you know what or who is behind his unusual behavior. Voldemort is possessing him, living on the back of his head under the turban like a parasite. He wants the Philosopher's Stone because it can give him a body." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. Then he leaned back in his chair. "You are, without question, the most remarkable 11-year-old I have ever encountered," he said, "and I have encountered a great many. My dad trained me well. Your father, yes." Dumbledore's expression shifted. "Mr. Wilson, a man I did not plan for and who has, if you'll forgive the metaphor, thrown a rather large wrench into the machinery. The machinery being your plan for me. The machinery being the plan that I believed would give the wizarding world its best chance of surviving Voldemort's return." Dumbledore's voice was carefully honest. "I placed you with the Dursleys because your mother's sacrifice created a protection tied to her blood, your aunt's blood. That protection would have kept you safe until you came of age. It kept me in a cupboard. Yes, no deflection, no excuse. It did. And that failure, my failure, haunts me more than I can express. But the protection was real, Harry. Without it, Voldemort's followers could have found you, could have killed you or worse. So instead I got beaten by my uncle and starved and locked in the dark for 7 years, but at least I was safe from Death Eaters. That's your logic." "It is. And it was wrong. I prioritized one danger over another and I chose poorly. Mr. Wilson showed me the cost of that choice, and you, sitting here, alive, powerful, extraordinary, show me that a better path existed. One I was too blind to see." Harry sat with that. He let it settle. Dumbledore was telling the truth. Harry could feel it, not through magic but through the simple human sense of sincerity that Wade had taught him to recognize. "I'm not going to forgive you," Harry said. "Not yet, maybe not ever. But I'm going to work with you because Voldemort is coming and we both know I'm the only one who can stop him. So here's how this works." Dumbledore listened. "You tell me the truth, all of it. No protecting me by keeping me in the dark. No moving pieces around the board without my knowledge. I'm not a pawn, I'm the player, or I'm nothing. And if the truth is difficult, then it's difficult. Difficult truths are better than comfortable lies. My dad taught me that." Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long time. The silver instruments whirred, Fawkes preened a feather, the portraits watched, some pretending to sleep, others openly riveted. "Very well," Dumbledore said. "The truth then, all of it. Starting with the Horcruxes. Starting with the Horcruxes." They talked for 2 hours. When Harry left Dumbledore's office, he knew more about Tom Riddle, the Horcruxes, the prophecy, and the shape of the war to come than Dumbledore had ever shared with anyone. It was heavy. It was dark. It was the kind of knowledge that would have crushed most 11-year-olds. Harry carried it the way he carried everything, straight-backed, clear-eyed, with the steady, burning resolve of someone who'd already survived the worst and come out the other side. He walked through the castle's corridors, felt its magic hum around him, and began to plan. Christmas was coming, and with it Wade. Chapter 5. The Mirror, the Forest, and the Man on the Back of a Head. Christmas morning at Hogwarts began with Ron Weasley hitting Harry in the face with a pillow. "Presents, Harry. Wake up. Presents." Harry had been awake for an hour. Old habits, Wade's habits, drilled deep, meant he was up before dawn most days, lying in the dark behind his warded curtains, running through mental exercises, cataloging the castle's magical rhythms, sensing the slow pulse of sleeping students and the tireless patrols of ghosts and the distant, restless movement of the thing inside Quirrell's skull. But he let Ron have the moment. He pretended to startle, threw the pillow back, and sat up grinning as Ron attacked the pile of packages at the foot of his bed with the surgical precision of a boy who'd been waiting for this since November. Harry's pile was respectable. A hand-knitted sweater from Ron's mother, emerald green, with a golden H on the front, thick and warm and made with a love so tangible Harry could feel it in the yarn. He'd never met Molly Weasley, but she'd knitted him a sweater because Ron had mentioned in a letter that Harry might not get many presents, and that simple act of kindness hit Harry somewhere he didn't expect. "Mum makes them every year," Ron said, pulling on his own sweater, maroon, with an R, sorry about the color on mine. "I keep telling her maroon makes me look like a couch." "I love it," Harry said, and meant it so completely that Ron went pink and muttered something about fudge. There was a box of chocolate frogs from Hermione, who'd gone home for the holidays, with a note that read, "I've catalogued the cards by rarity. The ones marked with red dots are duplicates you can trade. Happy Christmas, Harry." There was a wooden flute from Hagrid, rough-carved but tuneful. There was a bag of every flavor beans from Neville with a warning label Neville had handwritten, "Avoid the gray ONES." And there was a package from Wade. It was large, flat, and heavy. Harry unwrapped it carefully. Wade's packages sometimes contained surprises of the spring-loaded variety, and found two things. The first was a leather-bound journal, blank, with a cover that shimmered faintly when Harry touched it. A note was tucked inside. "Enchanted. Only opens for you. Write everything down, what you learn, what you see, what you feel. Your brain is your best weapon, kid. Keep it organized, Dad." The second was a photograph. Not a magical photograph, a muggle one, still and silent. It showed Wade and Harry at the Camden flat, taken by the timer on a disposable camera Harry had bought at a corner shop. They were in the kitchen, both covered in flour, because the pancake experiment that morning had gone sideways in spectacular fashion. Wade's mask was up, his scarred face dusted white, laughing with his mouth wide open. Harry, 9 years old, was on Wade's back, arms around his neck, flour in his hair, grinning so hard his face looked like it might split. Harry held the photograph for a long time. He didn't say anything. He didn't need to. "That your dad?" Ron asked, leaning over. "Yeah." Ron looked at the photo. Looked at Wade's scarred face, the red suit visible under the flour, the swords on the kitchen counter in the background. To his enormous credit, Ron didn't ask a single question. "Looks like a good day," Ron said. It was the best day. There was one more package, smaller than the others, wrapped in silvery paper with no card, no note, no indication of who had sent it. Harry picked it up and felt magic, old magic, deep magic, the kind that had soaked into the fabric of the object over centuries of use. He unwrapped it. A cloak spilled out, shimmering fluid made of material that felt like water woven into fabric. He held it up and his hands disappeared. "Bloody hell," Ron breathed. "That's an invisibility cloak. Harry, those are really rare." "Really, really rare." Harry draped it over himself. His body vanished. He stood in the middle of the dormitory, invisible from the neck down, his head floating in midair. "Who sent it?" Ron asked. Harry already knew. No card was necessary. Only one person would have access to this particular artifact. Only one person would send it anonymously. Only one person would give Harry Potter a tool for sneaking around a castle where Harry Potter was already not supposed to be sneaking. "Your father left this in my possession before he died. It is time it was returned to you. Use it well." The words materialized on a piece of parchment that fluttered from the wrapping, Dumbledore's handwriting, precise and elegant. Harry read it. Read it again. His father's cloak. James Potter's invisibility cloak, passed down through generations, held in trust by Dumbledore, returned now. Another chess move, another piece placed on the board. Dumbledore was giving him a tool and an implicit invitation. Use it, explore, find what I've laid out for you to find. Harry folded the cloak carefully. He tucked it into his trunk under his warded box of Wade's notes and filed it under useful but suspicious. Christmas Day unfolded with the lazy, golden warmth of a holiday in a castle full of magic. Harry and Ron ate too much at the feast, pulled wizarding crackers that contained live mice and Rear Admiral's hats and growing kits for exotic plants, and spent the afternoon playing chess in the common room. Ron destroyed him, utterly mercilessly, with a strategic brilliance that transformed the grinning, easygoing boy into something sharp and ruthless. Ron played chess the way Harry fought, instinctively, aggressively, 3 moves ahead of his opponent at all times. "You're scary at this," Harry said, watching his king get checkmated for the 4th time. "Mum says it's the only thing I'm good at." "Your mum is wrong, but you are unnervingly good at this. Wanna go again?" "I want to stop being humiliated, so number but ask me tomorrow when my ego's recovered." That night, Harry pulled out the invisibility cloak. He knew what Dumbledore wanted him to find. He could feel it, a pull, a tug, somewhere in the castle's depths. Not the Philosopher's Stone that was deeper, more heavily guarded, pulsing with its own hungry magic behind layers of enchantment. This was different, quieter. A resonance that called to something emotional rather than magical, that tugged at the heart rather than the wand. He threw the cloak over himself and slipped out of Gryffindor Tower. The castle at night was a different creature. The corridors were silver with moonlight, the portraits slept in their frames, and the magic of the place settled into a lower register, a deep, slow hum, the breathing of something ancient and content. Harry moved through it like a ghost, his footsteps silent on the stone, the cloak rendering him invisible to everything except the castle itself, which he could feel tracking him with benign curiosity. He followed the pull. Down staircases, through corridors, past the sleeping suits of armor and the drifting ghosts. The pull led him to a room he'd never been in, an unused classroom, dusty, with desks pushed against the walls and nothing in it except a single object standing in the center of the floor. A mirror, tall, ornate, with a golden frame and an inscription carved across the top. Eris stra eru oit ube kafru oit on wosi. Harry read it backward because Wade had taught him to read everything backward and forward and upside down because codes were everywhere if you knew how to look. "I show not your face but your heart's desire." He stepped in front of the mirror. What he saw drove the air from his lungs. Wade was there. Standing behind him, hand on his shoulder, mask off, scarred face split in that huge, ridiculous grin. And beside Wade, flanking Harry on the other side, were 2 people Harry had never met but recognized instantly from the photographs he'd found in the Potter vault at Gringotts. James Potter, tall, thin, with Harry's messy black hair and hazel eyes behind round glasses, smiling with a cocky, lopsided grin that Harry knew because he'd seen it in his own mirror. Lily Potter, red hair, green eyes, his eyes. She was crying, but the way people cry when they're happy, tears running down a face that was alight with love so fierce it blazed. They were all together, all of them. His family, both families, the one he'd been born into and the one he'd chosen, standing together, whole, alive, united. James had his arm around Lily. Lily was reaching toward Harry. And Wade was doing the thing where he pretended. He wasn't crying by squinting really hard and claiming allergies. Harry stood in front of the mirror of Erised and looked at his heart's desire and felt something crack open inside him that he usually kept locked down tight. He missed them. All of them. He missed the parents he'd never known with an ache that was as old as he was, bone deep and permanent. And he missed Wade with a sharpness that surprised him because Wade was alive. Wade was in Camden. Wade was a letter and an owl away, but Wade wasn't here, and here was where Harry needed him, and the mirror showed him the truth of that need with devastating clarity. He stood there for a long time. He didn't cry. The cupboard had burned most of that out of him, and the years with Wade had replaced fragility with steel. But his eyes were bright and his jaw was tight and his hands were fists at his sides, and when he finally spoke, his voice was rough. "I see you," he said to the mirror. "I see what you're showing me, and it's beautiful, and I want it so badly I can taste it." He took a breath. "But you're not real, you're a mirror. You show what I want, not what I have." And what I have is a dad who loves me and friends who'd fight a troll for me and a war to win. So, he stepped back. The image shimmered. His parents' faces swam, fading, dissolving back into the glass. Wade lingered longest, that grin, those scars, that absurd, wonderful, impossible man, and then he was gone too, and Harry was looking at his own reflection. Just himself. 11 years old, thin, scarred, standing alone in a dark room in a magic castle. "Thank you," he said to the empty mirror, "for showing me." He pulled the cloak over his head and left. He didn't come back. Dumbledore found him the next day. Not in the office, in the corridor, as if by accident, though nothing Dumbledore did was accidental. The headmaster fell into step beside Harry with the easy grace of a man who'd been navigating these halls for decades. "I trust you had a pleasant Christmas, Harry." "I found the mirror." Dumbledore didn't feign surprise. "And what did you see?" "My family, all of them, together." A long pause. They walked in silence, their footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. Most students were still in the common rooms, digesting Christmas dinner. "The mirror of Erised," Dumbledore said quietly, "has driven men mad. They sit before it, entranced by what they see, wasting away while the real world moves on without them. It shows us nothing more or less than the deepest, most desperate desire of our hearts. I know what it does. I read the inscription. And yet you walked away. The mirror shows what you want. It doesn't give it to me. My dad taught me the difference between wanting something and having something. Wanting is a compass. It tells you which direction to walk, but if you just stand there staring at the compass, you never get anywhere." Dumbledore stopped walking. He turned to face Harry, and the look in his eyes was something Harry hadn't seen before, not the twinkle, not the calculation, not the careful grandfather performance. It was raw, honest, moved. "Your father," Dumbledore said, "is a remarkable man. He'd say the same about you, and then he'd say something inappropriate and ruin the moment." Dumbledore laughed. A real laugh, not the polished chuckle he deployed in public. A surprised, genuine, slightly undignified laugh that echoed off the stone walls and made a nearby portrait mutter in its sleep. "I am moving the mirror tonight," Dumbledore said, composing himself, "to a new location, a more purposeful one. Part of the stone's protection." Dumbledore's eyebrows rose fractionally. "You continue to see more than you should." "I see exactly as much as I need to. Professor Quirrell is getting closer. The thing inside him is getting stronger. I can feel it. Whatever you're planning, whatever trap you've set, the clock is ticking. I am aware. Are you going to tell me the plan?" "The plan is fluid. It depends on variables I cannot fully control. But I will tell you this, Harry, when the moment comes, you will not face it alone, not if I can help it." "I won't face it alone regardless. I have Ron and Hermione." "Yes, you do, and that perhaps is the thing I failed to account for. I planned for a solitary boy. I got something else entirely. You got a kid with a team and a dad and a really good wand." "Indeed I did." They parted at the staircase. Harry went up. Dumbledore went down. And the castle hummed between them, ancient and watchful, holding its secrets the way old things do, patiently, until the right moment to reveal them. January arrived cold and hard, the grounds frozen, the lake a sheet of steel-gray ice. Hermione returned from the holidays with 3 additional books she'd found in her parents' attic. They're dentists, not librarians, Hermione. Books don't care who owns them, Ronald. And a renewed intensity that suggested she'd spent Christmas strategizing rather than relaxing. The trio continued their investigation with the quiet, methodical persistence of people who knew something was coming and intended to be ready when it arrived. Harry mapped every protection he could sense through the trapdoor under the 3-headed dog. He couldn't identify all of them from outside. Some were layered too deep, their magical signatures overlapping and interfering, but he could count them. 7 layers, 7 protections, 1 for each professor involved, plus the mirror. Hermione researched each professor's specialty, building a theoretical model of what each protection might be. Sprout will use a plant. Something dangerous, probably Devil's Snare. It's the only first-year relevant dangerous plant that responds to environmental conditions. Flitwick will use a charm, something with keys, maybe, or locks. McGonagall will use transfiguration. Snape will use potions. And Quirrell Quirrell's protection will be the weakest, Harry said, because Quirrell designed it to be beaten. He needs to be able to get through his own obstacle. That's clever. That's Voldemort. He's a lot of terrible things, but stupid isn't one of them. Ron contributed strategy sessions over the chessboard, walking Harry and Hermione through scenarios. If you have to get past a chess challenge, and I'd bet my broom it's a chess challenge, it's exactly the kind of thing a magic school would use. You can't just blast through it. Transfigured chess pieces would be enchanted to resist magical interference. You'd have to actually play. Then you're coming with us, Harry said. What? When the time comes, you're coming. I can handle the fighting. Hermione can handle the logic. You handle the strategy. That's the team. Ron looked at Harry, looked at Hermione. Something passed between the three of them, not words, not even a decision, just a settling. An acknowledgement that they were in this together, that the troll in the bathroom had forged something unbreakable, that when Harry Potter walked into danger, Ron Weasley and Hermione Granger would be beside him. Okay, Ron said. Okay. But if I die, I'm haunting both of you. You'd be a terrible ghost, Hermione said. You just float around complaining about the food. The food here is excellent. I'd complain about the homework. February bled into March, March into April, April into May. The weather warmed. The grounds thawed. Exams loomed on the horizon, and the general student population shifted into a state of academic anxiety that Harry found mildly amusing, given that he could pass every first-year exam in his sleep and had been spending his study time on fourth-year material. The scar burned more frequently now. Not all the time, in bursts, sharp and sudden like a signal flare. Quirrell was getting bolder. His nightly visits to the third-floor corridor were more frequent, more sustained. The thing inside him was pressing harder, its patience eroding, its hunger growing. And there were other things. Darker things. Harry woke some nights with the taste of someone else's thoughts in his mouth, cold, metallic, ancient. Fragments of emotion that weren't his, rage, ambition, a desperate, clawing need for life. The occlumency walls held mostly, but the connection between Harry's scar and the thing in Quirrell's skull was strengthening as the thing grew stronger. Harry told Wade. Wade's response was immediate and unambiguous, coming for Easter, non-negotiable. We need to talk face to face. Also, I found something in Nocturne Alley, a book, old, about soul magic. I think I know how to get that thing out of your head without killing you. It's not pretty, but it's possible. We're fixing this, Harry, I promise. Easter break. Half the school went home. Harry stayed, along with Ron and Hermione and a handful of other students who had nowhere else to go or preferred the castle to their families. The castle was quieter without the crowds, more intimate, its magic more personal, as if the building was relaxing now that it didn't have to support so many people. Wade arrived on a Saturday. He didn't use the front door. He didn't announce himself. He didn't, as far as Harry could tell, use any conventional means of entry. One moment, Harry was sitting in the common room working through an advanced charms text. The next, there was a tap on the window and Wade was outside it, crouched on the narrow ledge, 4 stories up in full suit with a backpack over one shoulder and a chimichanga in his free hand. Evening, Wade said through the glass. Love what they've done with the place. Very Hogwarts. Harry opened the window. How did you get up here? Climbed. You climbed a castle wall, a magically warded castle wall. The wards are designed to stop magical intrusion. I'm not magical. I'm just a guy who's really good at climbing. He squeezed through the window, dropping into the common room with a grace that belied his size. He looked around, the squashy armchairs, the crackling fire, the tower of moving portraits, and nodded approvingly. Nice digs, very cozy, very British boarding school, but make it witchcraft. I approve. You can't be here. Dumbledore will. Dumbledore knows I'm here. I sent him a letter. Well, I sent him a threat wrapped in a polite request. He wrote back and said, and I quote, Mr. Wilson is welcome to visit during the Easter holiday, provided he does not bring firearms onto the grounds. So I left the guns at the gate. All of them. Most of them. Wade. The important ones are in the backpack. Don't tell the beard man. Ron chose this moment to come down the dormitory stairs in his pajamas, saw Wade and froze. Harry watched his friend take in the full picture, the scarred face, the red and black suit, the the katanas on his back, the chimichanga, and process it with the admirable speed of someone who'd grown up in a house where unusual was the baseline. "You must be the dad," Ron said. "And you must be the ginger one. Harry talks about you. Apparently you're a chess genius and a loyal friend, and you once ate an entire turkey leg in under a minute." "That was a personal best," Ron said, slightly pink. "I respect that. I once ate a burrito the size of a small child in under 30 seconds, but I don't have a normal digestive system, so it barely counts." "Wade, this is Ron. Ron, this is my dad. Please don't make this weird." "Too late," both of them said simultaneously, and then looked at each other with the delighted recognition of two people who operated on the same wavelength. Within an hour, they were all in the common room: Harry, Wade, Ron, and Hermione, who'd been summoned from the library by Ron's patronus, which he couldn't cast yet, so he'd actually just run to the library shouting. Hermione walked in, saw Wade, opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again, and said, "You're the mercenary, semi-retired. You've killed people. Many, most of them deserved it, some were a judgment call. And you raised Harry. From age 7, did a pretty good job if I say so myself. He's got manners, he's got skills, he doesn't eat people, 3 for 3. Hermione looked at Harry. Harry shrugged. Hermione turned back to Wade, extended her hand, and said, "Hermione Granger, I have questions, many questions. Some of them are about your regenerative abilities and how they interact with magical healing theory." "I like her," Wade told Harry. "She's going to either save the world or take it over." "That's what I said." "I can hear you both," Hermione said. They talked long into the night. Wade told them about the book he'd found, an ancient text on soul magic, written in a language that predated modern wizardry, that described the process of Horcrux creation and, more importantly, Horcrux destruction. "The standard method is to destroy the vessel," Wade said. "Basilisk venom, fiendfare, other things that are extremely dangerous and extremely hard to come by. But there's another way. Older, harder. It involves forcing the soul fragment out, evicting it, using a combination of the host's own magic and an external anchor." "An external anchor?" Hermione leaned forward, her mind visibly racing. "What kind of anchor?" "Something tied to the host's identity. Something powerful enough to give the host's soul, the real soul, the one that belongs there, leverage against the invader. The book calls it a tether to self. Basically, you need something that makes you so powerfully that the foreign soul can't hold on." "Love," Harry said quietly. Everyone looked at him. "That's what saved me when I was a baby. My mother's love. Dumbledore said it was the most powerful protection there is. The killing curse bounced because my mum loved me enough to die for me, and that love became a shield. So the tether is the same thing: love, connection, the thing that makes me me. It's not a spell, it's not a technique. It's—" Harry looked at Wade. "It's you, you're my tether." Wade went very still. The common room fire crackled. Ron was looking at the floor, ears red, the way he always did when emotions got too real and too close. Hermione was blinking hard. "It's all of you," Harry said. "Dad, Ron, Hermione, you're why I'm me. You're why the thing in my scar can't get in, why the occlumency walls hold, why I can feel it pushing and push it back. It's not technique. It's not power. It's that I have something it doesn't, people I love who love me back." Wade took off his mask, ran a hand over his scarred head, took a breath that was not entirely steady. "Kid," he said, "if you make me cry in front of your friends, I will never forgive you." "Too late," Ron said, pointing at Wade's face, which was indeed doing something that could generously be called emotional. "Shut up, Ginger. These are allergies, castle's dusty." "It's really not," Hermione said. "The house elves clean it every allergies." They spent the rest of Easter break together, the 4 of them, the strangest study group Hogwarts had ever seen. Wade sat in on their investigation sessions, offering the tactical perspective of a man who'd spent decades infiltrating heavily guarded facilities. He reviewed their map of the protections, confirmed Harry's sensory readings, and contributed a detailed assessment of Quirrell's behavioral patterns that drew on his decades of experience reading targets. "He's cracking," Wade said. "The host, Quirrell, is deteriorating. The possession is burning through him. Whatever Voldemort is doing to maintain himself in there, it's killing Quirrell slowly. He'll make his move soon because he has to. If he waits too much longer, Quirrell dies and Voldemort's back to being a disembodied spirit. How soon? Harry asked. Weeks, maybe less. Watch for changes in behavior, increased agitation, physical deterioration, erratic magic. When the host starts failing, the parasite gets desperate. Wade also did something unexpected. He spoke with Dumbledore. The meeting happened in Dumbledore's office, behind closed doors, and lasted 3 hours. Harry wasn't present, but Wade told him about it afterward. He's not what I expected, Wade said, sitting on the ledge of the common room window, legs dangling over a 4-story drop with the casual disregard of a man who couldn't die from falling. I went in ready to hate him. And I do hate some of what he's done. The Dursleys, the manipulation, the chess master nonsense. But he's not a villain, Harry. He's a tired old man who's been fighting a war for 50 years and made some terrible calls along the way. Does that excuse it? But it explains it. And understanding why someone did something is different from forgiving it. What did you talk about? You, the Horcrux, the plan for getting it out. He didn't know about the tether method. It's not in any of his books, which impressed him and also annoyed him, because Dumbledore does not like people knowing things he doesn't. Wade paused. He cares about you, Harry. In his broken, manipulative, trying too hard way, he genuinely cares. I know. Does that make it better or worse? Both. Wade left on Sunday evening. The departure was quiet, no dramatics, no speeches. He climbed out the common room window the same way he'd come in, paused on the ledge and looked at Harry. End of term is June. Yeah. If Quirrell moves before then, I'll handle it. You'll handle it with your team, not alone, promise me. I promise. And if it goes bad, if it goes really, genuinely, capital B bad, you get out. You leave the stone, you leave the corridor, you leave whatever Dumbledore's got planned, and you get out. The stone isn't worth your life. Nothing is worth your life, not to me. I know, Dad. Wade looked at him for a long moment. Then he smiled, the real one, the one that made his scars rearrange into something almost beautiful, and dropped backward off the ledge. Harry lunged to the window. 4 stories below, Wade hit the ground, rolled, stood up, waved cheerfully, and jogged toward the gate, one arm raised in a thumbs up. Harry watched him go, turned back to the common room, found Ron and Hermione waiting. Your dad just jumped off a building, Ron said. He does that. Is he okay? He's always okay. It's his whole thing. Your family is mental. Yeah, Harry said, and he was smiling. Yeah, we are. June came fast, hot on the heels of exams that Harry sleepwalked through. He scored top marks in every subject, surprising no one except Hermione, who'd been confident of her own dominance and was now grudgingly accepting a co-position at the summit. It's not a competition, Harry told her. Everything is a competition. I just usually win. You're terrifying and I adore you. Noted. The signs came in the last week of term. Quirrell looked worse, gaunt, twitching, his turban unwinding slightly at the edges. His classes had become erratic, the stammer more pronounced, the nervous energy curdling into something darker. Students avoided him. Staff watched him with concern that they masked with professional detachment. Harry's scar burned almost constantly now. Not the sharp, stabbing pain of the early months, a low, persistent heat like holding his hand too close to a flame. The thing behind the scar was awake, aware, excited. And then on a Thursday evening, Harry felt it happen. The 3-headed dog stopped guarding. He was in the common room when it hit him, a sudden absence, a silence where there should have been noise. The dog's triple heartbeat, which had been a constant in Harry's sensory map of the castle, went quiet. Not dead, sleeping. Someone had put it to sleep, Quirrell. It's tonight, Harry said. Ron and Hermione looked up from their homework. Now, Ron's voice was steady, no panic. The boy who charged a troll with a rock didn't panic easily. Now, Hermione closed her book. What do we need? Your brains, Ron's strategy, my wand, and the willingness to go through a trapdoor guarded by a sleeping Cerberus into a series of magical traps set by the most powerful wizards in Britain, at the end of which is a possessed professor trying to steal an immortality stone for the darkest wizard in history. So Tuesday then, Ron said. Tuesday, Harry agreed. They moved. Through the common room, out the portrait hole, into the darkened corridors of Hogwarts after hours. Harry threw the invisibility cloak over all three of them. It was a tight fit, but they managed, hunched and shuffling, 3 sets of feet trying to coordinate on 1 set of legs. The castle knew. Harry could feel it, the ancient, watchful awareness of the building itself, tracking their movement, not hindering them. If anything, the castle seemed to be helping. Corridors were clear. Staircases swung into convenient positions. Peeves the poltergeist, who'd been haunting the second floor, abruptly veered away as they passed, as if redirected by an invisible hand. They reached the third-floor corridor. The door was ajar. "He's already through," Hermione whispered. Harry pushed the door open. The three-headed dog filled the room, massive, monstrous, each head the size of a car. It was asleep, all 3 heads drooping, a gentle snoring rumbling through the floor. Beside it, a harp played itself, enchanted strings plucking a simple, repetitive lullaby. Quirrell's work. And beneath the dog's paw, a trapdoor hanging open. "Down," Harry said. They went down. The devil's snare was first. A mass of dark, writhing vines that caught them the moment they landed, wrapping around their legs, their arms, their chests, pulling them into its suffocating embrace. Ron swore. Hermione gasped. Harry burned it. Not with a spell, with raw, channeled fire, poured through his wand in a blast of heat and light that made the devil's snare recoil like a living thing in agony. The vines released them, shrinking back into the walls, and the three of them dropped to the stone floor below. "Was that a first-year spell?" Ron wheezed. "Number right, good, fine, what's next?" The keys were next. A chamber full of flying keys, hundreds of them, winged and darting, filling the air with the sound of 1,000 tiny wings. A broomstick waited against the wall. A locked door waited on the far side. Harry grabbed the broom and was airborne in a second. The keys scattered, but the right one was obvious, old, silver, with a bent wing, moving slower than the others. Harry dove for it, caught it in a move that would have made Oliver Wood weep with joy, and was back on the ground in under 10 seconds. "Show off," Ron said. "Seeker," Harry corrected and tossed him the key. The chess game was next. A vast, life-sized chessboard with pieces carved from black and white stone, each one taller than a person. The white pieces stood motionless, waiting. Ron stepped forward. His face had changed, the humor gone, replaced by something sharp and focused. This was Ron in his element. This was Ron at the chessboard, where the easygoing boy became a general. "Harry, take the bishop's square. Hermione, you're the castle. I'm the knight." They took their positions. The game began. Ron played brilliantly, ruthlessly. He sacrificed pieces without hesitation, seeing 15 moves ahead, dismantling the enchanted white pieces with a strategic precision that left Harry and Hermione watching in awed silence. The White Queen was brutal. She smashed every piece she took, stones shattering across the board, but Ron outmaneuvered her, cornered the White King, and saw the endgame with the clarity of a prodigy. And then he saw the cost. "I have to sacrifice myself," Ron said. His voice was calm, too calm. "The knight has to move to D3. The queen will take me. That leaves Harry free to checkmate the king." "No," Hermione said immediately. "There has to be another way." "There isn't. I've looked. This is the only line that wins." "Ron, it's chess, Hermione. Sometimes you sacrifice a piece to win the game." He looked at Harry. "Go get the stone, and when you face whatever's down there, give him hell." "Ron, I won't let you. You don't let me do anything, mate." "This is my choice." Ron grinned, brave, terrified, absolutely certain. "Knight to D3. The White Queen struck. Ron went down, hit hard, crumpling on the stone square, unconscious but breathing. Hermione screamed. Harry didn't. He filed the pain away, locked it down, did what Wade had trained him to do, keep moving, process later, the mission comes first. "Checkmate," Harry said, and moved his piece to the final square. The White King dropped his crown. The door opened. "Stay with Ron," Harry told Hermione. "If he's hurt, get him to the hospital wing. Don't come after me." "Harry, Hermione, please, I need to know you're both safe. That's how I win this." Hermione looked at him. Tears on her face, jaw set, the fierce intelligence in her eyes warring with fear. She nodded. Harry walked through the door alone. The next chamber held Snape's contribution, a table of potions, a riddle in flame. Harry read the riddle, solved it in 30 seconds, logic puzzle. Hermione would have been faster, but Harry wasn't slow and drank the correct potion. It was ice cold going down, and the flames parted before him like curtains. He stepped through into the final chamber, and there it was. The mirror of Erised stood in the center of the room, exactly where Dumbledore had promised to move it. And standing before it, turban and all, was Professor Quirrell. He wasn't twitching. He wasn't stammering. He stood with a stillness that was alien and wrong, like a puppet being held upright by someone else's strings. And when he turned to face Harry, the face that looked back at him was not the nervous, frightened teacher Harry had met in the leaky cauldron. This face was cold, controlled. The eyes were flat and dark and empty of everything human. "Mr. Potter," Quirrell said, and the stammer was gone. His voice was smooth, confident, and utterly without warmth. "I wondered when you'd arrive." Chapter 6. The face in the fire. The chamber was cold. Not the natural cold of underground stone. Something deeper, something intentional, as if the temperature had been pulled down by a presence that radiated winter from its core. The torches on the walls burned low, their flames blue-tinged and struggling, and the mirror of Erised stood in the center of the room like a monolith, its golden frame catching the guttering light. Quirrell stood between Harry and the mirror. His posture was wrong, too straight, too controlled, the nervous hunch and the twitchy shuffle stripped away to reveal the thing underneath, a puppet whose puppeteer had stopped pretending. "You knew," Quirrell said, not a question. "You've known all year." "Since September," Harry said. He walked into the chamber slowly, not because he was stalling, but because Wade had taught him to own every room he entered, to move with purpose, to never let an opponent see urgency. The handshake. Your magic felt doubled, like two people wearing one skin. Perceptive. Dumbledore didn't notice for months. Dumbledore wasn't raised by a man who reads people for a living. Quirrell smiled. It was worse than his stammering, a thin, cold thing that belonged to someone else. The mercenary, yes. I've heard about him, a muggle who adopted the boy who lived. The wizarding world has been buzzing about it since September, quite the scandal. He's the best person I know. He's mortal, fragile, irrelevant. You'd be surprised. Quirrell turned back to the mirror. His hands were pressed flat against the glass, and his reflected face stared back at him with an expression of frustrated hunger. "I see myself presenting the stone to my master. I see the glory, the reward, but I can't get it. The mirror, Dumbledore's final trick, it won't surrender the stone to anyone who wants to use it." He turned back to Harry, and his eyes flickered, a rapid, involuntary movement, as if something behind them was pushing. "Use the boy," said a voice. It didn't come from Quirrell's mouth. It came from behind him, from behind his head, muffled by the turban, thin and rasping and cold as the grave. A voice that Harry felt in his scar like a hot wire pressed against bone. "Let me speak to him," the voice said. "Face to face." Quirrell hesitated. For one fractional second, the puppet's face showed something human, fear, doubt, the last flicker of the man who'd once been a nervous professor who taught defense against the dark arts and was afraid of his own shadow. Then the flicker died, and Quirrell reached up and began to unwrap his turban. The fabric fell away in loops, pooling on the stone floor. And on the back of Quirrell's head, where there should have been nothing, where anatomy and biology and basic human decency said there should have been skull and hair and nothing else, was a face. Harry had been prepared for this. He'd known, intellectually, what Voldemort was doing inside Quirrell, how the possession worked, what it looked like. Wade had described parasitic possession in clinical terms, and Dumbledore had confirmed the theory, and Harry's own senses had been screaming the truth all year. None of that preparation was adequate. The face was wrong in ways that went beyond physical. It was chalk-white, flat-nosed, with slits for nostrils like a snake. The eyes were red, not bloodshot, not irritated, but red, a deep burning crimson that glowed with their own internal light. They were set in features that had once been handsome and were now something else entirely, something that had traded humanity for power and gotten a bad exchange rate. Those red eyes found Harry and locked on, and the scar on Harry's forehead erupted. Pain. White-hot, blinding, the worst pain Harry had ever felt. Worse than Vernon's fists, worse than the nightmares, worse than anything. It drove through his skull like a railroad spike, and for one terrible second his vision whited out and his knees buckled and every carefully constructed wall in his mind shuddered under the assault. He did not fall. He braced. He dug his feet into the stone floor, locked his knees, clenched his jaw until he tasted blood and held. The occlumency walls flexed. The pain was enormous, but it was external. It was the horcrux in his scar reacting to its creator, resonating like a tuning fork struck by its matching pitch. It wasn't an attack. It was a recognition, and recognition could be endured. The pain receded. Not gone, still there, throbbing, a vast note of agony behind his eyes, but manageable. Harry opened his eyes, stood straight, looked at the face of the man who'd murdered his parents. "Harry Potter," Voldemort whispered. The voice was clearer now, unfiltered by the turban, and it carried a quality that made Harry's skin crawl, an intimacy, a familiarity, as if Voldemort knew him far better than a stranger should. "We meet at last." "You look terrible," Harry said. The red eyes narrowed. Not anger, surprise. Whatever Voldemort had expected from the boy who lived, it wasn't casual insult. Brave words for a child. "Brave's the only speed I've got. Ask the Sorting Hat. Know what you are, boy. I can feel it, the piece of me living in your scar. We are connected, you and I. We have been since the night I killed your parents. You killed my parents. You tried to kill me. You failed. Now you're a face on the back of another man's head, hiding in a school, trying to steal an immortality rock because you're too scared to die. And you want to talk about connection." Voldemort's expression didn't change, but the temperature in the room dropped another 5 degrees. The torches flickered. The mirror's surface rippled, as if the magic woven into it was recoiling from the presence in the room. "Courage," Voldemort said softly, "like your father. James Potter was brave, too. He stood in front of me without a wand, trying to buy time for your mother and the baby upstairs. Brave and foolish and dead in seconds." Harry felt the words land, felt them try to burrow in, to find soft tissue to wound. He let them pass through. Wade had taught him about verbal warfare, how people used words as weapons, how the deadliest attacks weren't physical but psychological, designed to destabilize, to provoke, to crack the armor. Don't let them set the terms. Don't fight on their ground. Make them fight on yours. "My father died protecting his family," Harry said. "You killed him because he was in your way. That's not power. That's cowardice with a wand. And your mother, Lily, she didn't have to die, you know. I gave her the chance to step aside. All I wanted was you. She chose to die instead. Foolish. She chose to save me, and it worked. Her love stopped you. A baby stopped you. The most feared dark wizard in Britain, brought down by a 1-year-old and his mum's love. That must eat at you. 14 years of floating around as a ghost, possessing rats and defense professors, all because you couldn't kill an infant." The red eyes blazed. For the first time, Harry saw real emotion in them. Rage, yes, but underneath the rage, something rawer. Humiliation. The wound that had never healed, the cosmic joke that the most powerful dark wizard of the age had been defeated by the thing he understood least. "You know nothing of power," Voldemort hissed. "I know you don't have any. Not real power, not anymore. You're a parasite. You're a fragment. You split your soul so many times there's barely anything left, and what's left is so desperate for a body that it's burning through Quirrell like a candle." Voldemort went very still. The red eyes burned, but the burning was different now, focused, sharp, the anger transmuting into something colder and more calculating. "You know about the Horcruxes." It wasn't a question. Harry didn't treat it as one. "I know about all of them." A lie. Harry didn't know about all of them, not yet, not the specifics, not the locations. But the statement landed like a bomb. Voldemort's face spasmed, an involuntary contraction of features that weren't really features, muscles that weren't really muscles, the mask of a face slipping for one revelatory instant. Fear. Tom Riddle was afraid. It lasted less than a second. Then the mask was back, and the cold, controlled menace returned, and Voldemort said, "Quirrell. Get the stone." Quirrell's body turned, obedient, mechanical. He faced the mirror again, pressing his hands to the glass. "Master, I've tried. The mirror won't. Use the boy." The mirror shows the heart's desire. The boy doesn't want the stone for himself. He doesn't want to use it. He wants to protect it. Dumbledore designed the mirror to release the stone only to someone who wanted it, but not for its own sake. The boy is the key. Harry felt the logic of it click into place. Dumbledore's final protection, elegant, brilliant, and dependent on the one person Voldemort couldn't predict. The mirror would give the stone to someone who wanted to find it but not use it. Someone who wanted it for the right reasons. Someone like Harry. Quirrell seized Harry's arm. The contact was electric, not Quirrell's grip, which was strong but human, but the proximity to Voldemort on the back of his head, the Horcrux in Harry's scar screaming in response to its creator, the pain spiking so hard that Harry's vision strobed. But Harry had been prepared for pain his entire life. Pain was the cupboard. Pain was Vernon's fists. Pain was the threshold you pushed through to get to the other side, and the other side was always, always worth it. He stood in front of the mirror of Erised. He looked into the glass. His reflection looked back at him, not the family portrait from Christmas, not the impossible reunion of all the people he loved. This time the mirror showed him something else. It showed him himself, just Harry, standing alone, and in his reflection's pocket a small, blood-red stone materialized. Harry felt weight in his real pocket. The stone was there. The mirror had given it to him because he didn't want to use it, didn't want immortality, didn't want power. He just wanted to keep it away from the thing that was hissing behind Quirrell's skull. He pulled away from Quirrell's grip. "He has it!" Voldemort shrieked. "Seize him, seize him!" Quirrell lunged. His hands closed around Harry's throat, bony, strong, desperate, and Harry's scar exploded with pain, and then something else happened. Quirrell screamed. His hands, the hands wrapped around Harry's throat, were burning. Not metaphorically. The skin was blistering, cracking, turning red and then black, smoke rising from his fingers as if Harry's flesh were made of acid. Quirrell yanked his hands back and stared at them, at the charred, ruined skin, at the burns that went down to the bone. "What is this?" Quirrell screamed, and for the first time the puppet's voice was entirely his own, raw, panicked, the voice of a man in agony. The love protection, Harry realized. His mother's sacrifice, Dumbledore's blood wards, they were gone from Privet Drive, broken when Wade took him, but they weren't gone from Harry. The protection lived in his blood, in his skin, in the cellular memory of Lily Potter's final act. And Voldemort, the thing that lived in Quirrell, couldn't touch it, couldn't touch him. "Kill him!" Voldemort screamed from the back of Quirrell's head. "Use your wand! Kill him now!" Quirrell reached for his wand with burned, trembling hands. Harry was faster. The disarming charm hit Quirrell in the chest like a freight train. Not a first-year disarming charm. A full-powered, wand-amplified, Wade Wilson-trained blast that sent Quirrell's wand spinning across the chamber and Quirrell himself crashing backward into the far wall with a force that cracked stone. Quirrell crumpled, tried to rise. Harry hit him again, a stunning spell this time, aimed at center mass, packing every ounce of power he could channel through the holly wand. The spell struck Quirrell in the sternum, and the man's body seized, arched, and collapsed. But Voldemort wasn't Quirrell. The face on the back of the professor's head was screaming, a high, inhuman sound that echoed off the chamber walls and set the mirror vibrating. Harry could feel the Dark Lord's essence pulling itself free, tearing loose from the failing host, a shadow separating from the body like a parasite abandoning a sinking ship. The wraith rose. Harry had never seen anything like it. A dark, formless thing, not quite smoke, not quite shadow, but something between the two, with those red eyes burning in a face that was barely a face, a suggestion of features in the swirling darkness. It hovered above Quirrell's crumpled body, and the cold that radiated from it was absolute, the cold of deep space, of void, of nothing. The wraith turned toward Harry, the red eyes fixed on him, and the Horcrux in Harry's scar sang, not with pain this time, with something worse. Recognition. Welcome. The fragment of Voldemort in Harry's head reaching for its creator, trying to bridge the gap, trying to pull the two of them together. Harry felt it, felt the pull, the magnetic draw, the Horcrux trying to open a door in his mind, trying to create a bridge for the wraith to cross. For one horrifying second, he felt Voldemort's consciousness pressing against his own, felt the cold intelligence behind it, the bottomless hunger, the thing that Tom Riddle had become. He saw flashes, memories that weren't his. A boy in an orphanage, alone, angry, already broken. A young man in Hogwarts, charming and brilliant and hollow. A monster in a graveyard, splitting his soul for the first time, feeling something tear inside him and exulting in the pain. a snake-faced king on a throne of fear, ruling through terror because terror was the only language he understood. And underneath it all, buried so deep that Voldemort himself might not have known it was there, loneliness. A vast, echoing, infinite loneliness that was the true foundation of everything Tom Riddle had built. He had split his soul because he was afraid of death. He was afraid of death because death meant ending. And ending terrified him because he had never, not once, not in his entire miserable, brilliant, monstrous life, been loved. Harry saw it all. He saw the Dark Lord's greatest secret, the pathetic human core at the center of the nightmare. And he felt something he did not expect. Pity, not sympathy, not forgiveness. Tom Riddle had made his choices, and those choices had burned a path of destruction across the wizarding world that would take generations to heal. He'd murdered Harry's parents. He'd tortured and killed hundreds. He'd torn his own soul apart in pursuit of an immortality that was itself a kind of death. But underneath the monster there had been a boy. A lonely, frightened, unloved boy. And Harry, who had also been a lonely, frightened, unloved boy, could see the divergence point, the place where their stories branched. Harry had been found. Harry had been saved. Wade Wilson had kicked open a cupboard door and changed everything. Tom Riddle had never had a Wade Wilson. And in the absence of that single, ridiculous, impossible act of kindness, a Dark Lord had been born. "I'm sorry," Harry said to the Wraith. "Not for what I'm about to do, for what happened to you. For the boy you were before you became this." The Wraith screamed. Whether it was rage or pain or something else, Harry never knew. The sound tore through the chamber, extinguishing the torches, cracking the mirror's frame, sending the Philosopher's Stone tumbling from Harry's pocket onto the stone floor. And Harry pushed back, not with a spell, not with his wand, with himself. He opened the place inside him where the love lived, his mother's sacrifice, Wade's fierce, stubborn, impossible devotion, Ron's loyalty, Hermione's brilliance, Hagrid's gentleness, the warmth of a hand-knitted sweater from a woman he'd never met, and he pushed. The Horcrux in his scar fought. It screamed and clawed and bit, trying to hold its ground, trying to maintain the bridge between Harry and the Wraith. And the Wraith pressed forward, drawn by the fragment's call, trying to force its way in through the scar, trying to possess Harry the way it had possessed Quirrell. Harry held. It was the hardest thing he'd ever done. Harder than the cupboard. Harder than walking away from the mirror. Harder than sitting across from Dumbledore and demanding the truth. This was a battle fought inside his own skull, on terrain that was his and not his, against an enemy that had been living in his head for 10 years. He thought of Wade. Not a memory, a feeling. The weight of Wade's arm around his shoulders outside that petrol station. The sound of Wade's voice in the dark, talking about chimichangas and Wolverine and the physics of interdimensional travel until the nightmare stopped. The look on Wade's face when Harry called him Dad for the first time, that raw, cracked, beautiful expression that no amount of scar tissue could hide. "You're my tether," Harry thought. "You're why I'm me." The love surged. It poured through him like liquid fire, through his blood, through his bones, through the scar, and it hit the Horcrux like a wave hitting a sandcastle. The fragment of Voldemort's soul shrieked, a thin, high, agonized sound that Harry heard with his mind rather than his ears, and the bridge between Harry and the Wraith shattered. Harry felt the Horcrux break. Not destroy, he didn't have basilisk venom or fiend fire, didn't have the tools for permanent destruction. But the fragment's hold on his scar broke. The 10-year occupation ended. The foreign presence that had lived behind his forehead since he was a baby was ripped loose, torn free by the force of everything Harry was, everything he'd become, every person who'd ever loved him. The scar on his forehead split open, not metaphorically. The skin tore along the lightning bolt, and something dark and oily poured out, black smoke, thick and foul, carrying with it a scream so raw and human that it couldn't have come from anything but a piece of a person's soul. The fragment of Voldemort's soul hung in the air for one suspended moment, a writhing, formless thing, neither alive nor dead, the discarded shrapnel of a broken man's broken soul. Then it dissolved, not dramatically, not with fire and fury. It simply came apart, Like smoke in a strong wind, like a bad dream in morning light, it lost cohesion and scattered and was gone. The wraith, the main body of Voldemort's spirit hovering above Quirrell's body, recoiled. The red eyes widened, and on that barely their face, Harry saw something he would remember for the rest of his life. Terror. Tom Riddle was terrified, not of Harry's power, not of the love protection. He was terrified because he just watched a piece of himself die. And for a being whose entire existence was built on the desperate, pathological need to never, ever, under any circumstances end, that was the worst thing imaginable. The wraith fled. It tore through the chamber like a dark wind, passing through the stone walls, through the earth, up and out and gone, screaming as it went, a sound that Harry felt more than heard, a psychic howl of rage and fear and wounded vanity that echoed through the castle's magical foundations and set every ward and enchantment thrumming like a struck bell. And then it was quiet. Harry stood in the ruined chamber. The torches were dead. The mirror was cracked. Quirrell lay unconscious, or dead. Harry couldn't tell on the stone floor, the turban puddled around him, the back of his head raw and blistered where Voldemort's face had been. The philosopher's stone lay on the ground between them, glowing faintly red, pulsing with its ancient, hungry magic. Harry's scar was bleeding. Not the familiar prickle or burn, actual blood running down his forehead, dripping from his eyebrow, warm and real. The lightning bolt was still there, still visible, but it felt different. Lighter, cleaner. Like a wound that had finally been lanced, the poison drawn out, the healing begun. He was tired. Bone deep, soul deep. The kind of tired that went past physical exhaustion into something more fundamental. He just fought a psychic battle against a fragment of the darkest wizard in history, expelled a piece of foreign soul from his own head through sheer force of love and will, and faced down a wraith that had terrorized the wizarding world for decades. He was 11. He picked up the stone. It was warm in his hand, heavier than it should have been for its size. He could feel its power, the promise of gold, of eternal life, of everything a mortal could want. It whispered to him, not in words but in potential, a silent offer that could tempt saints. Harry wasn't tempted. He'd seen what the fear of death did to a person. He just watched it screaming out of the room. He put the stone in his pocket. He checked Quirrell, alive barely. The professor's pulse was threadbare, his breathing shallow, his body already beginning to deteriorate without the dark magic that had been sustaining it. He looked smaller somehow, diminished, a husk. Harry crouched beside him. "You're going to live," he told the unconscious man. "I don't know if that's mercy or punishment, but you're going to live." He stood, swayed. The fatigue was hitting him in waves now, his vision swimming, the chamber tilting around him. The blood from his scar had slowed but not stopped, and his magical reserves were so depleted that even the simple act of lighting his wand felt like lifting a boulder. He walked, back through the potion chamber where the flames had died, back through the chess room where the pieces had reset themselves and Ron's blood still stained the White Queen's square, back through the key chamber, the keys drifting in lazy circles. Back through the devil's snare which recoiled from him as he passed, sensing the residual energy of the fire he'd cast. He climbed, up through the trapdoor past the three-headed dog now awake, its 6 eyes tracking him but not attacking. It whined. 3 heads, 3 whines, and Harry could have sworn the massive beast bowed as he passed, lowering its heads in a gesture of canine deference that had nothing to do with enchantment and everything to do with recognition. It could smell the battle on him. It could smell what he'd done. The 3rd-floor corridor, the dark castle, the stairs spiraling upward. Harry climbed like a man walking through water, each step heavier than the last. He made it to the 2nd floor before his legs gave out. The stone was cold under his cheek. The ceiling swam above him, vaulted, ancient, painted with stars that moved in slow, gentle patterns. He could feel the castle around him, its magic wrapping him like arms, holding him, keeping him warm. Hogwarts knew what had happened. Hogwarts was grateful, footsteps, running. Someone was calling his name, voices, plural, urgent, getting closer. Harry, Harry, Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, others. And then gentler hands lifting him and Dumbledore's face swimming into view, those blue eyes wide, the twinkle gone, replaced by something older and rower. Not the grandfather, not the chessmaster. A man who cared about a boy and had just found that boy bleeding on his floor. The stone, Harry mumbled. His hand found his pocket, still there. Take it, take the stone. Harry. And Quirrell's alive. Barely, he's in the chamber. Voldemort's gone, left Quirrell, fled. We know, we felt it. The entire castle felt it. And the Horcrux. Harry touched his forehead. His fingers came away bloody and the blood was clean, normal, human, no trace of dark magic, no residual cold. It's gone. I got it out. It's gone, Professor. Dumbledore's face did something complicated. The old man's hand came to rest on Harry's head, gently, carefully, avoiding the scar. And when he spoke, his voice was not the voice of a headmaster or a general or a master manipulator. It was the voice of a man who had carried the weight of the world for a very long time and had just been shown that someone else could help carry it. You remarkable boy, Dumbledore said. You extraordinary, impossible, remarkable boy. I had help, Harry said. I had the love, Mum's love, Dad's, Wade's, that's what did it, not power, not magic, just people. Yes, Dumbledore said softly, just people, the thing Tom never understood. Harry felt himself being lifted, levitated, probably, carried on a cushion of magic through the corridors of the castle. He felt other presences, McGonagall, sharp with worry. Snape, a dark knot of complex emotion that Harry was too tired to unravel. Hagrid, a warm, enormous distress that radiated like heat from a bonfire. Ron, Harry managed. Hermione, are they safe? Both of them. Mr. Weasley has a concussion and will be complaining about it for weeks. Miss Granger is in the hospital wing, refusing to sleep until she knows you're alive. Tell her I'm alive. I think she'll want to verify that personally. Harry almost laughed. Almost. The darkness was pulling at him now, not the dark of Voldemort, but the simple, human dark of unconsciousness, of a body that had been pushed past its limits and was shutting down for repairs. Professor. Yes, Harry. Call my dad. Dumbledore didn't answer, but Harry felt a pulse of magic, ascending a communication, something shot from the castle into the wider world with the speed and urgency of a signal flare. Then the dark took him. Harry woke in the hospital wing. Sunlight. Warm, golden, pouring through high windows, catching the dust motes, painting the white sheets in shades of amber and honey. The hospital wing was quiet, the peaceful quiet of a place designed for healing, the kind of quiet that had weight and substance and intent. He was in a bed, clean sheets, clean pajamas that weren't his. His wand was on the bedside table, alongside a staggering pile of cards, sweets, and gifts that suggested the entire student body had been informed of what he'd done and had responded with enthusiasm. His body ached. Everything ached. His muscles, his bones, his magic, he could feel it, depleted, slowly refilling like a river after a drought. The scar on his forehead was bandaged, and underneath the bandage it itched, not the hot, sharp itch of Voldemort's proximity, but the simple, clean itch of healing skin. He's awake, Ron's voice from the next bed. Harry turned his head and found Ron sitting upright, head wrapped in bandages, looking slightly lopsided but vigorously alive. Hermione. He's awake. Hermione appeared from somewhere, the chair beside his bed probably where she'd been keeping vigil, and her face crumpled with relief so intense it was almost anger. You absolute idiot, she said, and hugged him so hard his ribs creaked. You beautiful, reckless, magnificent idiot. Ow, sorry. She released him, didn't let go of his hand. You've been unconscious for 3 days. 3 days. Madame Pomfrey said your magical reserves were almost completely depleted. She's never seen that in a student. She's never seen that in an adult. Hermione's eyes were bright, analytical even through the emotion. Harry, what happened down there, after the chess room? Harry told them, all of it. Quirrell, the mirror, the stone, the face on the back of Quirrell's head. Voldemort's voice, Voldemort's eyes, Voldemort's offer, and Voldemort's rage. The fight, the real fight, the one inside his head, the psychic battle that no wand could win. And the Horcrux. It's gone, Harry said. He touched the bandage on his forehead. I can feel the difference. It's like, you know when you've had a headache so long you've forgotten what it feels like to not have one. And then it stops and the absence is so loud it's almost a sound. That's what it's like. It's quiet in my head. For the first time in my life, it's quiet. Ron and Hermione exchanged a look, one of those silent, loaded looks that communicated everything without words: relief, fear, the dawning comprehension of what their friend had been carrying every day since before they'd met him. "The stone," Hermione said. "What happened to it?" "Gave it to Dumbledore. He and Flame are going to destroy it. It's too dangerous, too much temptation. Destroy it, but the elixir of life, Flame will die. Flame is 665 years old. He's had enough life. Some things are more important than living forever." Hermione was quiet for a moment, then she squeezed his hand. "You sound like your dad. Best compliment you could give me." The hospital wing door opened, and a very specific kind of chaos walked in. Wade Wilson did not enter rooms so much as he happened to them. He came through the door of the hospital wing wearing civilian clothes, jeans, boots, a hoodie, no mask, his scarred face bare and unapologetic, and he was carrying a bag that smelled strongly of chimichangas, and a look that was equal parts fury and relief, so vast it could have filled the great hall. 3 days, Wade said. He crossed the hospital wing in 5 strides, dropped the bag on the bedside table, and stood over Harry with his arms crossed and his jaw working. 3 days you were unconscious. 3 days I've been sitting in Dumbledore's office drinking tea that tastes like disappointment and arguing with a man in a painting about the ethics of corporal punishment. Hi, Dad. Don't hi, Dad me. Don't you dare. You fought Voldemort. You fought Voldemort, a wraith, a possessed professor. You got the thing out of your head, which, by the way, we were supposed to do together with a plan, with preparation, not in a basement at midnight after playing life-size chess. I didn't plan it. He moved. I moved. You moved into a room with a dark lord in it, alone, at 11. I wasn't alone. Ron and Hermione got me there. The castle helped. And you, Harry looked at Wade and his voice softened. You were there in here. He tapped his chest. That's what pushed the Horcrux out, not a spell, not power. You. Wade opened his mouth, closed it, opened it, closed it again. His scarred face contorted through approximately 17 different expressions in the space of 3 seconds, cycling through anger and pride and fear and love, and settling, finally, on something that didn't have a name, something uniquely Wade, uniquely theirs. The emotional shorthand of a father and son who'd built their own language out of trauma and chimichangas, and the stubborn, ferocious refusal to give up on each other. He sat on the edge of Harry's bed. He didn't hug him, not with Ron and Hermione watching, not with Harry in his hospital gown, not with the moment already so full that adding physical contact might break it. He just sat there close, and his hand found Harry's shoulder and rested there. Did it hurt? Wade asked, quiet, just for Harry. Yeah, bad, the worst. And you did it anyway. Had to? No, you didn't. You could have run. You could have left the stone. You could have let Dumbledore handle it. Dumbledore wasn't there. I was. That's how it works. You taught me that you go where you're needed and you don't leave until the job's done. Wade's hand tightened on his shoulder. I taught you that. You taught me everything. I taught you to fight and to survive and to never back down. I didn't teach you to throw yourself at the most dangerous wizard in history. Actually, you kind of did. Remember the bar in Marseille, the one with the arms dealers? That was completely different. You walked in alone, outnumbered 8-1, and I asked you afterward why you didn't wait for backup, and you said, because the bad guys don't wait, so neither do I. I know what I said. I didn't mean for you to apply it to Voldemort. Too late. Your wisdom is non-refundable. Wade laughed. Not his big, performative laugh, a small one, private, the kind that meant something only broke a little bit. He pulled Harry forward and hugged him carefully, avoiding the bandages, but firmly, the way you hold something you almost lost. I'm proud of you, Wade said into Harry's hair. I'm furious with you, and I'm going to ground you until you're 30, and I'm prouder than I've ever been of anything in my entire stupid life. Thanks, Dad. Also, I brought chimichangas. I can smell them. They're cold now because I got into an argument with that cat on the 3rd floor, the caretaker's cat. The one that looks like it's filing a report on you at all times. Mrs. Norris. Mrs. Norris. She hissed at me and I hissed back, and then the caretaker showed up and threatened to hang me by my ankles, and I had to explain that I was a parent here to visit my child, and he said, likely story, and I said, Wade. Right, chimichangas, eat. Harry ate. Ron ate. Hermione ate half of one and declared it aggressively seasoned, which Wade took as the highest compliment. They sat in the hospital wing in the golden afternoon light, the mercenary, the wizard, the strategist, and the scholar, and they ate cold chimichangas and laughed at nothing and everything, and the simple, overwhelming fact of being alive. Dumbledore visited that evening. He came alone, without ceremony, and he stood at the foot of Harry's bed with his hands clasped and his blue eyes carrying the full weight of 150 years. "Quirrell is alive," Dumbledore said. "Barely. The damage from the possession is extensive. He may never fully recover, but he is alive, and in time he will be able to give testimony about what was done to him. And Voldemort, gone for now. The Wraith has fled to where I cannot say, but he is weakened. The loss of the Horcrux in your scar has diminished him. He will need time to recover to find another path to restoration." "He'll find one," Harry said. "He's patient." "He is. And when he does, we must be ready." Dumbledore paused. "Harry, what you accomplished, the removal of the Horcrux without external tools, through nothing more than the power of your own spirit and the love of the people around you, I must tell you that I did not believe it was possible. The texts Mr. Wilson found suggested the theoretical framework, but the execution, no one has ever done what you did. Nobody ever had to. Nobody ever had to, because nobody was ever Harry Potter." Dumbledore's eyes moved to Wade, who was leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, watching the headmaster with an expression that mixed wariness with grudging respect. "And nobody ever had a father like Mr. Wilson." "Damn right," Wade said. "The stone will be destroyed. Nicholas and I have agreed. It has served its purpose, and the temptation it represents is too great to allow it to persist." Flamel agreed to that. "Nicholas has lived a very long time. He understands better than most that there are things more important than living forever." Harry nodded. He thought about the mirror, about the family he'd seen in the glass, about James and Lily and Wade, about what his heart desired and what his hands held. "Professor, the other Horcruxes, the ones that are still out there. That is a conversation for another time. A conversation I promise we will have fully and honestly when you are healed. And you'll tell me everything. I will tell you everything. That is the agreement you and I made, and I intend to honor it." "Good." Harry settled back against his pillows. "One more thing." "Yes. Next year, whatever happens, whatever comes, I want Wade to be able to reach me. Not once a week by owl, reach me. If I need him, he comes. No barriers, no wards, no castle security. He gets in." Dumbledore looked at Wade. Wade looked at Dumbledore. Something passed between them, an understanding, an accord, the kind of agreement that didn't need words because the terms were written in the faces of two very different men who both loved the same extraordinary boy. "Agreed," Dumbledore said. "Agreed," Wade said. The end of term arrived with the peculiar mix of exhaustion and excitement that characterizes the final days of any school year. Exams were taken. Harry and Hermione tied for top marks in every subject, a result that delighted Hermione and amused Harry and drove Snape to what Ron described as a whole new color of annoyed. Trunks were packed. Goodbyes were said to friends, to teachers, to the castle itself, which hummed a farewell that only Harry could hear. The end-of-year feast was a Gryffindor triumph, the House Cup awarded on the strength of Harry's exploits, and Hermione's academics and Ron's chess match sacrifice, plus what Dumbledore described as outstanding courage in the face of extraordinary circumstances, with a twinkle that suggested he knew exactly how inadequate that description was. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table with Ron on his right and Hermione on his left, and watched the great hall explode in red and gold. The cheering was enormous, wall-shaking, the kind of communal joy that only happens when hundreds of people feel something together. Even some of the Slytherins were clapping, grudgingly, but clapping. Draco Malfoy was not clapping. He was watching Harry from across the hall with an expression that had evolved considerably since September. The arrogance was still there. It was structural, part of Draco's architecture, but underneath it something else was growing. Not respect exactly, not admiration. Something more complicated. The slow, reluctant recognition that the boy across the hall was not someone to be dismissed, rivaled, or outmaneuvered. Harry Potter was something else entirely, and Draco Malfoy, for the first time in his pampered life, was trying to figure out what to do with a person he couldn't categorize. Harry caught his eye, raised his goblet, a toast. Not mocking, not smug, just an acknowledgement. I see you, you see me. Let's see what happens next. Draco stared at him for a long moment. Then, almost imperceptibly, he raised his own goblet. The train ride home was golden. Late June sunlight poured through the windows as the Hogwarts Express wound south through countryside that was lush and green and impossibly alive. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had their usual compartment, and they filled it with talk about the summer, about next year, about the 1,000 things they'd learned and the 10,000 things they still wanted to know. "You'll write," Hermione said, "not a question. Every week," Harry promised. "Both of you, I expect detailed letters. Not had a good day, ate food, I want substance." "She wants homework," Ron muttered to Harry. "I want engagement with the written word, Ronald." "That's homework with extra steps." "You're both coming to visit," Harry said. "The flat in Camden, both of you. Dad's already said yes. He wants to teach you knife throwing." "He wants to teach us what?" Hermione's voice hit a register usually reserved for fire alarms. "It's a life skill." "It is absolutely not a life skill. Tell that to the 4 guys in Prague." "The 4, Harry, what happened in Prague?" "Ask me this summer. It's a long story, involves a power grid." The train pulled into King's Cross. The platform was crowded with families, parents hugging children, siblings shouting Claude Opus 4.6.